Chapter 41. It's time to hunt. I'm just not used to it. Clark was speechless by Robert's successive questions and said dryly. Although Clark had to admit that what Robert said made some sense, Robert's attack was too cruel. He doesn't look like a 15-year-old boy at all. First, he broke the limbs of Fox and Carlos, and then killed Fox from head to toe. The kind-hearted Clark was somewhat unable to accept this method, even though he knew that Robert was not wrong in killing the enemy. Faced with Clark's hesitation, Robert did not reply immediately, but stretched his hand to Carlos' head. A trace of despair flashed in Carlos's eyes, but he was unable to stop Robert's actions. Well. Soon, Robert got some similar but slightly different pictures. The target is Clark Kent. If he doesn't die, he is destined to become a god? This information is different from the information conveyed by the Fate Loom before. It was originally suspected to be forged by Sloane? But after seeing our performance, this suspicion was dispelled? Poof. With a sound, Robert obtained new information, and did not change anything because of Clark's discomfort. He still chose to kill Carlos. For Robert, since Fox, Carlos, and the so-called Brotherhood dare to assassinate Clark and him, or even threaten their parents, there is only one way to die. This kind of thing is not easy for anyone to say, even Jesus can't keep them, Robert said. Robert. Seeing another life die in front of him, Clark opened his mouth. He suddenly understood why Robert said he behaved well when the school was shot. If according to Robert the way things are going this time, Ajinga and the three of them might not even be able to find a complete piece of the body now. Clark, I know you are kind, but sometimes, being kind is useless. Robert did not tell the message he saw first, but looked at Clark and said seriously. Since they chose to kill us, it is normal for them to be killed by me. They are all killers and should have this awareness. You think my methods are cruel, but have you ever thought that it wouldn't be cruel if they came to kill us indiscriminately? I just said, if we weren't afraid of bullets, we would have died, let alone said they might threaten the lives of parents. It's a good thing you're not kind enough to stop me from killing them. I know, I'm just not used to you like this. You're only 15 years old. After Clark was silent for a while, he sighed with some regret, and I can't be like you, who can erase other lives with peace of mind. Don't worry, I'm not a murderous person. My style of doing things is very simple. Save those I like, help those you want me to help, beat those who are hostile to us, and kill those who are hostile to us. Those who threaten our lives are as simple as that. Robert said with a smile and a shrug. When it's time to save people, I won't procrastinate, when it's time to kill, I won't hesitate, and when it's time to fight, I will also go all out to ensure that I don't let down my guard before the battle is over. After all, some of my, tribesmen, they often get into desperate situations because they are too promiscuous during battles. I know you are kind, so in the future, you should leave it to me to end the enemy's life. I am a born warrior and I will not feel guilty like you. Then next, we need to discuss how to deal with the follow-up matters. What's next? Aren't they already dead? Clark looked at Robert hesitantly and asked, do you want to kill them all? Otherwise? Should you wait until they send someone over again? Wait until they find that we are difficult to deal with, then go deal with our parents? Didn't you say before that you thanked me for helping you make the decision at the critical moment? Now I have decided to avoid future troubles. Robert looked at Clark helplessly and asked, while telling the brief memories he read from the brains of Fox and Carlos. I will become a god if I don't die? Why? Clark looked at Robert in confusion and asked, just because such a message appears on a loom, they want to kill me. To be precise, kill us, but it's obvious that I was implicated by you. Robert shook his head and said seriously, next, it's up to you to find the location of their organization, Weaver Machine, a black man named Sloane. Well, I can share these memory scenes with you, and we'll find out when we ask about it. Okay. A trace of hesitation flashed in Clark's eyes, but he soon thought of the Kent couple's comfort. Finally he nodded, shared the memory screen, and then began to search for the location of Sloane, the Brotherhood, and the loom. Clark Kent, I don't know how their mission is going. No news has been sent back yet. At the same time, deep in the textile factory, Sloane's eyes flashed with hesitation and he murmured without knowing anything. Loom said he could become a god, but it seems that he is just an ordinary young man from a farm in a small town. There is nothing unusual about him. Could it be that he made a mistake? Found it. I'm afraid Sloane didn't expect that just when he mentioned Clark's name, he happened to be targeted by Clark. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go quickly. Robert's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said excitedly, then suddenly stopped and looked at Clark with a frown, "No, you can't go with us." "Why?" Clark was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and looked at Robert with some confusion and asked, "Can you guarantee that they won't have other killers coming over? If we all leave and a killer comes over, what will my parents do?" Robert explained solemnly. "So, you stay at home and show me the way. It just so happens that you can use mind reading to talk to my soul. If you have any questions you want to ask, I can ask them for you. And if you go to the scene, if it is too bloody, I'm also worried that you won't adapt." This. Clark subconsciously looked around. He didn't see anyone suspicious, but what Robert said made sense. He didn't dare to bet that Sloane didn't send others to deal with them, in case they after leaving, a killer really came to deal with Martha and Jonathan, and Clark really regretted it. "Okay. Then we will divide the work. I will stay at home to guide you, and you will deal with those guys and figure out why I was targeted." Soon, a trace of determination flashed in Clark's eyes and he said, "However, you have to be careful, if something goes wrong and I ask you to retreat, you must leave. Don't worry. There's no problem." Robert smiled, waved his hand, rose into the air, and said with a twinkle in his eye, "Just feel free to show me the way." Soon, Robert's figure disappeared in mid-air, following Clark's guidance towards the textile factory. The hunting time had come. Chapter 42, Danger, Run away quickly. "How dare you attack me and Clark? I want to see what your broken loom is and how it targets us." As Robert flew, the murderous aura on his body gradually disappeared. Emerging, the speed is also rising. After coming to this world, Robert did not experience any real battles, nor did he really have any murderous intentions, but that was when Robert was not really angered. This time, this broken brotherhood has angered Robert. Because they threaten Robert's family. Not long after Robert set off, the fate loom deep in the textile factory started weaving crazily again, and Sloane, who was waiting for news, hurriedly began to translate the new messages from the loom. Robert Kent. Soon, Sloane got a brand new name, and his eyes flashed with confusion. He knew Robert's name. When investigating Clark's identity, Robert's the name had already appeared in front of him. But Sloane doesn't quite understand why the Loom of Destiny has given Robert's name now. Is it because Fox and Carlos found the wrong person, and the Loom of Destiny has used Robert to lock Clark's identity again? Stuck. Just when Sloane was confused and thinking about contacting Fox and Carlos, the Loom of Fate started weaving crazily again, even faster than the previous 2 times. "Hey? What's the situation?" Sloane did not dare to neglect, quickly translated the message of the Destiny Loom, and then froze on the spot, in danger of destruction, run away quickly. Subconsciously, Sloane's penis shrank suddenly, and without any hesitation, he turned and left, opened his own secret passage, and ducked in. Stuck. And the entire Destiny Loom is shaking, and messages are being woven out one after another. If Sloane is still here, he can probably interpret that this is the Destiny Loom asking for help, so that Sloane can take it with you. That Sloane escaped. Robert, who had already arrived at the door of the textile factory, heard Clark's inner dialogue, "But I will keep an eye on him. You first see if you can figure out what's going on with that loom. Keep an eye on me." "Okay. I have locked the chi of everyone here, no one will escape." Robert's eyes flashed with murderous intent, making Clark in the Kent farm sigh helplessly. He didn't know that this was the case. Letting Robert kill is not a good thing, but the existence of the Brotherhood does pose a threat to Martha and Jonathan. Boom! On the other side of the textile factory, Robert kicked the door of the textile factory away. When the killers inside heard the movement, they subconsciously pulled out their guns and aimed at Robert's body without even intending to ask. So he shot directly, which is called a professional killer. Boom! 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 The bullet passed through Robert's body, but it didn't bring out any blood, because it was just an afterimage. New Afterimage Punch. The most practical move in the early and middle stages of Dragon Ball. For ordinary people, this move is no different from the clone technique. And as the bullets hit the afterimage, Robert's figure had already arrived beside these killers, shattering their bodies one after another. Robert had no intention of holding back or being intolerant. They were just a group of killers, and they were also targeting him and Clark. Who would he kill if he didn't kill them? Since they choose to become killers, they must accept the fate of being killed. The strength of these killers is already very strong among ordinary people, especially some backbone elites, such as butchers and repairmen. But it's a pity that there is no difference between them in Robert's eyes. After all, Robert doesn't know them either. Even though they were fueled by adrenaline and could react faster than ordinary killers, and even had time to react to Robert's attack, it was just a reaction. It was impossible to resist or dodge. Soon, the entire textile factory fell into silence. Except for Robert, there was no second living life. The main reason was that they didn't know whether the Destiny Loom was considered a living entity. Alas! Clark sighed again after seeing so many lives lost in Robert's hands, attracting the attention of the Kents. What's wrong? Clark? What happened? Martha looked at Clark in confusion and asked. Clark turned his head and looked at Martha, as if he understood why Robert was so decisive in killing the enemy, because Robert was protecting the most important person. It's okay, I'm just a little busy lately. Thinking of this, Clark smiled and said softly. If you are really annoyed, then agree to one and refuse another. I still think Lana is much better than that teacher Robert. Martha shook her head and suggested in a low voice. I'll think about it, just wait. Clark's face froze slightly. He didn't expect Martha to mention this matter, but Clark couldn't care about it at this time, because Robert had already arrived at the Destiny textile. In front of him, Clark wanted to know why this so-called Loom of Fate was targeting him. The Loom of Destiny? Is this it? Can it really weave automatically? Robert looked at the Loom of Destiny in front of him in puzzlement. At this time, the Loom of Destiny was weaving crazily, as if it wanted to what message was conveyed, but unfortunately, without the translator Sloane, Robert could not understand the meaning of the Loom of Destiny. Clark, can you understand? Do you want to catch that? Sloane and ask. Robert said as he watched the Loom of Fate continue to weave and had a spiritual dialogue with Clark. Sloane has a code book specially translated. With it, you can know what this loom is saying, but the code book was taken away by him. Clark was talking, and suddenly frowned. Said with a hint of urging in his voice. Perhaps, you should leave quickly. The shooting has been heard by people nearby. Someone called the police. The police will arrive soon. Don't their killer organizations do soundproofing? Robert looked around and asked with some surprise. They did it, but you kicked down the door. Clark was silent for a moment and said helplessly. Robert scratched his head, not knowing how to reply. In the end, he could only look at the Loom of Destiny. Come on, tell me, why did you let them kill Clark? Ka. Ka. The Loom of Destiny paused for a moment, and then quickly began to weave a message that Robert could not understand. Write down its words, and after I find the codebook, we can decipher it. Robert did not pay attention to the messages from the Destiny Loom, but instead sent a message to Clark. Okay, I've written it down. Clark said after concentrating on memorizing every line woven by the loom. Soon, the Destiny Loom slowly stopped, and its body was still shaking regularly, as if asking Robert if he could let him go. Chapter 43. You are the devil. Well, you can leave then. But unfortunately, Robert did not understand the meaning of the Loom of Destiny, let alone the origin of this assassination. Naturally, Robert would not let go. Get over it. No. With the sound of chi, Robert blasted out a shock wave. The Loom of Destiny was blown to pieces on the spot. When Robert saw that the Loom of Destiny had stopped moving, he turned around and left, preparing to pursue it. Sloane. But soon, Robert thought of something. He turned his head and stared at the broken parts and threads of the Destiny Loom. Chi condensed in the palm of his hand, turning into small shock waves, locking the Destiny Loom. Every part and every thread, they were all smashed into dregs. Well, everything is foolproof now. Robert nodded with satisfaction, turned around and left, following Clark's navigation to pursue Sloane. Steady. Shortly after Robert left, the police surrounded the outside of the textile factory. They first shouted at the inside of the textile factory, and then tried to break into the textile factory. But what these police officers didn't know was that Azu had already stopped and left the scene. Not even a complete body was left. To be precise, all the killer corpses combined could not form a single corpse. At the same time, Sloane had already left along his secret passage and drove away from the textile factory in the car he had prepared. Although he did not understand what happened, the early warning of the loom of fate still made him subconsciously choose to escape. As for why he didn't bring the loom of destiny, the reason is very simple. Such a big loom cannot be easily taken away in a short time. The loom of destiny made him run away quickly, so why did Sloane care so much? How come ever since I started tampering with the goals of the loom of destiny, accidents have happened one after another? Sloane muttered in a low voice while driving to his secret base outside. Could it be said that there really is retribution? Hey! Hey! Sloane was dripping when he suddenly found a young man hanging in the air in front of his vehicle. Sloane didn't react at the first moment. When he came to his senses, he quickly took out a customized. The pistol was aimed at the young man in mid-air, because he recognized that this young man was Clark's younger brother Robert in the intelligence. Boom! 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 It has to be said that as the leader of the Brotherhood, Sloane's marksmanship is still very powerful. Not only does he also have the ability to bend bullets, he also pours out all the bullets in the pistol in an instant. However, even if the bullet that lost its target turned around, it would not change anything. The moment the gunshot fell, Sloane felt the car being blown away. Before he could react, he was knocked out by Robert. He was dragged out of the carriage. Moreover, Robert learned from his previous experience in dealing with Fox and Carlos. When he pulled Sloane out, he directly crushed Sloane's custom-made pistol and palm, and at the same time broke Sloane's remaining 3 limbs without bothering to do so. Asked Sloane any questions, he directly stretched out his hand and pressed it on the head of Sloane, who had lost the ability to resist. Ah! Sloane screamed miserably. Even the killer leader could not bear the pain of having his limbs broken so easily. Hey! Robert ignored Sloane's shouts and saw some simple memory scenes through mind reading. They were Sloane's tampering with the information of the Destiny Loom and the Destiny Loom's reminder that Sloane was in danger of destruction. The memory of escaping does not include the reason why Destiny Loom targeted Clark. This is the limitation of mind reading. Mind reading can only read the other party's recent more important memory scenes. For Sloane, the most recent important memory scenes are these 2 things. The male killer suspected that the information he forged the Destiny Loom was actually true. An idea flashed through Robert's mind, and then he narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Sloane and smiled. Now, I say, you answer, do you have any questions? Ha! Although Sloane didn't know what Robert had just done to him, as the leader of a killer organization, he naturally would not satisfy Robert when he knew that he was going to die in Robert's hands. Special request. After all, whether you say it or not, you will die, and you have no chance to escape from Robert, so why should you let the enemy who kills you achieve his goal? Tisk, tisk, you are quite tough. Robert raised his eyebrows. He had to admit that Sloane was quite tenacious. In other words, the killers of the Brotherhood were quite tenacious. Although they could not resist the pain, but no one asked Robert for mercy. But this does not mean that Robert will let Sloane go, nor does it mean that Robert has no means to make Sloane speak. With the sound of paw, Robert patted Sloane's body. Sloane didn't react at first, but soon Sloane found that his body stiffened instantly, except for his limbs that were originally unable to move. In addition, my head and body can no longer move. Golden Binding Technique. Seal the enemy's body with chi, making the enemy unable to move. This is a move similar to the legendary acupuncture. And this is just the beginning, because Robert has also improved and enhanced the Golden Binding Technique. What did you do? Soon, Sloane felt the improvement and enhancement. His whole body began to feel numb and itchy, followed by a needle-like pain. All kinds of uncomfortable feelings appeared in Sloane one after another, but he couldn't move, which made him feel that his heart was about to explode from such repeated torture. It's okay. You can speak now. I ask and you answer. If you wait until you are in so much pain that you can't speak, then there is nothing I can do. Robert spread his hands and looked at Sloane with a blank expression. Why does Clark's name appear on that loom? Where is the codebook? You don't want to know. Sloane gritted his teeth, unwilling to reveal any information to Robert. However, as various uncomfortable feelings began to spread throughout his body, Sloane's mouth gradually opened. He could still scream stubbornly, but gradually, he struggled more and more in his heart. Since we are all going to die, why not be happy? Do you have to be tortured like this before you die? As the pain intensified, Sloane's persistence became more and more fragile. Finally, when the pain reached a peak, Sloane finally shouted out, "The list of the Loom of Fate is not something I can control. I just responsible for the translation, I did not forge Clark's name. The code book is behind me. If you don't believe it, you can take it to the Loom of Destiny. I have told you everything I know. I don't ask for anything else. Just give it to me. What a pleasure." Tear. With a sound, before Sloane finished speaking, Robert tore Sloane's clothes, found the code book hidden behind his back, and then watched Sloane nodded with satisfaction, condensing a wave of energy was directed at Sloane. "You are not false gods, you are devils. Monsters," Sloane said with a trembling voice through clenched teeth, feeling the approach of death. Chapter 44, The Transformation of the Kent Family. "I've seen devils, and they're not as handsome as us." Robert shook his head and released the energy wave. Sloane and the car were blown to pieces on the spot, with nothing left, and Robert soared directly into the sky and took off home. As for the code book, Robert did not look through it. After all, it was Clark's job to translate the messages from the Loom of Destiny, and Robert was not good at this. Although sometimes Robert felt that Clark's brain was not working well, at times like this, Robert had to admit that Clark's brain was still very powerful. When Clark saw Sloane die like this, he didn't feel too much trouble in his heart. It seemed that he had begun to get used to Robert's style of acting. It wasn't that he was used to Robert's wanton killings, but he gradually came to understand that for the killers like the Brotherhood, perhaps getting rid of them was the most correct way to deal with them. Here. After a while, Robert returned home and handed the code book in his hand to Clark. "Hey? Robert? Why are you back? Didn't you go to school today?" However, when Clark just took the code book, Martha saw Robert coming back and looked at Robert with some confusion and asked, "Ah, this." A trace of embarrassment flashed across Robert's face. He didn't have the murderous look before. Instead, he looked at Clark, waiting for Clark to help him out. Clark's face also stiffened. Too many things happened today. First, 2 killers from the Brotherhood came to snipe them. Then Robert ran a long distance and directly solved the Brotherhood, killing a large number of killers and returned the code book of Destiny Loom. Clark was a little uncomfortable with Robert's successive killings. In addition, he was focused on why the Destiny Loom wanted to kill him, and he had long forgotten that Robert was not in school. The 2 brothers looked at each other, and for a moment they didn't know how to answer this question, so they started a spiritual conversation to blame. "Robert, Clark, this incident happened because of you, so I decided to let you explain it. Clark, it's not like you don't know that I'm not good at lying. It would be more appropriate for you to do this kind of thing. Robert, forget it, tell the truth, there will be a showdown one day anyway." "Clark, no. Let me think about how to hide it better. What's going on? What are you 2 doing mysteriously?" Seeing Robert and Clark looking at each other without speaking for a long time, Martha, who didn't know that the 2 brothers were communicating quietly, looked at her 2 sons suspiciously. Asked, "What's wrong? Hey? Robert, why are you at home? Clark, what kind of book is that in your hand? Are there such old books at home?" At this time, Jonathan also heard the sound and came over. When he saw Robert when T.E. and Clark took the code book in their hands, they couldn't help but be stunned for a moment and asked subconsciously. Clark was originally making up a reason, but now he was interrupted by Jonathan. Robert thought for a moment and decided to just tell the truth. After all, Robert's exploration of this world has just begun. Today, some kind of fate loom is eyeing Clark. Maybe tomorrow there will be a fate printer printing Clark's name? So just tell Martha and Jonathan the truth so that they can be mentally prepared. That's it. Thinking of this, Robert glanced at Clark and said softly, "2 killers came to assassinate us today." "What?" The Kents exclaimed and hurried forward to check whether Clark and Robert were injured. "Robert." Clark's expression changed slightly. He was helpless against Robert's unreasonable backstabbing. He was about to come up with a perfect answer. "Why did Robert do it? What's going on? Were you discovered when you rescued me before?" Jonathan suddenly thought of something and looked at his 2 sons worriedly and asked. "The specific reason is not clear yet, but it shouldn't have anything to do with it, right?" Robert shrugged, looked at Clark and said, "How about? Can you crack the password first? I'll tell my parents what happened today. If you think you can tell what you did, then just tell him." Clark glared at Robert angrily, opened the codebook and said, What's the point? Do you think my parents will be angry because I killed the assassin? Robert spread his hands and told the Kents about today's experience, which made the Kents slowly open their mouths. You killed so many people. Martha frowned and looked at Robert and said subconsciously. Mom, they are all killers and deserve their punishment, not to mention they threatened us. Robert blinked, but he was interrupted before he finished speaking. You're not injured, are you? Are you scared? Are there any traces left at the scene? Didn't Clark say that the police have been there? Martha looked at Robert nervously and asked worriedly. The sudden turn of events caught Robert off guard, and even Clark raised his head and looked at Martha in surprise. If Martha were placed before him, although she would still care about Robert, she would never be indifferent to Robert killing people, even if those people were killers. But the tornado that nearly took away Jonathan made Martha cherish her family even more. She didn't want to see the loss of her family happen in front of her again. What's more, according to Robert's description, the Brotherhood was originally a group of murderous killers, and they had already targeted their family. What happened to Robert's return for revenge? Martha is still kind and will not agree with Robert killing innocent people indiscriminately, but if someone wants to harm her family, Martha will stand bravely and firmly beside her family. It can be said that this tornado caused a huge change in the mentality of the Kent family. Even Jonathan said seriously at this time, first find out why Clark is being targeted. If your ability is exposed, we may need to find a way left. I told you before that I don't want you to show your abilities in front of outsiders, but if you sit still and wait for death when you encounter a crisis because of what I said, it will definitely be a failure in my education as a father. Jonathan did not want his two sons' abilities to be exposed before. The core reason was to protect his two sons. But if the safety of his two sons has been threatened, what is the use of this principle of not exposing them? Jonathan can accept his own sacrifice to protect his son's secret, but he will never allow his son to give up resistance when he is able to face a crisis because of his education. Jonathan is kind, but he has something he wants to protect, and his family is what he wants to protect. If he encountered a Brotherhood killer targeting his family today, he would also draw a gun and shoot without saying a word. My family is slightly threatened. Chapter 45, Protecting Each Other. Fortunately, Robert has not been affected by my education. Robert, you have done a good job. Don't have any psychological burden, you are a good boy. No, you are a real man, you not only protect yourself, and protected our family. Jonathan looked at Robert with some relief and praised. In Jonathan's opinion, Robert is only 15 years old. Even if he is an alien, even if he kills people lightly in the description just now, Robert will never feel better, so Jonathan wants to encourage him. Give Robert a try so that he doesn't have to worry about anything. Jonathan even turned his head and glanced at Clark. He felt that Clark should be the one to do the thing about Robert killing the Brotherhood. After all, just as Jonathan is willing to risk his own life to keep his son's ability secret, Clark should also take the responsibility as an older brother and protect his younger brother Robert. But Jonathan quickly thought of Clark's character and the influence of his previous education, so Jonathan finally didn't speak. Jonathan had to admit that when he was teaching Clark, many things were one-sided, and he did not consider the complex situations Clark might encounter when facing problems. Fortunately, Robert was here today, otherwise Clark's character, maybe they will really let those two killers go, or throw them into the police station. This is what I should do. I believe that if you were Dad, you would protect our family without hesitation, wouldn't you? While Jonathan was sighing in his heart, Robert looked at Jonathan, smiled and said softly. So, I hope Dad won't say things like, even if I want to die in front of you, you won't choose to save me. This kind of thing is impossible to happen. The exposure of ability and Dad's life are completely different. It's not equivalent. Besides, Dad, you are willing to sacrifice your life to prevent us from exposing your abilities. Why can't we expose your abilities to save your life? Dad, you are also a member of the family. How can you be the only one to protect us? Shall we protect you? This was one of the reasons why Robert chose to be honest. Robert could never agree with Jonathan's previous thoughts. How could he ignore the safety of his family just because he was hiding his abilities? You kid, you were dull for the past 15 years, but now you can speak well, and you also know how to adapt. Jonathan laughed with some relief after hearing this, patted Robert on the shoulder, and looked at the two. The son said seriously, you are right, we are family and we should protect each other. Clark, it was my father who did not consider that you would face such a complicated situation before. It is my father's problem. You have grown up, so make the choice you think is right. Didn't I make the right choice? Clark felt a little emotional for a moment while listening to the conversation between Jonathan and Robert. After a while, he shook his head and said with a smile. At this time, Clark suddenly felt a lot more relaxed in his heart. He didn't know if he could stand up and face everything, but he felt that he no longer needed to carefully hide his abilities like before. It was so tiring to live like this before. How's it going? Have you figured out why that broken loom was targeting you before? Robert asked, looking at the codebook in Clark's hand. Judging from the translation of the codebook, this loom predicts a scene: I am suspended in mid-air, and people worship me as a god below. Clark turned over the codebook and explained, the loom: I don't want gods to appear in this world, so let the Brotherhood strangle me before I become a god. That's it. Robert stared at the codebook in surprise and asked, it saw you floating in the air and thought you could become a god? Then why didn't it think I could become a god? Also, it saw you dare to find someone to kill you even if you don't know your strength from the picture. Based on the only information available, this is indeed the case, and it seems that this destiny loom cannot decide what it predicts. It can only randomly see some pictures, and then lock the target for the Brotherhood to take action. Clark analyzed it briefly and said softly. These prediction pictures may or may not be related to it, so it is not so much the belief of the Brotherhood, but it is a machine that can predict self-awareness. You don't know when you appear in front of it. The words it begged for mercy are the only words I have seen in my life. So it's begging for mercy. Robert sneered and said with some disdain, however, even if I find out, I won't let it go. This kind of thing that plots people behind its back should be completely destroyed. So, it's not that you were exposed and targeted by others. Jonathan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Robert and Clark and asked. It should not have been exposed. Robert did not leave any traces in the Brotherhood, and the police did not find any clues. However, the police have discovered that the Brotherhood is a killer organization hidden in the textile factory. Clark, his eyes flickered slightly, he looked into the distance and said softly. So, the police think that it was some people in the underground world seeking revenge that led to the destruction of the Brotherhood. In addition, Robert's action was a bit, well, he left no trace, so the police can't pursue it any further. In front of the Kents, Clark slightly changed his description and did not tell the story about Robert beating most of the killers to pieces. Although Robert didn't seem to care too much, Clark still wanted to. I need to help Robert maintain his image. Clark didn't know if the Kents could get used to Robert's murderous and unblinking way. At least Clark was not used to it, but Clark also had to admit that maybe sometimes, Robert's behavior style could avoid future troubles. If the current Clark were to deal with the Brotherhood, he should be able to kill Fox and Carlos, who sniped at them to protect his family, but he might not be able to be ruthless enough to kill all the Brotherhood's killers with his own hands, even if he changed his mind and let go of the suppression of his abilities, but killing was not what Clark liked. Leave it to me to end the enemy's life in the future. Clark thought of what Robert had said before. He felt that leaving these matters to Robert might be an option, at least. Before they find a path that suits them, this approach is the best choice for the Kent family now. In this way, the Kent family's alarm was temporarily lifted, but the demise of the Brotherhood caused quite a stir in the underground world. For Clark and Robert, the Brotherhood can solve the problem easily, and the time to do it is not as long as the rush. But for the underground world, especially for the killer world, the Brotherhood is already an organization with extraordinary abilities. Such an organization, the destruction aroused everyone's vigilance. Chapter 46, Shield and Blade. One after another, underground forces began to explore the reasons for the collapse of the Brotherhood. Although Robert did not leave any clues about himself, the fact that the Brotherhood was destroyed by extraordinary forces was recognized by all forces, because only extraordinary forces can make it so clean, leaving no clues. As a result, some extraordinary forces among the underground forces began to doubt each other. Although the extraordinary forces were waiting and watching without any evidence, some forces were already at war with each other, especially those who were already hostile. Among them, there are some of the most persistent forces, naturally the employers of the Brotherhood. After Sloane tampered with the Destiny Loom, he also received several orders, but the subsequent orders had not yet been forged. Destiny the Loom wove in Clark's name. At that time, Sloane felt guilty because his name had appeared before in the Destiny Loom, and at the same time wanted to divert the attention of the Brotherhood members, so he issued the order, which ultimately resulted in the Brotherhood being speed passed by Robert. Those employers paid the deposit, but the Brotherhood was destroyed without any explanation. They have to get the lost money back. Clark didn't know much about the turmoil in the underground world. He carefully observed places such as the textile factory and the police station. After confirming that Robert had not been discovered by anyone, he stopped paying attention for the time being. After the intelligence was lifted, the Kent family returned to their normal lives. Robert, who could no longer take leave, went to school as normal the next day. But what Robert didn't know was that after he left, Clark quietly ran to the deserted wilderness, recalling the scene predicted by the loom of destiny, and recalling Robert's appearance flying in the air, looking into the sky. There was a flash of desire. Since the destiny loom saw me suspended in the air, I should be able to fly. A thought flashed through Clark's mind, and Robert can already fly, which means that flying is not it's too difficult, should I try? Thinking of this, Clark took a deep breath, kicked his feet, and flew into the air, then fell to the ground, soared into the air again, and continued to fall. After several attempts, Clark felt that he was gradually breaking away from the influence of gravity, and used his own strange power to make his body fly without the help of external force. It's flying. When he found out that he was really flying in the air, Clark felt a little excited. Unlike Robert, who had flown countless times before the time travel, this was Clark's first time to fly. There was unconcealable excitement in his eyes, and he even grinned unconsciously. Even though Clark knew he could do this, when he actually did it, the feeling of satisfaction was completely different. However, as the saying goes, extreme joy brings sorrow, even the powerful Clark is no exception. When Clark, who was flying for the first time, had some problems with the control of his own power when his thoughts drifted away, his body suddenly began to fall from mid-air. Clark was startled, and then quickly adjusted his mentality and strength. Finally, he stopped the car before it fell to the ground in disgrace. He was suspended 1 foot above the ground and wiped his forehead. The sweat that does not exist on the body is not planted in the soil. Fortunately, I didn't practice flying in front of that guy Robert, otherwise he would have laughed at me for this matter. After Clark came back to his senses, he couldn't help but feel a little lucky, and then his body rushed into the sky again, starting his second flight. A journey to conquer the sky. It is obvious that as Clark becomes more proficient in flying, he becomes more and more comfortable, and even distraction will not have any impact on his flying. Clark even felt that it was more comfortable when the sun was shining on his body while flying in the air, so Clark couldn't help but float above the clouds, enjoying the strengthening of his body by the sun. Due to the successive impacts of Robert, the mystery of his life experience, the tornado, and the Brotherhood's assassination, Clark has completely accepted his abilities, and at the same time, he also wants to use his abilities to protect his family. Clark knows that his character cannot be as indifferent to killing and the lives of his enemies as Robert in a short period of time, but Clark believes that his ability is absolutely certain to become a shield that protects his family at all times. And Robert can be the sharp blade that takes the initiative. After all, this is what Robert is good at and likes. In Midtown High School, Robert didn't know that Clark had learned to fly so quickly, and he didn't know that he had missed the opportunity to see Clark in embarrassment. He only knew that his meditation time was seriously delayed because Kara sat down openly. His side. Originally, after Carla was angered twice by Robert, the deadline set for ignoring Robert had not yet come. But yesterday, Robert did not come to school, so Carla immediately forgot about ignoring Robert. Finally. They looked at each other in frustration, and their brainwaves reached a resonance at this moment, achieving an effect similar to a spiritual dialogue, and then sadness began to spread around them. I ignored you, so you really stopped looking for me? What did you do yesterday? Why didn't you come to school? Kara narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at Robert, looking at the position of Robert's tail from time to time. But due to Robert's warning before, Kara did not use her clairvoyance eyes, but just looked at Robert's tail out of habit. You didn't promise me to practice and fight together, why should I look for you? Robert glanced at Kara and asked confidently. You. Carla was choked by Robert's words and couldn't speak. She gritted her silver teeth secretly and glared at Robert angrily. After silently reciting "Don't be angry" dozens of times in her heart, she took a deep breath. Looking at Robert, he said, although I have great power, I am not a warrior. Why should I practice fighting? You are indeed not a warrior. Although it is a bit wasteful, everyone has his own ambitions. Maybe your race doesn't like fighting very much. Robert nodded in agreement after hearing Kara's words. He was sure that Kara was a strong person, but in his opinion, Kara is not a female warrior, and Clark, including Clark at this time, can only be regarded as a strong one and cannot be called a true warrior. Our race has specialized fighters. They are born with the fate of warriors, but I am not such a warrior. Kara explained in a low voice. Then are there any warriors of your race still alive? Robert's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at Kara expectantly and asked. There should be no more. With the destruction of Krypton, there should be only 2 Kryptonians in the universe, me and Carl. Kara sighed softly, looking a little disappointed. Chapter 47, The sharp blade is about to be unsheathed. In Carla's view, she was feeling lost and sad in front of Robert at this time. No matter what Robert was doing, he should comfort herself, and then she could take the opportunity to ask why Robert didn't come to school yesterday. But what Kara didn't know was that Robert had always felt that Kryptonians sometimes had a hard time with their brains, but he had overlooked that he had been assimilated by the Scions, especially Son Goku, in certain matters. That's such a pity. At this time, Robert had no intention of comforting Kara. Instead, he said with great regret, even looking a little more disappointed than Kara, you and Clark don't like fighting. If it would be great to meet a Kryptonian warrior. You. Hey. Carla heard Robert's beeping sound and clenched her pink fist tightly. If this wasn't a school, if Robert flew out with one punch, the wall would collapse and cause too much trouble. If people pay attention, Kara can't help but take action. Kara really didn't expect that Robert's brain circuitry was so strange. If Kara hadn't scanned Robert's brain structure, which was basically the same as that of humans, Kara would have doubted whether Robert's race had brains that were different from those of regular humans in the universe. In the end, Kara couldn't help it anymore, and after glaring at Robert angrily, she returned to her seat. Okay. Although the 5 Demeters didn't know what Kara and Robert exchanged in low voices, they still secretly cheered at the same time after seeing Kara leave in anger. Robert didn't react much to Kara returning to his seat. He felt that he had begun to get used to Kara's rapidly changing mood. Moreover, after Kara left, Robert finally had time to meditate. When Carla saw Robert ignoring her like this, she felt angry but also a little shaken. She vaguely had the idea of training and fighting with Robert, but this idea was quickly suppressed by her. She felt I shouldn't give in so quickly. One evening a few days later, Robert was practicing. Clark slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the setting sun, a trace of desire flashed in his eyes. He resisted the idea of chasing the sun and continuing to enjoy the warmth. Clark fell in on the ground. At the same time, the sky had darkened in New York in another time zone. In a corner of the city, there was a gang leader wearing a strange mask, holding information carefully collected by his subordinates, with dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. Under the light, the younger brother below was as quiet as greetings, not daring to say a word. The man wearing this mask is named Lester, and his nickname is Bullseye. He is a famous killer in the underground world. He is born with extremely accurate projection ability. Any object in his hands may become a murderous weapon. Originally, Bullseye was the right-hand man of an underground emperor named Kingpin, but unknown to what happened some time ago, Bullseye escaped from Kingpin in embarrassment and formed his own gang, like a gangster in the darkness. The Viper has been watching every move of Kingpin and his gang. That's it. Bullseye raised his head at this time, narrowed his eyes and looked at his subordinates with a violent light flashing in his eyes and asked in a deep voice, there were so many killers before the Brotherhood was destroyed, but you found Fox and Carlos. What about going to Smallville? What about Sloane? Is that guy really dead like that? Doesn't his destiny loom predict? Could he die at the hands of others? Boss, the brothers really tried their best. Before the Brotherhood happened, only Fox and Carlos' actions were exposed a little bit, and they disappeared later. We have no way to take action. The younger brother's eyes flashed. He looked at Bullseye with a wry smile and said, Poof. With a sound, a trace of madness flashed in Bullseye's eyes, and he suddenly spit out a toothpick from his mouth, directly piercing the younger brother's neck. The younger brother fell to the ground in pain, clutching his neck, and his body kept twitching. Blood flowed from the gaps between his fingers to the ground, and his body became colder and colder. If the little brother was sent to the hospital at this time, he could still be saved, but it was obvious that Bullseye had no such plan. He watched his little brother die indifferently and threw the information in his hand into a pool of blood. Useless trash. Bullseye saw that his little brother had completely lost his breath. A crazy light flashed in his eyes, but soon the crazy light was replaced by fear. His fists were clenched tightly. Jin Bin, that bastard, after getting that talisman, I feel like a different person, and you want me to become a monk? And you want to persuade me to do good and forgive my sins? How ridiculous! I originally expected the Brotherhood to attract Kingpin's attention, so I tried to steal the charm. Now something happened to the Brotherhood again. Smallville Town, Fox and Carlos. Is there really a problem in this town? Why don't you send someone to investigate? What if there are still people in the Brotherhood alive? I've given you a deposit, why should I let them act as cannon fodder to attract Kingpin's firepower first? What the underground world needs is a strong underground emperor, not a monk who wants to lead people to do good, be full of compassion, prevent everyone from making money and enjoy themselves, and create a new order. Bullseye chose to cooperate with the Brotherhood before, and the reason was very simple. Bullseye simply looked down on those killer organizations that did not have extraordinary power, and the Brotherhood was barely considered a supernatural force. In addition, Sloane happened to start taking orders some time ago, and Bullseye paid the deposit with the mentality of looking for cannon fodder. No matter what, the deposit must reflect the value. However, Bullseye didn't know that when he dropped the keywords on Smallville, Fox, Carlos, Sloane, and the Brotherhood, Clark had his spot locked down. Clark did not monitor all the sounds in the world all the time, but in order to prevent the loom of destiny from happening again and being beaten to the doorstep without knowing it, Clark used his super brain to set some keywords to draw your attention. Obviously, Bullseye's words successfully triggered the keyword, but this means that Bullseye may be able to know the truth about the demise of the Brotherhood, and even go to meet the members of the Brotherhood in person. Clark witnessed Bullseye killing his men with his own eyes. He frowned and struggled a little in his heart. After all, unlike what happened with the Brotherhood before, the Brotherhood had already posed a threat to the Kent family, so Clark agreed to Robert's long-distance raid to destroy the Brotherhood. But now, Bullseye has not really taken action against the Kent family. Robert, maybe you need to take action. But in the end, Clark made up his mind. He would never allow someone like Bullseye to appear near Smallville and threaten his family, so he quickly contacted Go Up to Robert, who is practicing, and tell him about Bullseye. The shield has been set up and the blade is about to be unsheathed. Chapter 48 An Imitator in the Night? Is someone targeting us again? Is it because of the Brotherhood? Didn't I leave no clues? Robert became excited after hearing Clark's spiritual dialogue, but soon asked with some doubts. It wasn't you who left the clues, it was the two killers who left their traces and were discovered. Clark recounted what he had just seen through a spiritual dialogue. Wait. What do you mean? Talisman? The masked man mentioned a talisman? What kind of talisman is it? Robert's eyes suddenly lit up as he listened to Clark's story, and he asked excitedly. After Robert heard the news from Carla that there was a talisman in this world, he always wanted to find more clues about the talisman. After all, the big boss, the Holy Lord, had been designated by Robert as his opponent. However, Kara recently, for some unknown reason, would leave angrily without even saying a few words to him, and Robert could not find a suitable opportunity to ask for more information about the spell. But Robert didn't expect that he would hear news about the talisman again from Clark. What talisman is it? He didn't say, do you know about that talisman? Clark glanced at Bullseye again, but didn't get any more information. I don't know too much. I only know that there are 12 talismans, corresponding to the 12 zodiac signs. Each talisman has a different power. By the way, there is a talisman that can release lasers from the eyes. Robert briefly described it. Oh? Which one is it? Clark also became interested at this time and asked with some expectation. Pig. Robert replied, waiting for Clark's reaction. Clark's face turned dark when he heard this, and after a while he said angrily, it's time for you to set off, the journey this time is a bit long. TCH. Sure enough, the brain circuits of Kryptonians are different from ordinary people. Robert, who was the first to complain, muttered, and then he flashed and flew into the sky. It doesn't matter if the distance is long, I can fly anyway. It's like saying someone can't fly. Clark raised the corners of his mouth slightly, but said in a pretentious tone, how about we compete another day to see who can fly faster? You can fly. Robert was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and quickly transferred the fire and said, "Your cousin Kara still can't fly." "Well, she shouldn't be able to fly yet, otherwise she should have flown away before." Ah, sneeze. At the same time, Kara sneezed, her eyes flashing with confusion. She had never had a cold before, so how could she sneeze? "Wait. Come back first, don't leave in a hurry." Clark, who was guiding Robert, suddenly thought of something and hurriedly stopped Robert and said, "You can't just go there like this, the previous textile factory is comparing in a remote place, no one will notice you except the people in the textile factory. But this time is different. This time you are in a place like New York. If you are accidentally seen and it will be more troublesome, then you might as well not deal with that bullseye and wait for him to send someone over." This. Robert scratched his head after hearing this. What Clark said this time did make sense. It was rare that Clark and he agreed to eliminate the enemy. If Robert was discovered, it would cause even greater trouble. Trouble, that is undoubtedly not worth the gain. What should I do? Should I put on makeup? Or wear a mask? But this problem is really difficult for Robert. After all, Robert has not learned the makeup method of disguise from Kame Sennin, nor has he learned the transformation skills of Oolong and Pool. "I have a good idea. I found some strange people, and their solutions are very suitable for you." While talking to Robert, Clark returned home and quickly walked around the house with a smile on his face. What was he wearing? After a while, a jacket with a mask appeared in Clark's hands. "What's a good way?" Robert blinked while suspended in mid-air, waiting for Clark's reply, but felt Clark's breath flying towards him, and then the corners of Robert's eyes twitched slightly. Next, he stared at Clark who appeared in front of him and the dark clothes in his hands and asked, "You wouldn't let me wear such an ugly thing, would you? What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Clark showed off the pure black hooded top in front of Robert in detail. "I sewed this carefully, are you questioning my craftsmanship?" "Let's not talk about the craftsmanship of this dress. I will never wear such an ugly dress," Robert said firmly. "Forget it, it's better not to go so far away. I was planning to give you 2 more days off." Clark sighed with regret, folded his clothes, and said softly, "We'll wait for them. It's better to send someone over to deal with them, after all, it's really not good for them to take the initiative before taking action." Robert fell into silence looking at the clothes in Clark's hand. In the latter part of the night in New York, a figure was flying in the air. Because he was dressed in black clothes and even his head was covered by a mask, his whole body was completely blended into the darkness, making it difficult for anyone to spot him. Among Bullseye's gang, the bloodstains on the ground have been cleaned up long ago, and the unlucky boy didn't know where he was thrown. But at this point, Bullseye hasn't rested yet, but is carefully working beside the workbench, polishing their own unique weapons. When Bullseye used to deal with ordinary people, flying flowers and fallen leaves could kill people. Poker cards, toothpicks, and other items that ordinary people could not think of could be used as his weapons to kill people. However, when facing existences at the extraordinary level, these methods did not work. It has the desired effect, especially the target behind Bullseye is the existence that Bullseye has always been most afraid of, the underground Emperor Kingpin. Not enough. Still not enough. Soon, Bullseye angrily smashed all the weapons in his hands. He knew that these weapons were not enough to deal with Kingpin. And just when Bullseye lost his temper, he suddenly discovered something was wrong, because after he lost his temper, the boy outside didn't react at all. Although it was very late, Bullseye's temper was clearly displayed here. His younger brothers don't dare to be lazy and doze under his men. Limo. Subconsciously, Bullseye's eyes flashed with caution, and he stepped back to the side, picking up the weapon he had just thrown out with his own unique technique, and at the same time shouted loudly toward the outside, "Well! No, Remo was killed by me just now, Xiu Yin, hey!" As soon as Bullseye finished speaking, he saw a figure wearing a mask and black clothes walking in. When he saw this figure, Bullseye couldn't help but froze, because the figure's mask had no connection with him except the top of his head. The same target pattern, the style is exactly the same as his. "Are you imitating me?" Bullseye, who had misunderstood something, was instantly angry. Several rays of silver light flew out from his body and pointed directly at the figure who came in. "Are you found by Kingpin to be my replacement? How can it be so easy to replace me?" Chapter 49, Monk Jinbing. The imitator Bullseye mentioned was none other than Robert, who was forced to put on this ugly outfit and traveled thousands of miles to the strange land of New York to solve the problem. Robert came originally with anger. After all, he was forced to wear such ugly clothes, so he was naturally unhappy. Even though Robert had just sent Bullseye to Smallville to kill the younger brother, and others who had taken out the gang didn't let his displeasure subside either. Imitate you? Hey? It's interesting. But when Robert saw several hidden weapons like silver needles flying in his direction, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, because the lethality of these silver needles seemed to be more powerful than bullets. Which means that Bullseye's strength is even more powerful than that of the Brotherhood. However, no matter how powerful a weapon is, it will have no effect if it cannot hit anyone. Bullseye's ability allows him to have extremely accurate throwing capabilities, but the premise is that Bullseye itself can lock the enemy's position. Ahoy! 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 Several silver needles passed through Robert's eyes, throat, heart, and other places. After shooting through Robert's body, they also shot through the wall behind Robert, but there was something in Bullseye's eyes. There was a flash of solemnity, because many years of experience told him that he did not hit his opponent, especially after Robert's body gradually dissipated. Almost subconsciously, Bullseye's mouth squirmed and his fingers kept turning. Various hidden weapons flew out from his fingers, forming a torrent of hidden weapons in front of Bullseye. Bullseye predicted that Lobet will definitely attack himself after disappearing. This is the hidden weapon that Bullseye has just built to deal with Jin Bin. Although he was not satisfied with these hidden weapons before, when faced with the mysterious Robert's attack, he can only use these hidden weapons to fight back. From Bullseye's point of view, even Kingpin couldn't ignore the fact that he threw so many hidden weapons at the same time, and even had to avoid their sharp edges. But what Bullseye didn't expect was that his hidden weapon did allow Robert to temporarily avoid the edge. But the problem was that Robert had no intention of appearing in Bullseye's frontal attack. He had already come behind Bullseye and waved. The punch hit the Bullseye. Swish! The powerful wind shocked Bullseye. His reaction and agility far beyond that of ordinary people allowed him to turn around at the last moment and spit out several silver rays that he had already prepared in his mouth. The needles shot out at the same time, blocking his chest with both arms. It can be said that Bullseye's performance at this time is much more powerful than the killers of the Brotherhood. Even the Brotherhood's top killers Carlos, Fox, and even the leader are far inferior to Bullseye. The Brotherhood has only touched the extraordinary boundaries, and Bullseye is the one who truly stands in the extraordinary realm. But unfortunately, Bullseye still underestimated Robert's strength and reaction speed. When Robert faced the silver needle spitting out of Bullseye's mouth, a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. With the power of swinging his right fist, he turned sideways and dwarfed. His whole body completed a flip in an instant, not only dodging, he picked up the silver needle hidden weapon stained with Bullseye's saliva, and also completed a back kick with his left leg, hitting Bullseye's arm. With a cry of pain, Bullseye flew out. His arm was already covered in flesh and blood. Pain was obviously surging crazily in his brain, but he found that he could no longer control his arm. No. Impossible. Bullseye was lying on the ground in a panic, shouting at Robert with a hint of panic in his voice, "With your strength, you can't be Jin Bin's subordinate. Who are you?" Who? As a well-known figure in the underground world, Bullseye has seen many people with extraordinary abilities, but even the most feared Kingpin, who can defeat 10 top fighting masters at the same time in 20 seconds, is impossible to do so. Powerful. When did I say that I was Kingpin's subordinate? Robert shrugged and slowly walked towards Bullseye. He did not end Bullseye's life immediately because Robert wanted to get rid of Bullseye. Get information about the Kingpin and its charms. Poof. Seeing Robert getting closer and closer, Bullseye's brain frantically calculated the reaction speed Robert had shown before. When Robert appeared less than half a meter away from him, Bullseye spat out again. A hidden weapon. The material of this concealed weapon is different from the previous ones. The previous concealed weapons had a silver metallic luster, but this concealed weapon is completely black. Many people cannot notice its existence in the dark of night. This is also Bullseye's final trump card. Tisk. With a sound, Robert was very disgusted with Bullseye, a guy who liked to spit on people. He condensed a ball of energy wave in his fingers, directly knocked away the hidden weapon, and at the same time penetrated Bullseye's body, and fired 2 more energy waves, breaking off Bullseye's legs. Ugh! Hey! Bullseye cried out in pain, but he soon suppressed a low groan and kept himself from making any sound. Forget it, your move is too disgusting, it's better to be on the safe side. Robert looked at the bullseye lying on the ground like a dead fish and shook his head, then condensed a small energy wave and threw it into the target. Eye's mouth, directly prevent bullseye from spitting out strange things from his mouth, and at the same time, prepare to use it to end bullseye's life. At the next moment, Robert held down bullseye's head, and soon withdrew his hand helplessly. Bullseye's two most important memories at this time were that Kingpin persuaded him to do good. He rose up to resist, and was then killed. One of the scenes of being blown away is Bullseye contacting the Brotherhood to find someone to assassinate Kingpin. Robert did not find any specific clues about the talisman from these pictures, but fortunately, Robert found the location of the Kingpin building and could go there to see the situation for himself. Hey! However, just when Robert had just received the memory picture and was about to solve Bullseye, he suddenly felt a chi that was far more powerful than ordinary people approaching here. Outside the Bullseye gang, a giant man more than 2 meters tall stopped. His nose moved. A look of mercy and sadness flashed across his ferocious face, and he accelerated towards the Bullseye gang. He came up and sighed compassionately, "Amitabha, what a sin! Hey? This is Jinbin? Is he really a monk?" As the breath got closer and closer, Robert quickly saw the huge figure. After recognizing Jinbin's identity, Robert the corners of Bates' mouth twitched slightly, because the visual impact brought by the contrast between Kingpin's image and identity was too strong. Woohoo! Jinpin's appearance also attracted Bullseye's attention. There were bursts of sounds in his throat, which meant that Robert put an energy wave in his mouth. Otherwise, he would definitely be to seek help from the Kingpin. After all, Kingpin just wanted him to be a good monk before, but now Robert wants to kill him. Bullseye doesn't want to die. If Kingpin can save him from Robert's hands, it will be in Kingpin's hands. What does it matter if he serves as a monk for a period of time and pretends to do good deeds? Chapter 50, Really Beat Yourself Up. Amitabha, this little benefactor, can you spare Donor Lester? As the saying goes, when is the time for retribution? Instead of killing Donor Lester and committing the crime of murder like this, why not let him spend the rest of his life to redeem himself? Where is your fault? Kingpin seemed to understand Bullseye's plea for help. He clasped his hands together, squeezed out a trace of sincere compassion from his face, looked at Robert and said softly. Looking at Jinbin, who was filled with a sense of disobedience in front of him, Robert was silent for a moment. Regarding the profession of monk, Robert was relatively familiar with it. After all, not to mention that Colin is the monk of Duolin Temple in the Dragon Ball world. Let's just say that the country before Robert traveled through has always had the inheritance of Buddhism, and there are many monks in various literary, film and television works. But no matter whether those monks are good or bad, most of them have a relatively kind appearance. In Robert's view, the man in front of him is more than 2 meters tall, full of muscles, and has so much flesh on his face that it is very difficult to even smile. The difficult Jinbin looks even more cruel than Zishan. Sorry, I can't. However, Robert quickly came to his senses. He had no intention of changing his behavior because he had to deal with Kingpin to obtain information about the spell. After all, Bullseye was eyeing Smallville Town. There is a possibility of threatening his family, so Robert naturally cannot let him go. Boom! With the sound of Robert's words, the energy wave in Bullseye's mouth exploded directly, and a large amount of blood spurted out from Bullseye's mouth and nasal cavity. Soon Bullseye was lost the breath of life. Amitabha, how good it is! Seeing Bullseye die in front of him, Kingpin shook his head with emotion and said regretfully, Donor Lester has committed many crimes in his life. Originally, I was going to punish him. He was kind and allowed him to forgive his former self, but now it seems that he can only repay it slowly in hell. Hell? Is there really a hell? Robert's eyes lit up slightly when he heard this. There are many strong people in the hell of the Dragon Ball world. Although Robert doesn't know whether the Kryptonians are under the control of hell, but if there really is a hell in this world, maybe Robert will have the opportunity to see the dead Kryptonian warriors, Kara said. Hell naturally exists. I have met a great king of hell. He predestined my soul and said that I am the only top evil person in the world and a born devil. Kingpin looked at Robert. He spoke. However, I saw the little benefactor today. His murderous intent is natural, and he regards life as nothing. If the Lord of Hell sees you, I think he will like the little benefactor's soul very much. So, in order to prevent this from happening, little benefactor, you should study Buddhism carefully with me, accumulate good deeds, and ascend to the Western Paradise as soon as possible to escape the threat of endless hell. Robert, does he have that serious illness? I heard that you got something called a talisman? Can you tell me what kind of talisman you got? Robert was too lazy to continue arguing with Kingpin on the issue of Buddhism. Now that Kingpin has appeared, then Robert was just in a position to find out the information about the spell. Are you here for it? Kingpin glanced at Robert in surprise, then took out half of the talisman from his arms and said softly, I'm sorry, little benefactor, I can't give you this talisman yet, because I haven't completely solved its problem yet. After I completely solve its problem, I can give it to you, and it will be a complete piece. Maybe, just like it helped me, it can help you become a truly kind person who values life. Half a piece? Tiger talisman. The half piece of the talisman evokes some of Robert's memories. It was a scene of two Jackie Chans collaborating. This reminded Robert of the name of the talisman in Kingpin's hand, but just before Robert Wente was about to say something, he suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction outside, because Robert sensed several chi coming towards this direction in several echelons. Hey! Jinpin, who was holding half of the tiger talisman, also turned his head and looked over, because the half of the tiger talisman in his hand was slightly hot, guiding Jinpin to look outside. Don't run! Stop! Soon, there was a noise outside, and it looked like there was a chase outside. Robert, there is a person outside who looks exactly like Kingpin. Clark's reminder sounded in Robert's mind, be careful, if the situation goes wrong, just withdraw, don't make too much noise. Don't worry, even without me, they will make a big fuss. Robert shrugged, waiting expectantly for the appearance of the black goldfish outside. I've got you. However, just when Kurogen appeared in Robert's field of vision, a fat man who was slightly taller than Kurogen hugged Kurogen's body and said in a muffled voice. Don't even think about escaping, hand over the talisman. True. Robert blinked and recognized the identity of this big fat man. However, what Robert didn't expect was that just as Taru hugged Kurogen's body, he was hit hard. Kurogen's arm elbowed backwards, and the blow dented Taru's big belly. Even his body was a little unsteady due to the severe pain. Winter. The next moment, Kurogen threw him over his shoulder and threw Taru heavily to the ground, causing the whole ground to tremble. Moreover, Kurogen was unyielding when he gained the upper hand. With a ferocious light flashing in his eyes, he kicked Taru's head, crushing Taru's head like a watermelon and crushing it on the spot. Pang! Was heard, but Jinpin's action did not succeed, because Jinpin rushed in front of him, kicked him on the foot, and forced him out. Amitabha, haven't you learned your lesson? Are you going to commit murder again? Jinpin sighed softly, stopped between Toru and Heijin, looked at Kojin and warned him. Shut up! You are not me at all. You fake! Jinpin gritted his teeth and glared at Jinpin and shouted in a deep voice. Since I am a counterfeit, why can't you defeat me? Is there any reason in the world that genuine products cannot defeat pirated copies? Jinpin slowly shook his head, looked at Heijin and said softly, so, this is the will of the Buddha. Buddha gave us the opportunity to take refuge and wash away our grievances. As the saying goes, put down the butcher knife and become a Buddha immediately. As long as you can save people and do good like me, we will definitely be able to escape the threat of hell and go to the Western Paradise. Fuck the Western Paradise. Even if I fall into hell, I will not go to your Western Paradise. I am Kingpin. I am the king of the underground world. I don't know if the original version can't beat the pirated version, which angered Jing. And, he roared and punched Jinpin, and soon the two of them fought together. After several fights, the people around him couldn't tell who was who, and it felt like a real and fake Son Goku. At this time, Robert sensed the following waves of energy and rushed over. Chapter 51, The Talking King of Fu. Soon, a striking man with a big nose rushed over first, followed by several men in suits chasing him. Among them, a strong man with red hair attracted special attention. Uncle Long. Robert recognized the identity of Jackie Chan with the big nose, and also recognized that the red-haired man was the famous Talker King. However, Robert had long forgotten the name of the Talker Afu, and only remembered the crow flying on the plane. The trick. Oh my god! Two kingpins are fighting? What's going on? When Jackie Chan saw the two kingpins fighting, he looked a little confused and subconsciously exclaimed. Ah Fu and others who were chasing behind them were also stunned. They scratched their heads and looked at each other to discuss, now that the kingpin has changed from 1 to 2, who should we grab the charm from? The fierce-looking one is the kingpin we are chasing, and the kinder-looking one is the other kingpin. True got up in embarrassment and walked to Ah Fu and others to remind them. Ah Fu and others looked at the two fighting jinbins after hearing this, and then fell into silence. Please forgive their blindness, but they really couldn't tell which jinbin was more fierce and which one was more beautiful. Kinder. No matter how many there are, we can just arrest them both later. Anyway, they started fighting on their own, which can save us a lot of energy. After a while, Ah Fu turned his attention to Jackie Chan and Rob. Te said. Let's clear the area first. You go and deal with Jackie Chan, and I'll deal with that little guy. After Kingpin and the others are both injured, shouldn't we be able to grab the talisman whenever we want? Okay. True and others looked at each other and rushed towards Jackie Chan. Hey! What are you going to do? Facing the double teaming by Taru and others, Jackie Chan shouted in a panic, but the moves in his hands showed no intention of stopping. He stepped back to avoid Lei Su's embrace. Kicked Zhou away, punched Ah Fen away, and instantly solved the double teaming situation of Taru and others, and successfully had a one-on-one real man battle with Taru. Ah! Jackie Chan screamed strangely to attract Taru's attention, and punched Taru in the stomach. However, Taru's stomach hit him, and his body flew out. It can be seen that in terms of strength, Jackie Chan is not only there is a big gap with Black Gold, and there is also a big gap with True. However, Jackie Chan's advantage is not strength, skills and performance in battle are what Jackie Chan is good at. Therefore, Jackie Chan used Taru's power to roll and hit in the house. The house was not too narrow, but it also had a certain restrictive effect on the huge Taru, especially since Taru's attacks were not counted. Too flexible, after following Jackie Chan into the house, Jackie Chan deftly dodged every attack. And this is just the beginning. All kinds of furniture in the house have become Jackie Chan's weapons. Although Taru broke the furniture again and again, Jackie Chan's frequent tricks still made him stained everywhere, and he was even beaten more than once. Jackie Chan overturned it to the ground with skill or various tools. As expected of Uncle Long. Robert said with some admiration as he watched the battle between Jackie Chan and True in the room. So you two are together, but kids, it's not a good thing to be distracted at this time. Ah Fu saw that Robert was not aware of the crisis at all, and frowned and reminded, you. At your age, you should sleep well at home, otherwise you will not grow taller. Now I will give you a chance, leave now, I can let you go. Well, based on what you said, I will let you go, but I will also teach you a lesson. Robert heard this and turned to look at Ah Fu. Buletin Gao said with some dissatisfaction. I'll give you a chance and you'll be successful. Ah Fu snorted coldly, jumped up, lifted one leg straight towards Robert, and shouted, elephant kicks. Ha! Robert looked at Ah Fu's move and sneered, and dodged sideways. When Ah Fu saw that his move failed, he looked a little more solemn, then changed his move and launched another attack. This is the mantis fist, this is the snake step, this is the lotus float, this is the scorpion palm, and there are flamenco dance steps. It must be said that Ah Fu is indeed the king of talkers. With his own martial arts moves there were so many names that even Robert could put himself to shame, but these moves posed no threat to Robert at all, and he was easily dodged one by one. Try my flying crane to catch shrimps again, try my two dragons playing with beads, orangutan breaking branches, rabbit punching, mule kicking. Ah Fu's expression changed when he saw Robert easily dodging his attack. Gradually he became more solemn, and while shouting his moves, he suddenly changed his moves. He clearly used a crow to fly but did not shout out the name of the move. Pang! Was heard, but the next moment, Ah Fu fell to the ground awkwardly in mid-air and covered his stomach. The intense pain prevented him from getting up from the ground in a short time. Next time you make a move, there's no need to shout first. Robert glared at Ah Fu who was lying on the ground. He didn't admit that he just wanted to hear how many moves Ah Fu could shout out and kept dodging. After hearing the name of Crow's flying move, he took action with some disappointment and knocked down Ah Fu with one move. It's amazing. At the same time, Jackie Chan also successfully defeated True, causing him to temporarily lose his fighting power. He happened to see Robert knocking down Ah Fu, which made Jackie Chan look at Robert in amazement. He said, "Kid, who did you learn martial arts from? If you have a chance, could you introduce me to your master? Okay, let's leave a contact information. If you encounter problems with spells in the future and you can't solve them, you can come to me and I can help you solve them. Robert's eyes lit up and he looked at Jackie Chan and said with a smile. In the Dragon Ball world, there is a Dragon Ball radar developed by Bulma that can locate the location of the Dragon Ball. In this world, Jackie Chan and Dad can also be called humanoid spell radars. As long as you follow them, there is no way to find the spell. Any problem? After all, Robert's purpose is not to hold the talisman in his own hands. He just wants to see the powerful men from all walks of life who are blessed by the talisman, as well as the ultimate boss Holy Lord and his demon brothers who are hidden behind the talisman. Are you here for the talisman? Jackie Chan frowned, looked at Robert with some vigilance and asked, which force sent you? Wallen? No, you have already attacked Walong's men. He shouldn't be one of them. Could it be said that a new force is eyeing the talisman again? I don't belong to any force. I just want to participate in adventures and seek opportunities to fight. After all, the people who get the spell are very strong. For example, the two people we are fighting against are two very good people. Where is the opponent? Robert pursed his lips in the direction of the two kingpins and said with a smile. However, they say that blackening is 10 times stronger and whitewashing is 3 times weaker. I don't quite understand why this whitewashed monk Jinpin can suppress the violent kingpin. Chapter 52, Good, Evil and Integration. Yes, Robert is different from others. Robert can clearly distinguish the difference between the monk kingpin and the later black kingpin through chi. But what Robert doesn't quite understand is that the two people transformed by the tiger talisman have the same strength of energy and the same physical strength in theory. Why can this monk Jinpin suppress black Jin and fight? Is it said that blackening is more powerful? Black gold does not really embarrass the black world. When I quietly followed Valen's men to the Jinbin building, the Jinbin who came before us was originally imprisoned. It was Ah Fu and the others who accidentally released him. Jackie Chan scratched his head. Scratching his head, he whispered, in other words, he is not the opponent of another kingpin. Speaking of which, do you really want to fight the two of them? These two are far more powerful than Ah Fu and the others. More importantly, their strength and defense are not at the same level as yours. Jackie Chan looked at Robert as he spoke, and then at the two kingpins. Robert was 1.61 meters tall, and the two kingpins were close to 2.1 meters. This difference in height and body shape, even though Robert had just shown despite his outstanding skills, he didn't think Robert could fight against any kingpin. Pang! Was heard, just as Jackie Chan finished his words, He Jinpin was thrown to the ground by Jinpin, and the whole ground shook. Then Jinpin locked He Jinpin's body tightly, preventing him from moving to fight back. Opportunity. Why? You are just a fake. I am the emperor of the underground world. I am the real kingpin. Why can you defeat me? The last time he was defeated by Kingpin and imprisoned, can Black Kingpin still be used? He was ready to explain, but this time he was defeated by Kingpin again, which made Black Kingpin completely unable to accept this fact. Because I know my past self too well. Jinpin locked He Jinpin and shook his head, sighing softly, I know how evil I am, how many bad things I have done, what my acting style and fighting style are like, I being able to know how each of your punches exerts force and how it will hit me. However, you have reached the limit of evil, but you don't know what the kind me under the influence of Buddha is like. You know nothing about kindness, and you have also forgotten your fear of hell. We have only one way out now, and that is to study Buddhism together, do good deeds and accumulate virtue. Only in this way can we seize the opportunity given to us by the Buddha and escape from the threat of hell. No. I don't accept it. It's all that broken stone. If it weren't for it, I wouldn't be like this. And I wouldn't lose. He Jinpin was silent for a moment after hearing this, and then his body struggled crazily. Amitabha, it's useless. You are no match for me. Only by taking refuge in my Buddha can both of us have the opportunity to forgive our sins and be liberated. Hey! Jinpin recited the Buddha's name softly, preparing to recite a verse for He Jin to and calm down, but at this moment, the chest of He Jinpin under Jinpin released a ball of light, which was the light of half a spell. Buzz! With a sound, the light from He Jinpin's chest flew out and crashed into Jinpin's chest. The two half pieces of the tiger talisman merged together again at this moment, without any gaps between them. At the same time, a white light was released from the tiger talisman, wrapping the Golden Union and the Black Golden Union. The two figures quickly approached and merged, and soon became one figure again. Fusion again? Hey? No, wasn't the monk Jinpin more powerful before? Why is the aura so violent after the fusion? Robert said hesitantly, feeling the ferocious aura coming from Jinpin. Hee. Because he understands me so well. That's why he can suppress me in terms of combat ability. Hearing Robert's beeping sound, Black Gold regained dominance after fusion and showed a ferocious smile. Looking at Robert, he explained, but just because he understands me so well, it means that his understanding and control of evil are not inferior to mine at all. When he was separated from me before, he was able to suppress his evil thoughts with his own good thoughts. But after we're integrated, the two evil thoughts were far more than his good thoughts could fight against, so I, Kingpin, am back. Underworld, cheer for your emperor. Cheer. It was obvious that the black gold that had just been fused together did not look a little crazy. In other words, because the black gold had been suppressed for too long, his mentality had undergone some changes, and now he couldn't wait to be released. Two evil thoughts suppress one kind thought? Doesn't that mean that you have no good thoughts at all? Robert raised his eyebrows, looked at Heijin in surprise and asked. I am recognized by the King of Hell, the only top evil person in the world. I am a born devil. Why should I have good thoughts? If it weren't for this broken talisman, I would not have such useless good thoughts. Something. Heijin held the tiger talisman tightly. First he gritted his teeth and then laughed crazily. Ha 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 ha. However, this spell also gave me unprecedented power. I can feel that I am far more powerful than before. When I kill you, no one will know what happened before. I will further expand my power. Dark Empire. You happened to kill my favorite man, Lester, so use your life to repay it. You walk faster, maybe you can meet him after you go to hell. Pang. Heijinpin's voice fell, and the bricks under his feet suddenly burst open, and then Heijinpin's body turned into an afterimage and disappeared in place. Be careful. Jackie Chan shrank slightly and exclaimed subconsciously. He wanted to grab Robert and move back, but found that his hand was empty. Pang! Was heard, and the next moment, a loud noise came. Jackie Chan looked over and saw the fists of Robert and Heijin colliding together. It was clear that Robert's fists were not as good as Heijin's fists. Half the size, but Heijinpin staggered back several steps after the two collided, each step leaving a small hole in the ground. Gilu! Jackie Chan swallowed subconsciously when he saw this scene, and then he heard 5 swallowing sounds appearing around him at the same time. When Jackie Chan looked around, he saw Afu and others getting up and quietly joining together. He looked a little stunned when he noticed the movement of Robert and Heijin fighting each other. Even the sumo master Taru and the martial arts master Afu had to admit at this time that the strength displayed by Robert and Kurogain was far beyond what they could deal with. Afu even believed Robert's previous words about letting him go, because if Robert really used the power he showed now to deal with him, then he would probably be lying on the ground unable to get up. Leave. While no one is paying attention to us. Almost at the same moment, Afu and others reached a consensus because of the threat of strength displayed by Robert and Heijin, and quietly retreated one by one, for fear of attracting Luo's attention. Bet and Kurogain paid the same attention. Chapter 53, Human Sandbags. Jackie Chan noticed the actions of Afu and others, but Jackie Chan ignored them because although Robert had the upper hand in the first collision with Heijinpin, he was not sure that Robert would win. After all, Heijin does not look so ferocious, and although Robert can't see his face, he can tell at a glance that he is a fledgling child. Compared to Afu and others who escaped, Jackie Chan is still more worried about Robert. Who are you? Heijinpin stared at Robert with a heavy face at this time, trying to see Robert's face inside the mask, but unfortunately failed. After all, he did not have Clark and Kara's see-through eyes. You're just a person who likes to fight. Robert glanced at Black Gold and quietly put his moving arms behind his back and said with a smile, "You're pretty good. You're much stronger than your masked subordinate. Your body is harder. With strength, among the people I know, I can be in the top 3. Come on, let's fight again." Of course, the top 3 is third. As for the top 2, they must be Clark and Kara. If Heijin knew that he could be in the top 3 of the same ranking list as Clark and Kara, would he feel honored? Of course, the original Black Gold was not that powerful at all. The reason why he was recognized by Robert was more due to the power of the Tiger Talisman. In theory, the Tiger Talisman, which can only reconcile the balance of yin and yang, may have unknown abilities. After Robert discovered the black gold and gained strength due to the talisman, he looked forward to meeting other talisman owners in the future. Arrogant boy! When Hagen heard Robert's words, a trace of violence and fear flashed in his eyes. Facing Robert, who had no idea of his origins or his strength, Hagen had already begun to think about quitting. Although he gained more power due to the fusion of the Tiger Talisman, he was clearly at a disadvantage in the collision with Robert, which made him unwilling to continue the collision with Robert. That's why the son of a rich man cannot sit down in the palace. He is not a majestic underground emperor. Now that he has more powerful power, he will open up a larger dark empire. How can he fight with a lowly boy like Robert here? Woolen cloth? As long as Hagen can return to his base camp, he will have 10,000 ways to kill a young boy who only knows how to fight. Hey? Want to leave? However, what Hagen did not expect was that although Robert could not hear his thoughts, Robert could keenly sense that the desire to fight in Hagen had subsided, so Hagen Bet's figure flashed, disappeared on the spot, and then suddenly appeared in front of Kurogen. Get away! Hagen was startled by the sudden appearance of Robert. He punched Robert in a rage. His huge fist went directly through Robert's body and hit the ground. A small hole was made in the ground. Hey! When He Jinping's fist didn't hit Robert, Tong Kong shrank slightly, and he rolled on the ground, but at this time Robert's attack had already arrived. Peng! With a cry of peng, Hagen didn't have time to block Robert's fist. His whole body flew out and crashed into the wall of the house, raising a burst of dust and blocking the surrounding vision. In the dust, He Jinping got up from the ground with fierce light flashing in his eyes, but did not go out. Instead, he waited with bated breath for Robert to come in. Just now, He Jinping did have the intention to quit, but in this situation, he seemed to have no chance to leave. After all, Robert's speed and strength far exceeded him. Instead of trying to escape, it is better to fight to the death. The Black Gold King was able to reach his current position and become the underground emperor because of not only the younger brothers around him, but the Black Gold King himself was killed from the mountain of corpses. What's more, as the only top villain and a born devil, Black Gold will not lack the determination to fight back desperately, especially when faced with such a desperate situation. At this time, Black Gold was like a poisonous snake waiting for its prey in the darkness. It stared motionless outside the dust, waiting for Robert's silhouette to appear and launch a fatal blow. Soon, He Jing saw an outline appear in his field of vision. Without any hesitation, He Jing took action boldly, and then his attack failed again, hitting the air. After-image boxing, after-image boxing. Before the vision and perception ability reach a certain level, the after-image fist can really be said to be invincible. At least until the broken star strength appears, the after-image fist can exert good effects in most battles. Peng! Was heard, and the moment Kurogena's fist was empty, Robert struck out again, knocking Kurogane away again with one punch. Hey! However, after the punch was thrown, Robert noticed something was wrong, because He Jinping's strength was indeed pretty good, but it was not yet to the point where he could withstand his own attack without being seriously injured. Soon, Robert set his sights on the chest of He Jing, where the Tiger Talisman was hidden. At this time, the Tiger Talisman was shining brightly and continuously integrated into He Jing's body, giving him the power to extraordinary power. The Tiger Talisman still has this kind of ability. Robert raised an eyebrow. His understanding of the Tiger Talisman's ability was still that the Tiger Talisman could separate two independent personalities. But at this time, the Tiger Talisman seemed to make Kurogena's body remained at a certain balance point, and no serious injuries could occur for the time being. However, the more powerful the Tiger Talisman appeared, the more excited Robert became. After all, Black Gold Ping has a strong body, but his strength is not as strong as Robert's. He is just a suitable punching bag. Peng! Peng! Boom! Thinking of this, Robert's figure kept disappearing from Kurogena's sight, knocking Kurogane away again and again, and even played infinite combos in the air. Black Gold didn't seem to be injured for the time being, but Bullseye's gang base had been demolished to pieces. Fortunately, Bullseye has been killed by Robert, and Robert does not need to worry about the owner of the house claiming compensation from him. It's useless. You can't kill me. I admit that you are very powerful, but today's matter can end here. It is better to dissolve enemies than to make enemies. There is no enmity between us. It's just a Lester. You just kill him. He Jinping didn't think about resisting under Robert's offensive, but the absolute gap in strength and speed made He Jinping unable to find a chance to counterattack, so He Jinping endured the embarrassment. Out of anger and resentment, he tried to communicate with Robert. Haha, you don't really think that the talisman can always protect you, am I doing useless work? Robert hadn't played so well for a long time. He looked at the darkening tiger talisman on He Jinping's chest and sneered. Said. What? He Jinping was shocked when he heard this. He quickly lowered his head. When he found that the tiger talisman's light was dim, an ominous premonition came into his heart. Chapter 54, The Tiger Talisman and the Art of Fusion. I don't know if the power of the talisman is infinite, but it is obvious that your body cannot always maintain a balance point that is not severely damaged. Robert looked at Black Gold and said with some regret. To be honest, I still hope you can stay in this state. After all, it's hard to find a durable punching bag like you. Go to hell. As soon as Robert's words fell, the irritated He Jing raised his head and suddenly shouted loudly. The dark tiger charm on his chest suddenly shot out a wave of energy, pointing directly in Robert's direction. Hey! A trace of surprise flashed in Robert's eyes, and he dodged the energy wave in a flash. He didn't expect that the tiger talisman actually had the ability to release waves. However, Robert discovered that as the energy wave was released by the tiger talisman, the balance state on He Jinping's body was instantly broken. Blood began to flow from He Jinping's mouth and nose, and his whole person looked extremely ferocious, like an evil ghost crawling out of hell. But even so, He Jin had no intention of stopping. He seemed to realize that he was at the end of his rope, so He Jin chose to give it a go. The tiger charm on his chest continuously released energy waves in all directions, seemingly wanting to destroy everything around you. Tisk. Robert frowned and cautiously released Qigong waves to disperse energy waves. Before he figured out what the effect of the energy wave released by the tiger talisman was, Robert had no intention of intercepting the energy wave. After all, there were many weird special abilities in the Dragon Ball world. In such a complex world, when faced with unclear abilities, it is better to be cautious. Oops. Fuck. Just as Robert was blocking the energy wave of the tiger talisman in front of him, two exclamations suddenly sounded not far away. The owner of the voice was none other than Jackie Chan, who had been worried about the ownership of the talisman and Robert's safety and had not left. However, Jackie Chan's voice suddenly changed into two voices at this time. One voice was a little delicate, and the other was a little irritable. Two Uncle Dragons. Robert also quickly sensed the chi of the two Jackie Chan. At this moment, he instantly understood what the effect of the energy wave released by the tiger talisman was. What a troublesome spell! If there were two me with different personalities, wouldn't the evil me just kill all the life on Earth like those violent scions? Robert looked at it. Black Gold, who was still releasing energy waves, frowned and couldn't help but groan in his heart, but soon Robert suddenly thought of something. Wait a minute, what will happen if the two me merge together? Change back to my true self and receive the blessing of the power after the fusion? What will happen after the fusion time is over? Separate? Well, maybe we can give it a try, but the premise is that the influence of the tiger talisman can be eliminated. Let's solve this Jin Bin first, and then look at the situation on Uncle Long's side. Buzz. With a thought in Robert's mind, he placed his hands behind his body, and a powerful Qigong wave condensed between his hands. Turtle-style Qigong wave. Originally, Robert was going to shout out as usual, but he suddenly thought of what he had said to Afu before, that he didn't need to shout first before making a move next time, so Robert forced himself to keep his mouth shut. Boom! The next moment, the turtle Qigong wave rushed out, knocking back the energy wave of the tiger talisman in front, and then a violent explosion occurred. Winter. Crack. Kurogana's body and the tiger talisman fell to the ground one after another. As the tiger talisman was separated, Kurogana's aura weakened instantly, and his body suffered heavy injuries, but he did not die from it. Buzz. With a sound, Robert walked up to He Jinping, and a ball of Qigong wave condensed out of his palm, aiming at He Jinping's head. Wait a minute, little benefactor. At this moment, He Jinping's aura changed drastically, and he looked at Robert with a hint of weakness in his voice. To be precise, the speaker at this time was no longer He Jin merged, but the previous monk Jin merged. Hey? What's going on? Hasn't the tiger talisman been broken off? Robert felt the change in Jin Bin's aura, turned his head and looked at the tiger talisman on the ground in surprise. Perhaps it's because when the tiger talisman came out, it took away all my evil thoughts. I can feel that now I am extremely relaxed and pure, and I don't even need to suppress the evil thoughts I was born with. Jin Bin he took a deep breath, looked at Robert and said softly. But I don't want to die like this. I haven't washed away my sins. If I die now, I will definitely fall into the hands of the Lord of Hell. Wouldn't that be better? Robert shrugged. You already believe in Buddhism, haven't you heard the oath that if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? After you go to hell, isn't it just right for you to show off your skills? The little donor is joking. How can I show off my strength in hell? How can I compare with Bodhisattva? Jin Bing said with a wry smile on his face. Then there's nothing I can do to help. Robert's eyes flashed slightly, and he suddenly said excitedly, let's do this, you hang out in hell first, and when I have a chance to go to hell, you can help me find somehow about a powerful man fighting with me. Jin was so choked by Robert's words that he almost lost his breath and burped on the spot. He looked at Robert with some sadness and sighed, can't the little benefactor really let me go? The situation is already like this. It's really difficult to let you go. Robert gestured to the Qigong wave in his hand and said helplessly. I can't die yet, not only because I haven't washed away my sins, but more importantly, if I, the Underground Emperor, die, the entire Hell's Kitchen and even the entire underground world of New York will be in chaos. I don't know how many people will die because of this, which will make my sin even more serious. Kingpin took a deep breath and looked at Robert and sighed. What does this have to do with me? Robert didn't react at all. The world will not function without anyone. Without an underground emperor, there will be the next underground emperor. It's just an underground emperor, and there will be another underground emperor. What's the big deal? Robert. At this time, Clark's voice sounded in Robert's mind, he is not our target this time. If he is truly kind and can maintain stability, maybe you can keep him. His life. Well, what you said seems to make sense. Robert raised his eyebrows when he heard this. In fact, for Robert, it doesn't matter whether he kills Jin or not. Whether Jin is kind or not, can he maintain the underground world? The stability is also not important. Anyway, Robert can do it at any time. What's really important is that experimenting with the feasibility of tiger charms and fusion requires a reliable supervisor who can suppress emergencies, and Clark, who has been watching the show, is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Chapter 55, Preparing for Differentiation of Personality. Why is Robert so easy to talk to this time? Clark, who was far away at home, couldn't help but froze for a moment when he heard Robert agreeing with his point of view so easily, and then muttered suspiciously. Clark, I need you to come over and help me after I let this kingpin go. Oh, by the way, remember to sew yourself a set of clothes to hide your identity. The same style as mine. At this moment, Robert T's voice sounded in Clark's mind, making Clark's expression stiffen. Subconsciously, Clark looked at Robert's ugly uniform with a mask. Clark felt like he shot himself in the foot. How about letting Robert kill that kingpin? An idea flashed through Clark's mind, and then he sighed softly and gave up the idea. Clark has carefully observed the hellish place in New York's Hell's Kitchen. Gangs are everywhere here and crime is rampant. However, the existence of Kingpin puts the entire Hell's Kitchen in a strange balance, just like the power of the Tiger Talisman. Perhaps it was because of this that Kingpin was able to obtain and exert the power of the Tiger Talisman. Clark felt that if Kingpin could really wash away his sins and improve the situation in Hell's Kitchen as he said, it would also be a good thing for the people living here. Okay, I get it, I'll be here soon. Finally, thoughts flashed through his mind, and Clark reluctantly informed Robert, and then went to sew the Kent family's exclusive night clothes. Alas! Little benefactor, you are really as solid as stone. That's all. Today, due to the consequences of the past, I will end up like this in a few days. It was also my fault in the past. I put down the butcher's knife and became a Buddha immediately. I have already put down the butcher's knife, but I have not become a Buddha. Opportunity. Kingpin, who didn't know that Robert and Clark had reached an agreement, sighed softly, looked at Robert and whispered. Perhaps you should read more Buddhist scriptures and improve your murderous aura, otherwise sooner or later, the Lord of Hell will also target you. As the saying goes, when a person is about to die, his words are good. I hope the little donor can remember what I said. By the way, your companion split into two people because of the Tiger Talisman. Only the power of the Tiger Talisman can make them reunite. As long as they just hold the Tiger Talisman together. Well, thank you for reminding me, I will bring them here first. Robert put away the Qigong wave in his hand. In order to prevent accidents, Robert did not intend to touch the Tiger Talisman before Clark arrived. Robert's voice fell, and his figure disappeared in a flash, appearing on the other side of the Bullseye Gang station. Here the two Jackie Chans were having a great time fighting, and all kinds of furniture and ubiquitous tools became two people. The most handy weapon. Question: how can I defeat Jackie Chan in Furniture Mall? Answer: the furniture store is filled with Jackie Chan. However, there are obvious differences between the two Jackie Chans who fought against each other. The weak Jackie Chan has always been passively defensive and never took the initiative to attack, while the vicious Jackie Chan looks full of anger, obviously because he failed to win the opponent. Angry at this weak self. Hey! When Robert appeared to admire the fight between the two Jackie Chans, the two Jackie Chans also noticed Robert. Can you come and help me? He is so fierce. I am no match for him. The weak Jackie Chan seemed to have a bit of a sissy feeling. Boy! I advise you not to mind your own business. I know you are very powerful, but I am not someone to be trifled with. The evil Jackie Chan looked at Robert with a trace of fear in his eyes and threatened in a deep voice. Well, sure enough, both Uncle Long are not the original Uncle Long. The weak Uncle Long is more similar to Uncle Long's self, but there are some differences. With the addition of Jackie Chan as a group of experimental subjects, Luo Bet nodded clearly and made some calculations in her mind. The two kingpins who fought before were not the original kingpins. It's just that the evil one was closer to the original kingpin's state. And judging from the current situation, the original kingpin is actually dead. After all, he belongs to him. That cognition and personality have completely disappeared. Let the two Uncle Longs recover first and see how they are doing. If there is nothing abnormal after recovery, I can give it a try after Clark comes. With the sound of "Pa," Robert's mind moved, and his body appeared behind Jackie Chan, directly trapping Jackie Chan with the golden binding technique. What is different from the two Jin is that although Jackie Chan was divided into two by the Tiger Talisman, the two of them were not blessed by the power of the Tiger Talisman. Let's go, I'll help you recover. Robert nodded while looking at Shan Chenglong. Oh. Shan Chenglong was obviously startled by Robert's action, but he still subconsciously followed Robert to the location of the Tiger Talisman, and then picked up the Tiger Talisman at Robert's signal and joined the evil spirit. Jackie Chan shook hands, and with a ray of light, the two Jackie Chans merged together again. When Kingpin saw that Robert did not pick up the Tiger Talisman himself, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful in his heart. As a kind-hearted monk Jin Bin, he hopes to see Robert be changed by the Tiger Talisman. It is best to catalyze a kind personality like himself, so that he can get rid of the possible threat of the Hell King. But what Jin didn't expect was that Robert had no intention of getting the Tiger Talisman. He didn't know if Robert had seen through his thoughts or something. I'm here. At this moment, Clark's voice sounded in Robert's mind. You can go. After hearing this, Robert turned his head and looked at Jinpin, who was having thoughts swirling. Ah! Kingpin was stunned for a moment and looked at Robert in surprise. He didn't quite understand why Robert let him go suddenly. Do what you're supposed to do, and someone will be watching you. Robert originally didn't intend to say anything, but after thinking about Clark, he still gave him the instructions. Amitabha, thank you little benefactor. I will definitely try my best to maintain the stability of Hell's Kitchen and let more people do good things from now on. Kingpin took a deep breath, struggled to get up from the ground, and clasped his hands towards Robert. Said with a firm voice. Let's go too, I need your help with some things. Robert ignored Jinbin and pulled Jackie Chan away from here. It's amazing. Two different versions of me just appeared, but they seem to be just one side of me, but neither of them is me. Jackie Chan scratched his head and mumbled while looking at the Tiger Talisman. After a while, he came back to his senses. He raised his head and looked at Robert, patting his chest and promising. Thank you for helping me get the charm back. If you need help with anything, just tell me and I will definitely help you. I want to use the Tiger Talisman to differentiate me into two different personalities. Robert said seriously while looking at Jackie Chan. What? Before Jackie Chan could reply, a figure dressed exactly like Robert walked out of the darkness and said in a serious voice, Impossible. Is this why you called me here? It's too dangerous. It's better not to mess around with things like consciousness and personality. Chapter 56. I merged with me? The person who walked out of the darkness was none other than Clark, who shot himself in the foot and was forced to wear an ugly uniform. He couldn't help but stand up when he heard that Robert was going to use the tiger charm to separate the two personalities. After all, Clark had seen what Kingpin and Jackie Chan had gone through before. The tiger talisman could turn Kingpin, a dignified underground emperor who was called a natural devil by the Lord of Hell, into a sincere Buddhist monk. It can be seen that tiger talisman how terrifying is the power of the spell. Therefore, Clark was unwilling to let Robert take such a risk. In Clark's view, Robert's death cell suddenly broke out. Just like before, he asked him to beat Robert half to death. It was his brain having a convulsion. Well, although I don't know who he is, I think what he said makes sense. You haven't experienced what I just experienced, so you may not know the seriousness of the matter. Jackie Chan was surprised by the sudden appearance of Clark. He was startled, but he quickly looked at Robert seriously and warned him. At that time, as the power of the tiger talisman hit me, my consciousness still existed, but it seemed like it no longer existed. I could sense two different versions of me fighting, but I couldn't control them at all. If it weren't for your help, I'm afraid I won't be able to recover even if I get the tiger talisman. So, I really don't recommend you to use the power of the tiger talisman, especially since I heard my father say before that the power of the talisman is suspected to come from a demon. Don't worry, I'm measured. Robert smiled confidently, and did not answer Jackie Chan's words. Instead, he looked at Clark's inner dialogue and said, "Besides, isn't this about you? You should already know how can you help me recover? Then just ask the kind-hearted me to cooperate with you. Oh, by the way, you must not encounter the tiger talisman yourself. If I lose control, you can still suppress me. If you have an evil personality, I'm afraid your good intentions will not be his opponent at all." Robert knew Clark relatively well at this time. Although Clark's original behavior style had changed a lot under the influence of him and recent major events, his kind nature was still there, but he had the added responsibility of protecting his loved ones. Just agreed. And if the tiger talisman creates a kinder Clark, he will definitely not be able to match the evil Clark. Even Robert doubted whether the evil Clark would be more ferocious than the Scions and directly destroy the entire civilization of the Earth, so Robert took a precaution first. When Clark heard Robert's words, he subconsciously glanced at the tiger talisman in Jackie Chan's hand. He had to admit that Robert's worry was very reasonable. Compared with Robert's loss of control, his loss of control was truly terrifying. Even he himself was a little scared of that situation. Why do you have to separate different personalities? After Clark made up his mind to stay away from the tiger talisman, he still asked with some confusion about Robert's insistence on risking the power of the tiger talisman. I have a little experiment to do, don't worry, even if it fails, it will just change back to its original form. Robert replied with a smile as a strange pas de deux appeared in front of his eyes. Okay, let's find a secluded place. Clark sighed, looked at Jackie Chan and said, I'll need to trouble you to keep the tiger charm. Do you really want to use a spell? Okay. Jackie Chan scratched his head. Just after he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a lightness in his body. Before he had time to react, he was taken to the wilderness. What happened? Was I flying just now? Can you fly? How did you do it? After Jackie Chan came back to his senses, he looked at Robert and Clark and kept asking. It's just a little trick, okay, leave the talisman to me first. Robert shrugged and took the tiger talisman from Jackie Chan without explaining much. With a sound of buzz, as the tiger talisman fell into Robert's hands, a ray of light was released from the tiger talisman and enveloped Robert's body. Robert threw the tiger talisman to Jackie Chan, and then the figure gradually turned into two. Is this a different personality? Even if I am not blessed by the power of the talisman, my power has not weakened. Shan Robert murmured as he looked at his hands. No. You are still too weak and don't deserve to have the same name as me. There can only be one Scion in this world, and that's me. Before good Robert could finish his words, evil Robert was a fierce voice interrupted. Don't be like this, right? We are originally one, why bother fighting? Shan Robert's self is obviously different from Robert's. If it were Robert's self, he would definitely feel like two people. Fighting is also a good opportunity to improve your strength through combat. You coward! You don't deserve to be called a scion. You don't deserve to be called Robert either. Good Robert's words instantly angered evil Robert, and he instantly launched an attack while shouting about filial piety. If you want me to merge with a guy like you, just dream. Pang! Shouted, but before evil Robert's attack took effect, he was suppressed by Clark. Gilu! Shan Robert on the side shrank his neck, looked at Clark and muttered in a low voice, so cruel, so terrifying. You two go according to Robert's original plan. Clark said with a cold expression, staring at Robert's two personalities. For Clark, his only younger brother is Robert. Even if these two different personalities resemble Robert, they are not his younger brothers. If the two of them don't act obediently according to Robert's plan, Clark will not. You'll be polite. Just do it, why are you so fierce? Shan Robert shrank his neck and whispered in a low voice. Humph! Sooner or later, I will surpass you and suppress you. Evil Robert glared at Clark and said in a deep voice, no. After I fuse, I may be able to suppress you. Combine. Body. Ha! Following an awkward dance, the two Roberts' fingers successfully touched each other. Perhaps because they were originally the same person, there was no mistake in the fusion of Madama. A ray of light shrouded the two Roberts' bodies, making it difficult for people to see what was happening. The tiger talisman also released a strong light, and then the light became faint, as if the power had been stolen. The spells were trembling slightly. And just when those lights were getting darker and darker, the tiger talisman suddenly shone brightly again, and then all the light returned to the inside of the tiger talisman. At this point, the power of the tiger talisman no longer leaked out, as if it had turned into an ordinary star. Pass stone. Succeeded. Soon, Robert's voice rang out. When the light dissipated, Robert changed his clothes and stood there, sensing his own strength. He couldn't help but muttered, it still failed. Why do I feel that the power increase after fusion is not very large? Is it because I fused myself? Or is the power of the spell limiting the fusion? Chapter 57. Reaching Cooperation. My power. My power was stolen by a hateful thief. Damn it! Who is it? Valen. Go and find out for me who stole my power. Just when Robert was not satisfied with his fusion later, when the power increased, deep in a secret base, a dragon-shaped statue suddenly roared angrily, and the sound made the whole room tremble. Holy Lord! Valen appeared here wearing a green suit shortly after the Holy Lord paid his tribute. He didn't look handsome, but his white hair added a bit of majesty to him. The main momentum is not inferior either. It should be Jackie Chan who did it. True, and the others said that Jackie Chan and his companions fought with Kingpin. Jin was not the opponent of Jackie Chan and his companions. The tiger talisman should have fallen into Jackie Chan's hands. Jackie Chan? Jackie Chan again? The Holy Lord's voice was full of anger, and his red eyes were about to burst into flames. The monkey charm fell into his hands last time. You waste, just a little bit, it's of no use. Well, we are indeed useless, so I wonder if the Holy Lord can give us powerful power. Let us defeat Jackie Chan, and help the Holy Lord get back the spell. Wa Long was not angry at all when he heard the Holy Lord's words. Meaning, but looked at the Holy Lord and said calmly. If you want to get powerful power, as long as you can bring back a talisman, it will be no problem whether it gives you extraordinary power or extraordinary wealth. But you can't even bring back a talisman, and you still try to get it. Bargain with me. The Holy Lord stared into Valen's eyes and said sternly. Well, we have disappointed the Holy Lord. Next time we receive news about the talisman, we will definitely bring it back and give it to you, the Holy Lord. I just hope that you will not break your promise then. Wa Long bowed to the Holy Lord to show respect, then turned and left, leaving a statue of the Holy Lord in the cold secret room of the base. Go. Ask Baron Strucker how the research on the monkey talisman is going. After leaving, Valen quickly ordered his men. It was obvious that although this time the tiger talisman did not fall into Valen's hands, but the monkey talisman mentioned by the Holy Lord was not with Jackie Chan, but was taken away by Wa Long. I don't know how to hide it from the Holy Lord. Yes. Soon someone responded and went to do something. We also need to find out about Alex and the organization behind her. The rat talisman is in their hands and must be taken back. There may be some connection between the rat talisman and the monkey talisman. Valen thought quickly. What? He ordered again. Last time our people died and no useful information was sent back. I don't want our people to be such useless people next time. After all, I don't raise useless people here. Yes. His subordinates trembled when they heard this and responded hurriedly. Black diamond. The talisman seems to be broken? It suddenly lit up just now, and then dimmed for an instant, turning into an ordinary stone. On the other side, Jackie Chan watched Robert suddenly change his appearance. He was stunned for a moment when he was putting on his clothes. After he came back to his senses, he pointed at the tiger talisman in his hand and said hesitantly. After all, Robert and Clark had already shown various strange abilities before, and now it was nothing to dress up. As for Robert's hood disappearing after his disguise, Jackie Chan very sensible pretended not to see it. Well, it seems like it was successful. Robert heard this and looked at the tiger talisman in Jackie Chan's hand, thinking in his mind, the power of the tiger talisman allowed me to differentiate into two personalities. Through Miyada, IMO fusion broke the original fusion power of the tiger talisman, forcibly fused the two personalities together, stole the personality dividing power of the tiger talisman and turned it into my own power. But it's obvious that what was stolen was not that much, and my energy was far from increasing to the same level as Gogeta's. However, there are some gains. Although it seems that the tiger talisman will no longer let me harvest wool, at least my current state will not be separated again like Gogeta and Gotenks. In other words, this time the improvement of the body and chi is permanent, and the changes in the body seem to be greater than the chi. Thinking of this, Robert was a little satisfied. The tiger talisman is really a good thing. This time it comes out, it can be regarded as a full harvest. Are you okay? Clark observed Robert carefully. After discovering that apart from a certain increase in body strength and a change of clothes, there was nothing unusual about Robert, Clark breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, I'm fine. Robert smiled and shook his head, looked at Jackie Chan and said, Uncle Long, let's get to know each other again. My name is Robert. I am an adventurer and martial artist. This time we are working together. It's quite pleasant. If you encounter a spell or other extraordinary event next time, you can contact me and I will be happy to help. Anyway, now that Robert's appearance has been exposed, he simply won't hide it. Besides, there is only Jackie Chan here. For this Uncle Long, Robert feels that he is still trustworthy. Not only Robert's original I knew him, and it was also because Jackie Chan's various performances during the brief contact also confirmed that Jackie Chan is a kind person. Cooperation. Jackie Chan scratched his head in embarrassment when he heard this, and said rather embarrassedly, this time is not considered cooperation. I didn't contribute much. I was able to obtain the tiger talisman because of you alone. He is much more powerful than me. No, Uncle Long, your prop's fighting ability is still very strong. Robert smiled and started talking to each other, and the relationship between the two people became much closer. For a strong supporter like Robert, Jackie Chan also wanted to build a good relationship, because he could see that Robert had no possessiveness about the charms, and at most he only used the charms a little bit. Moreover, Jackie Chan's two experiences of searching for the talisman were not smooth. Needless to say, the last time, the monkey talisman was directly taken away by Valen's people. This time, if it weren't for Robert's appearance, Jackie Chan felt that he would not be very good. Possibly taking the tiger talisman from the hands of a strong man like Kingpin. Okay, it's getting late, and I should go back. If there is news about spells or other extraordinary events, I will inform you. After Jackie Chan and Robert reached a cooperation, they said hello and left. It's already very late. To be honest, Jackie Chan really wanted to ask Robert and Clark to give him a gift. After all, he had not fully experienced the joy of flying before. It would be great if he could do it again. But in the end, Jackie Chan didn't have the nerve to speak, but walked silently in the wilderness. Hell! I should have let them give it to me. How long do I have to walk in this wilderness? But after a while, Jackie Chan regretted it. He looked helplessly at the surrounding environment and muttered. Are you going to give him a ride? Clark was silent for a moment and looked at Robert and asked. Forget it, if we show up in front of him now to send him off, I'm afraid he will be embarrassed and want to find a crack in the ground to crawl in. Robert shook his head helplessly, let's go home too. Chapter 58, Transformation Without a Full Moon. Soon Robert and Clark returned to Kent Farm, but Robert did not go to sleep because he wanted to feel the changes after this fusion. The improvement in chi this time was secondary. The main reason was that Robert felt that he had a bug with the tiger talisman. After merging two of his own bodies, it seemed that some changes had occurred in his body. Robert couldn't wait to study these. Changed. Clark did not follow Robert. He couldn't wait to return home and take off that damn ugly uniform, and vowed never to wear it again. Roar. Just when Clark took off his ugly uniform, he heard a familiar roar. Robert the Great Ape. What's going on? It's not a full moon today. Clark glanced subconsciously and saw the giant ape Robert standing there, seemingly in a daze. This disturbed Clark. He didn't understand. What the hell is TE doing? Aren't you familiar with power? How did you become a giant ape? And there is no full moon, how did you transform? Soon Clark floated next to the head of the giant ape Robert and asked. Compared with the last time Robert transformed into a giant ape, this time Clark could at least see Robert's face and no longer had to look up at Robert, although it was better not to look at it. Wait a minute. The giant ape Robert's body gradually became smaller, and he quickly put on his clothes after returning to his normal appearance, with a trace of regret in his expression. New. After Robert noticed some changes in his body, he wanted to try to master the power of the giant ape in human form like Broly, in order to improve his normal strength. But perhaps because the strength was not strong enough, or perhaps because the body was not fully developed, Robert's plan to compress the power of the giant ape form into the human form failed. However, Robert discovered a little trick to temporarily improve his combat effectiveness in the process. Oh, you just said about transformation, this is inspired by you. After Robert came back to his senses, he looked at Clark and said with a smile. My inspiration? I can't transform. Clark landed on the ground and looked at Robert in confusion. Can't you absorb the energy of the sun? Essentially, your cells store the energy of the sun and convert it into your own power. Robert nodded and explained. After analyzing your ability, I use chi to forcibly store the power in the full moon in my cells. Although my cells cannot convert it into their own power, they can use chi to call upon this power. To transform and get rid of the limitations of the full moon. And, after I use my energy to store this power, even if the full moon does appear, I can freely control whether to transform or not. Regarding the problem of scions transforming into giant apes, the scions themselves actually have many solutions. Some choose not to transform but cut off their tails, and some use chi to simulate an artificial moon. Robert just made this. A little innovation, no big deal. So that's it. Clark nodded clearly after hearing Robert's words. He didn't know that this was Robert's self-created ability. He was already accustomed to Robert's various weird abilities. After seeing that Robert was indeed fine, he returned home in a flash, and at the same time warned, go to bed early, don't make too much noise, and remember to go to school tomorrow. No. How many more days of leave did you agree to give me? Robert was unhappy for a moment and protested to Clark. Black Diamond. You've already settled the matter, why are you asking for leave? Clark replied righteously, besides, summer vacation will be here in a few days. You have plenty of time to practice, don't you? Clark was finally able to be 100% sure from Robert's current performance that Robert was not affected by the tiger talisman. So Clark refused to admit that it was because Robert tricked him into wearing such an ugly uniform that he went back on his word. He just wanted to see if his stupid brother was still his true self. Then it's agreed. If Jackie Chan contacts me during the summer vacation, you have to help me have a good talk with my parents. Robert rolled his eyes and changed the conditions while going home. Even if Jackie Chan doesn't contact me, I still want to go out and have a look. You can't stop me, or I'll let my parents see how ugly the uniforms you sew are. Chi. Just as Robert's voice fell, Clark's eyes flashed with heat vision, and the ugly uniform was completely turned into ashes. Uniform? What uniform? Do we have that kind of thing at home? Clark asked Robert after throwing the ashes into the trash can. Robert, who came in, happened to see the scene, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He suddenly felt that Clark's recent changes were not all good. Clark? What's the smell? What are you doing in the house? However, it was not that no one could cure Clark. Not long after, Martha smelled a burning smell, and smelled the smell all the way to the outside of Clark's house. Robert asked doubtfully during the silence. Mom, it's already this hour, why aren't you asleep yet? Clark patted the remaining ash on his hand and looked at Martha awkwardly and asked. I smelled something in Mimi Hu, and thought it was because I didn't turn off the fire or there was a fire somewhere, so I got up to check. Martha looked at Clark suspiciously, when she realized that Clark was neatly dressed for most of the night, and there was an unknown object just now when the smell of burning occurred. Martha felt that Clark might have done something shameful just now to destroy evidence. After all, with Clark's speed, it was normal for her to put on her clothes and open the door to ventilate in the time it took her to get here. The neater the clothes, the more it proved Clark's guilty conscience. But Martha didn't express her thoughts clearly. She patted Clark on the shoulder and said softly, "Don't be too late in the future. By the way, you should think more about Lana's affairs. I'll go to bed first." Ah! Clark looked at Martha's leaving back and opened his mouth. He wanted to explain something, but he didn't know how to explain it. "It's okay, kid, how old are you? This is normal. Remember to have a good chat with Lana." Martha smiled comfortingly at Clark before returning to the room, said something softly and walked into the room. However, these words of comfort did not make Clark feel any better. Instead, they made his face turn red, and then he glared at Robert, who was hiding after entering the door. Unlike the previous times when Robert was not around when Clark was embarrassed, this time Robert witnessed the whole process of Clark's failure. In order not to interrupt Martha, Robert carefully hid his anger and hid in the dark. After coming to this world, Robert has never been so cautious. "Don't forget about class." Clark looked at Robert, looking at him with a half-smile. For a moment, he felt a little lack of confidence, so he could only say angrily and turned around to go back to his room. Chapter 59, Vacation and Adventure Start. The next morning, Robert went to school after practicing as usual and started meditating. Although after the fusion last night, Robert's body strength and energy had improved somewhat, Robert did not slack off. After all, now Robert's practice has just started, and the practice itself is a persistent thing. "Hey!" Kara came to the classroom not long after. She looked at Robert subconsciously, and then discovered that Robert seemed a little different from yesterday. "What's going on? How come I haven't seen him for just one night, and his body strength has increased so much?" Kara subconsciously used her clairvoyance eyes to stare at Robert suspiciously for a while, then she started to gurgling in her heart, and then subconsciously he sat next to Robert. Demeter 5, wow, why is she paying attention to Robert again? This is different from what we imagined. Robert opened his eyes helplessly at this time, not because Robert heard the telepathy of the Demeter 5, but because after Kara sat over, he could no longer concentrate on meditation. "You seem to be different from yesterday? Your body has become stronger." Kara blinked, looked at Robert suspiciously and asked in a low voice. "You discovered all this?" "Hey? No. You used your clairvoyance eyes to peek at me again." Robert subconsciously dealt with Kara, then suddenly realized something, looked at Kara with some dissatisfaction and said. I didn't mean it, I just felt that you were different from yesterday, so I subconsciously wanted to take a look." Kara's pretty face blushed, and then she lowered her head and said shyly. "Besides, compared to yesterday, not only are your body stronger, but your tail also seems to be thicker." "Have you?" Robert didn't even notice that his tail had become thicker. His tail coiled around his waist, moved and pushed up the front of his clothes, which made Kara's face blush even more. But his eyes couldn't help but glance at Robert's tail from time to time. Hey! Robert reminded Kara angrily, signaling Kara to stop peeking at him with her clairvoyant eyes. He would be very uncomfortable. "I'm going back first." Carla blushed and ran away after being exposed on the spot, which finally left Robert free. What are they talking about? Which body is stronger? What is thicker? This is not true. We must have heard wrong. The 5 Demeters who have been paying attention to Robert and Kara faintly after hearing a few key words, their hearts froze. They didn't know that they had misunderstood Robert and Carla. Sad emotions were once again permeating the surroundings. "Well, let's not tell him yet. The holiday is coming soon anyway. I have a surprise for him after the holiday." Kara returned to her seat and suddenly realized that she had not figured out Luo just now. Why did Bet's body become stronger? But Kara's thought flashed, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he started to coo in his heart with some satisfaction. But Kara was destined to be disappointed, because within a few days, Jackie Chan contacted Robert and said that there was a clue to a new spell. Abroad? Rome? Is it so far away? Clark couldn't help but frown when he heard the news about Jackie Chan. This was already far away on the other side of the earth, far beyond Clark's expected range. He originally thought that something like a charm should all be in America. Rome? Arena. Robert's focus was obviously different from Clark's. He looked at the other end of the phone with bright eyes and asked, "Is there a arena there? Are there any masters?" "We don't know if there are any masters. We wouldn't have traveled so far in the first place. Our target was in Mexico at first, but recently he was invited to attend some performance in Rome." Jackie Chan started to explain, "I have already booked a flight ticket, do you want me to book one for you? It can be reimbursed. Can't you wait until your target returns to Mexico before taking action?" Clark asked before Robert could speak. "We received intelligence that Wallen and his men were also targeting him, so we have no chance to wait for him to come back." Jackie Chan sighed helplessly, and then said softly, "It's because it's inconvenient for you." "What? Then wait until the next time there is news about the talisman, and I will contact you again." "No. It's convenient, very convenient." Robert said hurriedly before Clark could do so this time, "There's no need to buy me a ticket, I can go there by myself when the time comes." "Okay, let's meet in Rome tomorrow afternoon, and I'll contact you then." In the antique shop, Jackie Chan quickly put down the phone, looked at the grey-haired dad beside him and said, "Dad, you don't need to follow me. I found foreign aid." "Do you really don't need Dad anymore? Don't mess up the matter." Dad looked at Jackie Chan for a moment and then reminded him. "Don't worry. Dad, didn't I bring back the tiger talisman before?" Jackie Chan patted his chest and said with a smile, "That foreign aid is really powerful." "Humph. Dad, I was even more powerful when I was young, but you didn't see it." Dad shook his head, turned and walked towards the house, then suddenly stopped. "By the way, one more thing, your niece is going to come here, come back early after you finish your work." "Niece? Xiao?" Jackie Chan blinked, looking at his father's serious expression. Jackie Chan wisely did not ask why Xiao came over, but nodded, "I understand, I will prepare a gift for her when I come back." On the other side, in the Kent farm, the Kents also knew that Robert was going to go on an adventure. The Kents were definitely a little worried at first, but when Robert showed his flying ability in front of them, the Kents only then did he agree to Robert's going out, and told Robert not to be afraid of being exposed if he encountered danger, and to fly away quickly. His own safety was the most important thing. After the family dinner, Robert did not choose to fly directly to Rome, but prepared to carry a load. After strapping on the special load-bearing equipment for the past few days, Robert prepared to cross the mountains and the sea, practicing while practicing. Head towards Rome, that's what adventure is about after all. Sigh. I didn't expect that it would be Robert who left home first. After Robert left, Martha sighed softly and said with some reluctance. It's normal for children to have their own ideas when they grow up, and Robert is smarter than, and has his own opinions. We don't need to worry too much about him. Jonathan hugged Martha and comforted softly. In the middle I almost said Clark's name, but luckily I held it back in time. Clark, if you have the chance, you can actually go out and have a look. You don't need to stay here with us two old people all the time. After all, when Robert goes to school, you don't need to take care of him. Martha turned her head. He looked at Clark and said seriously, you can live the life you want. Don't worry, Mom, I will go out and take a look when I have the chance. Clark whispered with his eyes flashing slightly. Chapter 60, Cow Talisman and Family Dinner. Remember to pay more attention to Robert. If he is really in danger, you must do your best to save him. After the family was silent for a while, Jonathan looked at the direction Robert left, his eyes flashing slightly. Don't worry, Dad, we are family and we have to protect each other. I won't let anything happen to Robert. Clark laughed when he heard this and said in a firm voice. On the other side, Robert didn't know the conversation between his family members. He walked through the wilderness, crossed between mountains, and floated in the sea. Then Robert successfully got lost. Where is this? I want to keep swimming to the east. Did I go in the wrong direction when I was chasing the whale? Yes, Robert, who had eaten a meal in the middle of the night, overestimated his sense of direction. Successfully lost his way in the Atlantic Ocean. Here, he could no longer sense Clark's chi, and could not identify the direction through Clark's coordinates. Clark? Which way should I swim now? So Robert decisively activated the Clark Global Navigation System. Go to your right. Clark's helpless voice sounded in Robert's mind. Robert's spirit was shaken, and he quickly followed Clark's instructions and headed towards his destination in Rome. The next day, Robert successfully crossed the mountains and the sea and arrived in Rome, which also confirmed the famous saying that all roads lead to Rome. However, under Clark's reminder, Clark kept a low profile and waited for Jackie Chan's arrival. After all, he was a stowaway without a visa, so it would be bad if someone discovered him. Uncle Long. Soon, Robert sensed Jackie Chan's energy and quickly joined Jackie Chan, then lowered his voice and asked, "Where is the target you mentioned? I didn't find any strong people here. It's over at the Colosseum Arena, but it's not appropriate for us to take direct action now. We need to find out his location first, as well as the locations of Valen's men. There should be a lot of people in the Colosseum Arena, so make a fuss. If there is too much movement, it will be difficult for us to leave." Jackie Chan looked around and whispered. "Okay, it's all up to you." Robert said that Jackie Chan can just follow the arrangements. Robert will try to restrain his desire to take action when there are many people. In this way, Robert and Jackie Chan headed towards the Colosseum Arena. In the past few days, the Colosseum Arena was holding a mixed martial arts exhibition match. There were many world-renowned masters in this match, such as judo, wrestlers. There are people from all walks of life such as boxers, sanda, sumo wrestling, etc., and Jackie Chan's target this time is also among them. However, among these people, Robert didn't find anything strong about him, but he was somewhat impressed by the wrestler wearing a mask, especially after he recognized the cow charm on the wrestler's mask. New Ox Talisman. Jackie Chan also quickly locked on the Ox Warrior and the Ox Talisman. He reminded in a low voice, "There are many people now, so don't take action yet. We just keep an eye on him. By the way, have you noticed Afu and the others?" "No, are you sure they are also eyeing the talisman? I didn't sense those people that night." Robert shook his head. The anger of Afu and True was relatively easy to identify, but Robert their presence was not felt around. "Maybe they haven't come here yet, so we just have to be careful." Jackie Chan breathed a sigh of relief, but he did not relax his vigilance, but put forward his own plan. "The cow charm is on his mask. We can wait until he finishes his performance and take off the mask, and then snatch the mask away. This can save a lot of effort." "What about my plan? Ox Warrior? Mask?" But after hearing these keywords, Robert seemed to have thought of something and whispered, "I'm afraid your plan will fail, because the Ox Warrior will never take off his mask." "Ah!" Jackie Chan opened his eyes wide and looked at Robert in confusion. "Don't worry, after I defeat him, I can take off his mask openly." Robert patted his chest and assured Jackie Chan. "Okay, let's wait until he's alone." Jackie Chan nodded without knowing why, and he and Robert waited silently. While Robert and Jackie were waiting, a figure flew toward Kent Farm, attracting Clark's attention. Kara. The person who came to Kent's farm at this time was none other than Kara, who was full of excitement. "What, Kara? You want to call me cousin?" Kara glared at Clark, then looked around, her excitement gradually replaced by doubt. After a while, she looked at Clark and asked, "Where's Robert?" "No. Are you just on vacation? Where are the others?" "He went on an adventure and left yesterday. Are you here to find him?" Clark spread his hands and said helplessly. "Adventure? Already gone?" "Humph." Kara snorted with some dissatisfaction and said stubbornly, "I'm not here to find him. I'm here to inform you that our family has moved to the vicinity of Kent Farm. From now on, we will neighbors." This was the surprise that Kara originally wanted to give Robert. At least in Kara's view, it was a surprise, because she was already prepared to accompany Robert to fight and exercise when she was in a good mood. "You moved nearby? This is a good thing. Have you handled everything properly? Is there anything you need my help with?" Clark raised his eyebrows. Although Clark was still a little uncomfortable with the identity of Kara, his cousin, Clark welcomed Kara, a relative, to move nearby. "My spaceship hasn't been moved here yet. I was planning to call Robert for help tonight." Kara looked a little listless at this time and curled her lips. "Leave it to me. I'll help you move in the evening." Clark said with some enthusiasm, "I'll inform Martha and the others that you can come over and have dinner together in the evening. Since Robert is not here, there is no need to worry about food. Okay, I just happened to be chatting with Martha. Kara forced some interest. I'll go home and tell my parents that our two families haven't officially met yet. I want my parents to meet Martha. They should have a lot in common. In this way, without Robert's knowledge, the Kent family and the Danvers family had a dinner together. The two families who adopted alien children did have a lot in common, and Kara had the intention to communicate with Mary. Sarah is close, and the atmosphere of the dinner was very good, and it was not incomplete at all because of the lack of Robert. Well, even if there was more Robert, the atmosphere might not be so good. After all, the Danvers didn't know that Robert was so good at eating, and they might be shocked by Robert. At this time, Robert didn't know that he had missed an opportunity to have a dinner together, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much, because he has more important things now. It gets dark earlier in Rome than in Kansas. Robert and Jackie Chan are getting ready for action. Chapter 61. Let the war begin. Under the night, Robert and Jackie Chan quietly followed the new warrior, but Robert quickly frowned, because he found that there were other chi following the new warrior, and these chi should be the tiles in Jackie Chan's mouth. The Dragon's Men. It seems that the boss Valen is doing well, at least a foot and his subordinates are not the only ones. Although in Robert's perception, these new guys are not even as good as a foot and Lu. Wait. After sensing the anger of the stalkers, Robert grabbed Jackie Chan and made a mouth shape to Jackie Chan. Jackie Chan stopped subconsciously. Come out. Aren't you tired after following for so long? Just when Robert and Jackie Chan stopped, the bull warrior also stopped. He said in a dull voice without looking back. Has he been discovered? A thought flashed through Jackie Chan's mind. Just as he was about to go out, he was caught by Robert. Jackie Chan, who had just started to come into contact with spells, obviously didn't have enough experience, and he was almost beaten by a cow. The soldiers were cheated out, but some people were even more impatient than Jackie Chan. Ahoy! One after another, figures rushed out from the darkness. These people wore masks and headed towards the bull warriors in batches in an orderly manner. Some were barehanded, some were holding various cold weapons, and some were holding guns at the back. If Kara were here, she should be able to recognize them. These people were dressed very similarly to the masked men who rushed to her house. Humph! You guys also want to deal with me? The ox warrior looked at the masked people rushing over, with a trace of disdain on his lips. Ever since he got the ox talisman, he felt that he was invincible. He didn't look down on today at all. The so-called masters who performed with him. If the money hadn't been in place, the bull warriors would have defeated all those people and become the only focus of the audience. Pang! It has to be said that the ox warrior is indeed a master of wrestling. Even without the blessing of the ox talisman, with his fighting skills, even 10 or 8 empty-handed masked men will not be his opponent. With just a few moves, several masked men were knocked to the ground by him, losing the ability to resist. But soon, what the bull warriors had to face were masked men with murderous weapons in their hands, and their number exceeded the limit that the bull warriors' skills could handle. Kaka! Bang! The next moment, machetes, daggers, sticks and other weapons hit the cattle warriors. I don't know where these masked men got the weapons from. It looked like a gang fight, but unfortunately, these weapons not only did it not cause any damage to the bull warrior, it even damaged itself, as if the bull warrior had the ability to be invulnerable. Boom! As if to verify whether the bull warriors were truly invulnerable, the masked men behind them finally couldn't help but shoot, and the sound of gunfire echoed in the silent night sky. The bull warrior subconsciously blocked his head and tried to dodge with his body, but his speed was obviously not as fast as the bullets, and bullets hit all the vital points except his head. When the ox warrior got the ox talisman before, he had tested his own defense power. He was not afraid of cold weapons at all, because he knew that cold weapons could not hurt him, but he was still a little worried about bullets. After all, he had never tested them. I wonder if I can bear the bullet. However, the outcome after the gunfire sounded was much better than what New Warrior had expected. The bullets hitting New Warrior's body only broke some gaps in his clothes and did not cause any substantial damage to him. Even if the bullets hit him, the same is true crucially. The bullet fell to the ground after violent deformation, shocking the surrounding masked men. They looked at each other, chose to avoid the sharp point temporarily, abandoned the bodies of their companions, and hid in the darkness. The strength and defense of the bull warriors are indeed far greater than those of these masked men, but when it comes to speed, the tall and strong bull warriors do not have much advantage, especially since the bull talisman does not have this ability. Damn it! Therefore, the ox warrior only chased for a few steps, then stopped angrily, glanced at the corpse on the ground and cursed, then subconsciously touched the ox talisman on his forehead and muttered, "Why are these people looking for me? Is it because of it?" "Yes, it's because of the talisman on your mask that they focused on you." After Robert sensed that the masked people were indeed retreating, he and Jackie Chan walked out. Apart from the three of them, there were only 3 people nearby. There were only a few corpses left. "Hey! Is there anyone else?" When Robert and Jackie Chan walked out, the new warrior's childish eyes shrank suddenly, and then he looked at Robert and Jackie Chan warily, clenching their fists, and asked in a deep voice, "So, you are here for it too?" "To be precise, he came here for the talisman. I just want to have a good fight with you." Robert shook his head. In Robert's opinion, a talisman holder like the ox warrior is not considered a good one. An enemy can only be regarded as an opponent, so Robert explained a little bit. "A fight." When New Warrior heard Robert's words, he seemed to feel the warrior aura on Robert's body. As a wrestler who has experienced many battles, New Warrior was very familiar with this kind of aura, because he is also so bellicose. Subconsciously, a fighting spirit emerged from the ox warrior's body, which made Robert's eyes light up. Robert had to admit that the ox warrior's chi was not too strong, and it was not even comparable to his own chi. Kingpin, but New Warrior is indeed the first real warrior Robert has seen in this world, a warrior with more fighting spirit than Afu. However, just when Robert started to get excited, the bull warrior also noticed the changes in Robert. His fighting spirit suddenly weakened. He looked at Robert and shook his head and said, "I can't fight you. You don't know how powerful I am with the talisman. This is unfair to you. Let's go, I won't give the talisman to you." "No, no, no, for me, you are just right with the talisman. If you don't have the talisman, I'm afraid you are not worthy of fighting me." Robert's anger suddenly burst out, and he stared at the bull warrior and said, "Come on, let me see how powerful your power and defense are with the ox talisman. Not worthy of fighting with you? My little friend, you may not have heard of the reputation of the ox warrior." Hearing Robert's words, the ox warrior narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Robert and said in a deep voice, "The ox warrior is not a newcomer like you. The little guy from the thatched cottage can handle it. Then give it a try." Robert kicked his feet, disappeared in a flash, and suddenly appeared in front of the bull warrior, and then punched the bull warrior. Robert's speed was obviously beyond the bull warrior's expectations. When Robert threw a punch, he reacted and subconsciously stretched out his hand to block it. Pang! The next moment, the bull warrior's body took half a step back and punched Robert, but Robert dodged it easily. Chapter 62, Combat Technique, Crazy Fighting Fist. Pang! Was heard, and the next moment, Robert kicked the bull warrior, causing the bull warrior's body to tilt, but he was still not injured. The bull warrior reacted faster this time. He quickly took action and grabbed his arms in Robert's direction. When he saw that Robert's body did not dodge this time, a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. But the result was that he was in vain, and fell to the ground in a somewhat awkward manner due to the excessive force, and then hurriedly rolled and stood up again. After-image punch. Or after-image boxing. Pang! Immediately afterwards, Robert launched a violent attack on the bull warrior. Every blow was able to make the bull warrior unable to parry and retreat in embarrassment, but it still did not cause any substantial damage to the bull warrior. Robert had to admit that his attacks in his current state were a bit scratchy for the bull warriors. With the blessing of the bull talisman, the bull warrior's defense was not as good as Clark and Kara's steel bodies, but it was far better than those of Clark and Kara. After the tiger talisman is fused, the black gold will be strong enough to keep the body in a balanced state without being injured. If Kingpin is just a human punching bag, then Ox Warrior can be called a hard stone. "You little monkey, do you dare to act like a man and confront me head-on?" However, in the face of Robert's continuous attacks, even though he was not injured, he was still beaten unilaterally by Robert. The Ox Warrior, who was unable to make an effective counterattack, was also a little upset. He shouted loudly in Robert's direction. "It's really not feasible to continue fighting like this." As the bull warrior finished speaking, Robert's figure appeared not far in front of the bull warrior. He shook his fist and said with a smile, "Although the spell has been solved, I can easily defeat you, and even long-range combat can prevent you from touching me, but this is not the battle I want. So let's go head to head. I just created a new move, but I haven't used it yet. You are the first one to see it. With the sound of chi, as Robert's words fell, powerful chi burst out from his body, and then the moonlight power stored in the chi in his body began to stimulate Robert's cells, but Robert did not directly transform into a giant ape, but the muscles on his body expanded in a circle, and his aura was also rising rapidly. This is a new ability developed by Robert after fusing the physical strength of two personalities. He cannot directly master the power of the giant ape like Broly, but Robert has found a way to slowly master the power of the giant ape. Powerful method. Moreover, Broly was already in his 40s when he appeared on the scene. Who knows if he has also experienced the stage that Robert is now. Hey? How come you have such an ability? The Ox Warrior couldn't help but froze for a moment after seeing Robert's muscles swelled. He said subconsciously, and then the muscles on his body also swelled rapidly. Ability like yours is of no use to me. If you can expand, I can also expand. Similar abilities do not mean the same effect. Robert slowly shook his head, kicked his feet, made a small hole in the ground, and rushed towards the Bull Warrior in a flash. Pang! Sounded, and the next moment, the Bull Warrior blocked Robert's attack with his arm, stepped back and crushed the ground, took a step back, and then punched Robert. This time Robert did not dodge, not because Robert could not dodge, but because he chose to confront the Bull Warriors head-on. This was Robert's favorite style of play. Robert wanted to fight again. Get back that feeling of punching your flesh. With the sound of ping, Robert's fist collided with the Bull Warrior's fist. Robert's body stepped back, but the Bull Warrior finally saw the opportunity to fight back. He gained the upper hand and punched again and again. Punch Robert! And Robert didn't give in at all. Even though his body kept retreating, and even though his fists were overflowing with blood, Robert had no intention of dodge. Being injured was just a kind of enjoyment for him. Such a hearty battle can only it's what he really wants. As the battle progressed, Robert's fighting spirit became more and more surging, to the point that it vaguely affected the Ox Warrior's sanity. The Bull Warrior considers himself to be a veteran warrior, but such a fierce and almost substantive fighting spirit as Robert's is, the Bull Warrior has never heard of it. Robert! At the same time, a trace of worry and anger flashed in the eyes of Clark, who was far away at Kent Farm. This was the first time he saw Robert being seriously injured. The last time he was hit by a sniper rifle, Robert just had a layer of skin broken. What's wrong? Kara and Martha, who were chatting, turned to look at Clark and asked, "Why did you suddenly mention Robert?" "No, I just feel that our two families are not used to having dinner together without Robert." Clark came back to his senses, suppressed the emotions in his heart, shook his head and said softly, "He has only been away from home for 2 days, and you miss him already." Martha couldn't help but laugh. "How is Robert now? Can't you see him? He's pretty good, he had a good time." Clark was silent for a moment, because after seeing Robert getting hurt, he grinned and started laughing. The whole person was in a state that Clark had never seen before. Excited, Clark couldn't understand this. He suppressed the idea of going over to help and said, "Humph! You didn't even call me when we went out to play." Kara's nose wrinkled and she grumbled with dissatisfaction. "Haha, how about waiting for him to come back and let him go out and have a good time with you?" A smile appeared on Martha's face. She seemed to see the hope that she had never seen in Clark appear in Robert's place. So she looked at Kara and asked jokingly. Kara blushed when she heard this, but she had no intention of refuting. After all, if Martha hadn't spoken, Kara was worried that after Robert came back, he would disappear in the blink of an eye. Ha 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 ha. On the other side, Robert also let out a hearty laugh. Even though his fists were dripping with blood, Robert did not flinch at all. The energy in his body became more solidified, and his fighting spirit became more intense. Surge until fighting spirit and energy are completely integrated. Robert felt that the fighting method he was most familiar with was coming back to him. He will fight with all his might until the end of the battle or the end of his life. Strategy, Wild Fighting Fist. Pang! Was heard, and the next moment, Robert's fist collided with the Bull Warrior again, but this time, Robert did not retreat at all. He actually blocked the Bull Warrior's blow with a force weaker than that of the Bull Warrior. Attack, and even started a counterattack. Why? A puzzled light flashed in the eyes of the new warrior. It was obvious that his attack and defense were better than Robert's, and it was obvious that Robert had always been injured, but why now, whether in terms of momentum or offensive, he was already suppressed by Robert? Wouldn't Robert feel pain? Wouldn't this constant flow of blood and these constant injuries have an impact on Robert? Why did Robert's fighting spirit and combat effectiveness continue to increase as his injuries became more and more serious? Chapter 63, Diana Prince. Neo Warrior couldn't understand these problems, and even because he was distracted during the battle, his disadvantage became more obvious. This battle became more and more frustrating. What Bull Warrior doesn't know is that if Bull Warrior is a wrestler who has experienced hundreds of battles, then Robert is a martial artist who has experienced thousands of battles and thousands of battles. And most of them are life and death battles. When Robert was in the Dragon Ball world, if there were enemies, he would fight to the death with them. If there were no enemies, he would have a hearty and unrestrained battle with his companions. Even though Robert had a strong recovery ability under the wish of the dragon, and also fell into a near-death state many times. But in the end, Robert survived tenaciously, and even created his own fighting method in battle after battle, Mad Fighting Fist. This is a fighting method that belongs exclusively to Robert. Only after creating such an exclusive fighting method can Robert be called a veritable martial arts master. The inspiration of Kezankin comes from Kaioken, but it is completely different from Kaioken. Robert intercepted Kaioken's ability to explode, and used that explosive method to bless his body, which increased his combat power. It's not too big, but the indomitable energy and Robert's tenacious fighting spirit that surged to the extreme were successfully integrated, which was enough to break through all the power and control effects of the bombardment. Robert can be defeated, injured, or even killed, but he will never be beaten back or controlled. In this state, neither the enemy's attacks nor Robert's own injuries will affect Robert's combat status. Until Robert's energy is exhausted, his blood dries up, or he wins the battle, Robert only then will stop. That is to say, the League of Legends and Olaf had not appeared before Robert traveled through time. Otherwise, he would have changed the name of the Berserk Fist to Ragnarok, or shouted Demacia and started charging. The most glorious achievement of Kuang Zhanchuan was to force Jiren to retreat in the Tournament of Power, buying Son Goku and the others enough recovery time. X.com. After all, the rule of the Tournament of Power is that you are not allowed to kill your opponent, and Jiren, whether it is a series of means to restrict the enemy, such as the Wall of Breath, Infinite Impact, or Energy Wall, cannot stop the indomitable Robert, and can cause serious damage to Robert. The injured Kihi Fist cannot fly away Robert, and the counter-impact energy shield that can trap the enemy will also be forced away by Robert. In the end, looking at Robert who was covered in blood but still moving forward indomitably, Jiren could only choose to avoid his sharp edge temporarily, giving Son Goku and the others a chance to breathe. Therefore, compared with the injuries he had suffered before, Robert's injury at this time can only be regarded as a child's injury, but such a child's injury also allowed Robert to use the Mad Fighting Fist again, completing the reversal of this battle. With the sound of peng, when Robert's energy and fighting spirit were completely integrated, Robert's blood-stained punch blasted away the Bull Warrior who could not accept the fighting situation at this time, and the Bull Warrior fell to the ground and mouthed. There was also a stream of blood spilling out of it. This was the first time the Ox Warrior was truly injured in the battle with Robert, and it was also the first time the Ox Warrior was injured since he obtained the Ox Talisman. He even felt that the power of the Ox Talisman on him seemed to be diminishing. The Ox Talisman can make the Ox Warrior infinitely powerful, invulnerable to weapons and bullets, and invulnerable to water and fire, but this does not mean that the Ox Warrior is really immune to injury and death. The power of the Ox Talisman also has limitations. It's great. After Robert punched out, his fighting spirit and chi completely merged together, surging up in Robert's body. At the same time, Robert also shouted excitedly, I haven't had such a fun battle in a long time. This is the real battle. With Robert's excitement, the momentum of fighting spirit and energy became more and more powerful, and even began to affect reality. The body and mind of the Ox Warrior who had just climbed up felt tremendous pressure, and for a moment he felt a little. He hesitated. Robert. Clark sighed inwardly as he looked at the injured but excited Robert, but he seemed to understand that this kind of thing would probably happen more often in the future. Hey! At the same time, in the Louvre Museum in Paris, more than 1,400 kilometers away from Rome, a tall woman who was admiring the Venus sculpture suddenly turned her head. Her facial features were flawless, and while possessing intellectual beauty, she also had a dash of heroic spirit that is rare for women. Her ordinary loose overalls gave her a fashionable vibe, and when she raised her head, her graceful expression, the figure and proud curves are slightly revealed. Diana Prince, the title is Wonder Woman, she is an Amazon female warrior from Paradise Island, she is Princess Diana of Paradise Island, she is Zeus, king of the Olympus gods, and Hippolyte, queen of the Amazons. Int's illegitimate daughter possesses the blood of a demigod. Diana now works in the Louvre Museum and is well hidden in human society. People around her don't notice anything different about her, except that she is particularly beautiful. In particular, Diana was very casual when getting along with others. Although people around her could feel that Diana was keeping a distance, it did not make them feel uncomfortable. Such a strong will to fight. Ares is resurrected. However, if they could see Diana at this time, I'm afraid they would feel that their cognition had been broken. Because Diana looked with burning eyes in the direction of Rome, a sense of fighting arose in her body. The original aura of intellectual beauty was gradually fading, and the feeling of heroic appearance belonging to the female warrior became stronger. Soon, Diana left the Louvre and disappeared into the night. On the other side, Robert came to his senses after shouting happily, looked at the bull warrior and said with a smile, "Come. Let's fight again." At this time, Robert's combat effectiveness has reached a new level. Even though his injuries have not healed, it does not affect his continued fist-to-bone fight with the bull warriors. However, at this time, the bull warrior had no intention of continuing to fight. He looked at the blood everywhere on his body, as if Robert had crawled out of hell and fell into silence, especially because Robert's body had already affected reality. The fighting spirit in New Warrior's heart was constantly disintegrating. Even though New Warrior has experienced hundreds of battles, he has never faced such a formidable opponent. After all, he is participating in a wrestling match, and his opponent will not fight so fiercely. Hey! Robert was also keenly aware of the decline of the bull warrior's fighting spirit. He frowned and looked at the bull warrior with some dissatisfaction and said, "As a soldier, how could you encounter such a dilemma in battle? Are you ready to give up? Do you think your injuries are more serious than mine? With the Ox Talisman, you are considered a strong man, so why are you so vulnerable? Come. Let's fight again." When the bull warrior heard Robert's words, a surge of anger surged in his heart, but this anger was soon suppressed by Robert's strong fighting spirit. Then the bull warrior looked dejectedly as Robert fell into silence. He is indeed a warrior, but he really can't adapt to Robert's fighting style. Chapter 64. The Scions vs. the Amazon Female Warriors. Why, hey! Robert sensed that Warrior New's fighting spirit had completely collapsed, and looked at him with some dissatisfaction. When Warrior New was about to continue persuading, he suddenly stopped, and then he looked at the sky. In the direction, Robert sensed that a powerful energy was leaping towards him. The power of this energy has surpassed that of Kara, and is even comparable to the energy displayed by Clark. Although this does not mean that the visitor is definitely stronger than Clark, it at least proves that the visitor is definitely a strong person. A strong man who is far superior to the Ox Warrior blessed by the Ox Talisman. The most important thing is that Robert felt a strong fighting spirit in this aura, a fighting spirit that was not much inferior to his own. The one who comes is a warrior. A true warrior. Buzz. Sounded. When he felt the coming, Robert's attention was instantly diverted. The fighting spirit and energy in his body surged again, and his mood became extremely excited. He looked at the breath with bright eyes. Direction. When there are truly powerful warriors, who would care about a cow warrior with a cow charm? There was a sound of boom, and soon, a heroic female Amazon warrior wearing armor landed on the ground, looking at Robert with the same piercing eyes. The visitor was none other than Diana, who had traveled thousands of miles from the Louvre. When she saw Robert, she was even more sure of her previous guess. This is definitely the resurrected body of Ares, the god of war. How can a normal human possess such a strong fighting spirit? Even this fighting spirit can already affect reality. Who else can do it except Ares? Even her own fighting spirit is slightly inferior to Robert's. She is a demigod with the blood of gods. Ares. You're actually resurrected again. Diana saw Robert just speaking, and saw an afterimage rushing over. Diana frowned and punched the afterimage. Whoa! Diana's fist hit the air. Pang! Was heard, followed by a heavy punch to Diana's lower abdomen, causing her body to stagnate slightly. When Robert faced Diana and the bull warrior, he also used the wild fighting fist, but showed two different fighting styles. Because Robert can clearly feel that Diana's strength far exceeds that of the Ox Warrior with the Ox Talisman. If he continues not to dodge all attacks, his end will be even worse than in the Tournament of Power. After all, the Tournament of Power there is also a rule about not killing people. Therefore, this time, Robert gave up the head-on confrontation and chose to fight at full strength in close combat, trading the least injuries for the most offensive opportunities. Hey! Diana was a little dazed after being punched by Robert. She originally thought Robert was the resurrected Ares, but when Robert showed his power, Diana discovered I seem to have misunderstood, because although Robert's power is full of fighting spirit, it does not have any divine power. This is a unique power that Diana has never seen before, but Diana is certain that it does not belong to any kind of divine power, and this alone is enough to prove that Robert is not the god of war Ari. This is probably a misunderstanding. Whoa! Thought of this, and Diana was just about to speak, but Robert launched another attack at this time. Diana felt that she had seen through Robert's attack route this time, and was ready to block it with a punch. Robert's fist, please explain it to Robert. But Diana's fist failed again, and before the force of the fist could be completely recovered, a pair of blood-stained hands grabbed Diana's wrist, and with the help of Diana's own strength, Diana was pushed over. He fell on his shoulder and fell to the ground in a panic. What a skill! However, Diana didn't mean to be angry when she got up from the ground, and even the fighting spirit that had faded emerged again. Diana had to admit that Robert was not only the human being with the strongest fighting spirit she had ever seen, but also the human being with the richest skills and fighting methods she had ever seen, especially since Robert didn't look too big. Diana couldn't understand how Robert had developed this skill, but Diana was ready to see what other surprises Robert could give her, and then she would explain the misunderstanding to Robert. Pang! Shouted, this time, Diana chose to ignore Robert's fist that rushed towards her for the first time, and chose to wait for Robert's hidden sneak attack, and then was hit by Robert. Pang! Diana chose to block Robert's first punch, and at the same time secretly guarded against Robert's second punch. Then when she blocked the second punch, she found that it was another afterimage, and she was hit by Robert again. Afterimage punch. It is obviously using the afterimage generated at high speed to create an effect similar to the clone technique to confuse the enemy, but the actual effect is comparable to the real clone technique. The reality is imaginary, and the imaginary is reality. When the multiple afterimage fists appeared in front of Diana, Diana also encountered the same situation as the Ox Warrior. When trying to crack the afterimage fists, she was constantly attacked unilaterally by Robert. The ground continued to break. Even though Diana's speed is obviously much faster than that of the Bull Warrior, it still cannot have much effect when faced with the uncertain afterimage fist. However, Diana was not upset because she could not really block Robert's offensive. Her eyes flashed brightly, and she tried to figure out the principle of the afterimage fist under blow after blow, or whether it was finding the rhythm of Robert's offense. I caught you. Diana stared at Robert with sharp eyes. Now, it's my turn. The next moment, Diana was ready to deal with Robert the way Robert had dealt with her before, throwing Robert over her shoulder and smashing him to the ground. Chi! Was heard, but at this moment, facing the current predicament, Robert subconsciously used his other hand to release a ball of Qigong waves, which directly bombarded Diana's body. Hey! Diana's reaction was not unpleasant. She instinctively wanted to let go of Robert, cross her arms, and use the protective silver bracelet to block the Qigong wave, but Robert held on to Diana tightly. Arm! Everything happened in a flash. Seeing the Qigong wave getting closer and closer, Diana raised one hand behind her back, and the divine shield was blocked in front of Diana, successfully blocking the Qigong wave. With a sound of boom, the Qigong wave impacted the divine shield, forcing Diana back a few steps and creating deep pits under her feet, but it did not break through the defense of the divine shield. Shua! Was heard, and the moment Diana blocked the Qigong wave with her divine shield, she grabbed Robert's arm with her backhand, threw Robert out violently, and wanted to throw Robert away. Go to the ground! Up until this moment, Diana, who had been struggling, finally began to regain the upper hand in terms of skills. But even if Diana was powerful, would Robert really be thrown to the ground so easily? Chapter 65, All Means Are Revealed. Robert, who was thrown out by Diana, released a powerful airflow toward the ground with one hand while he was in mid-air, relieving himself of the impact. At the same time, he released a Qigong wave with the other hand. Robert was originally prepared to fight Diana in close combat, but Robert had to admit that the power of his fists and kicks was indeed not as powerful as the Qigong waves. The Qigong waves could also make Diana feel threatened, so he punched and kicked her. For a long time, Diana was not injured. However, the time for Robert to wake up to consciousness was still very short after all, and perhaps because of the gradual development of the wishing power potential, Robert did not directly gain strong combat power as soon as he was born, but Robert could clearly feel that there is still a lot of untapped power in the body. Through the bug of the tiger talisman, Robert realized a little of his potential and developed a basic method of using the power of the giant ape. At the same time, he also took advantage of this battle to master the tactics he created before time travel. Crazy Fighting Fist. You know, before time travel, when Robert created the Mad Fighting Fist, he was already able to explode stars at will, but at this time, Robert had just started and had the ability to forcibly use the Mad Fighting Fist. Well done! At this time, when Robert hit Diana with a Qigong wave, Diana's eyes flashed with excitement, but she did not use the divine shield to block the Qigong wave. He drew out the Vulcan sword from his back and struck the Qigong wave hard. With the sound of chi, the Qigong wave was chopped away on the spot, making Robert's attack once again in vain. Flying human being, you really surprised me. After dispersing the Qigong wave, Diana stared at Robert suspended in mid-air with a glint in his eyes and said, "Obviously your power is not that great. You are too powerful, but you have amazing skills and can release such powerful energy. Do you have other abilities? You are also the most powerful female warrior I have ever seen." Robert looked at Diana with radiant eyes and said, "Although there is still some gap between you and me now, don't underestimate me. You have to be careful with this move." Chi, as Robert finished his words, he raised his right hand flat in the air, and streams of energy swirled and condensed on his palm. Chi Yuan Zhan. A unique trick created by Colin. Whoosh! With a sound, the Chi circle slash was thrown out by Robert like a flying disc. When the Chi circle slash flew out, Robert's energy dropped significantly. Hey! When Chi Yuan Zhan flew towards her, Diana's eyebrows condensed. She felt some threat from the edge of Chi Yuan Zhan, and subconsciously, Diana chose to dodge. Whoosh! With a sound, Chi Yuan Zhan cut across the ground, and a deep hole appeared on the ground. That is to say, the battlefield was in the wilderness and there were no buildings. Otherwise, under Chi Yuan Zhan, no matter how solid the reinforced concrete was, I can't bear it either. So sharp. Diana shrank slightly when she saw the deep scratches on the ground. Naturally, her Vulcan sword can do better, but the Vulcan sword is a divine weapon, but Chi Yuan slashes Robert. The difficulty of the skills released is not at the same level on both sides. Hey! Just as Diana looked at the ground, she suddenly felt a crisis approaching. Diana had no time to react and subconsciously slashed the Vulcan sword in her hand in the direction behind her. Clang! With a sound, the Vulcan sword and the Chi Yuan Zhan collided together, making a sound like weapons clashing. Zit-zi-zi! Immediately afterwards, a divine power was released from the Vulcan sword, and the power hidden in the Vulcan sword began to be stimulated. Chi Yuan Zhan was slowly collapsing. Shua! Was heard, but at this moment, Robert raised a finger, and a Qigong wave point was directed in the direction of Diana. Dong Dongbo. Compared with the Qigong wave from the lineage of Crane Immortal, which has longer storage time, greater power and wider range, the Qigong wave of the Turtle School can be released faster, and has more solid power. Hey! Faced with Robert's another attack, Diana's eyebrows furrowed as she had not completely wiped out Chi Yuan Zhan. She could feel that the Dong Dong wave was similar to the Qigong waves that Robert had released before. Essential difference. Facing the Dong Dong wave coming at extremely fast speed, Diana, who was in a stalemate with Chi Yuan Zhan, was forced to protect her body with a divine shield. With a sound of boom, the whole wave bombarded the divine shield, causing Diana's arms to bend continuously. Under the attack from both sides of the Chi circle slash and the whole wave, Diana's feet were buried in the ground. Look here! Just when Diana was about to unleash her magical power, she heard Robert's shout. Diana looked over subconsciously, and then a bright light made Diana close her eyes with discomfort. Sun Punch! The next moment, Robert made another move. After blocking Diana's sight and temporarily holding back Diana with Chi circle slash and whole wave, Robert finally had time to accumulate energy and use a powerful turtle-style Qigong wave. With a sound of boom, this attack of turtle-style Qigong wave can be regarded as Robert's full strength. After this attack of turtle-style Qigong wave was released, Robert's chi dropped rapidly, and his whole body went from mad to crazy. Break away from the fighting fist state. Robert's fighting spirit still existed, but his energy was exhausted. Danger! Diana couldn't see at this time, but she was keenly aware of the danger coming. Without any hesitation, Diana chose the most correct way to deal with it. Her hands released the Vulcan sword and the divine shield. The arms collided violently, stimulating the divine power in the protective silver bracelet. With a sound of buzz, the divine power instantly formed a protective stance, not only blocking Chi circle slash and whole wave, but also blasting away the turtle-style Qigong wave that contained all of Robert's Chi. Gilu! Gilu! Jackie Chan and Niu Warrior, who had retreated to the side early, witnessed the whole battle between Robert and Diana. After recovering their vision after experiencing light stimulation, they saw that except where Diana was standing, the rest of the ground had turned into a deep pit. Jackie Chan and Niu Warrior swallowed subconsciously. Are they still human? Originally, after the Ox Warrior obtained the Ox Talisman, he felt that he was invincible. However, he was educated by Robert. Then he witnessed the battle between Robert and Diana. He felt my worldview has collapsed a bit, the spell doesn't seem to be that powerful. Yes, if the talisman is outside, will it really threaten the world? Jackie Chan couldn't help but doubt life. He felt that in front of powerful people like Robert and Diana, the talisman seemed to be nothing. No wonder Robert will look down on charms. This is the first time I have encountered a warrior with so many weapons. These weapons are all powerful, hey. At this time, Robert stood on the spot and panted. The injuries on his body were healing quickly. He looked at the soldiers standing there. Not far away, Diana cooed helplessly, and suddenly she found that Diana had disappeared. Caught you! Diana's excited voice rang. Chapter 66, Take her home and be your wife. When Diana disappeared from Robert's sight, Robert had subconsciously started to avoid it. Although he lost the blessing of Chi, Robert's speed was still very fast. But Robert had just started to dodge, and suddenly he found a strange rope being pulled towards him. Robert couldn't dodge, so he could only subconsciously grab the rope, but unexpectedly, the rope wrapped around Robert directly. With his arms, he tied up Robert in a slightly shameful way. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. Robert even faintly felt a force impacting his consciousness. It was at this time that Diana's somewhat excited voice rang out. At this time, Diana had to admit that Robert was the most special human being she had ever seen. Not only was his fighting spirit comparable to that of Ares, the god of war, but his fighting skills and methods exceeded Diana's expectations. If Robert's strength hadn't been a little inferior, Diana wouldn't have been able to guarantee that she would win. You are the most powerful human being I have ever seen. What's your name? After the mantra lasso restrained Robert, Diana looked at Robert with interest and asked. My name is Robert, and you are also the most powerful female warrior I have ever seen. But unfortunately, I am not your opponent yet. Even if you don't have those weapons, I'm afraid I can't beat you. In the truth, under the influence of the lasso, Robert replied subconsciously. But it won't be certain in the future. When I continue to improve my combat effectiveness, one day I will be able to defeat you, even if you have those weapons. You want to beat me so much? Then what are you going to do after you beat me? Diana raised her eyebrows slightly and asked curiously. After I defeat you, I will naturally take you home to be my wife. Robert said matter-of-factly, you are the most powerful female warrior I have ever seen, and you are also the only female warrior with the will to fight. I definitely can't miss such a powerful female warrior. Clark, who had previously soared into the sky when he found out that Robert was exhausted and weak, suddenly braked in mid-air. He looked in the direction of Robert with his mouth slightly open. For a moment, I don't know if I should go over and help. Clark originally thought that Robert didn't know anything about men and women. After all, everyone could tell that something was wrong with Kara's attitude towards Robert, just like Lana did towards him. But Clark cannot accept being with humans in a short period of time, and Robert seems to be ignorant and has no awareness of this aspect. But what Robert said now made Clark fall into silence. After a while, he whispered in a low voice, "What is this? An instinctive choice for genetic reproduction?" In other words, he likes powerful female warriors, and Kara, it seems that in Robert's eyes, Kara cannot be regarded as a female warrior, because Kara has no fighting spirit and interest in fighting. Thinking of this, Clark subconsciously glanced in the direction of Kent's farm. At this time, Kara, who could not fly, was comforting the Kents, completely unaware that Robert had already fallen in love with another powerful female warrior. On the other side, Diana couldn't help being stunned for a moment when she heard Robert's words, but soon Diana smiled, looked at Robert, shook her head, and said softly, "Kid, let's wait until you grow up to discuss this matter. It's too early for you to consider this issue now." "Humph. When I grow up and beat you, you won't say such things, hey?" Robert snorted in dissatisfaction, suddenly frowning, and his consciousness was trying to understand the truth. The ropes collided crazily, and there was a faint tendency to wake up. What a strong will! Diana looked at Robert's reaction in amazement, and then put away the mantra lasso. Looking at Robert, who had not yet recovered, a trace of fighting spirit and expectation flashed in his eyes. He chuckled and said, "Okay, kid, then I'll wait until you grow up to beat me and carry me home. I hope your strength won't disappoint me when you grow up." Ah! Robert, who was gradually waking up, was stunned for a moment when he heard this. He subconsciously looked at Diana before he could speak, but he saw Diana nodding towards him, kicking her feet, and her whole body rose into the sky. "Disappear. My name is Diana, Prince. When the time comes, you can come to the Temple of Athens or the Louvre to find me. Anyway, it won't be too much trouble if you can fly." Diana's voice echoed in Robert's ears, "I hope you can grow up as soon as possible. I also hope to have an opponent with whom I can have a good fight. Today's battle gave me a lot of surprises, but it was not fun enough. I don't think I need to go there. What kind of development is this? The two people were fighting so fiercely, and now they suddenly agreed to get married? Is this the brain circuit of soldiers?" Clark looked in Robert's direction and scratched his head. Complained somewhat speechlessly. "Am I going to have a sibling? Well, what about Carla? Do I want to tell them after I go back? Although Martha likes Carla's appearance very much, if Martha knows that Robert has found a future wife, I'm afraid I'll also be happy to see the results." At this time, Clark had a headache for a while. He had not yet dealt with his own affairs, and he encountered troubles like Robert's. These problems were really not something that a super brain could easily solve. As for whether Robert could beat Diana in the future, Clark was not worried at all. In Clark's view, it would be abnormal for Robert, with his endless abilities and growth rate, to be unable to beat Diana. Especially at this time, Clark observed that Robert's strength was clearly exhausted and his physical injuries were not optimistic. However, as time went by, Robert's injuries were recovering rapidly, and his physical strength seemed to have improved. At this moment, Clark understood why Robert loved fighting so much, and he also understood why Robert worked so hard, because this was what Robert liked, and it was also one of the ways for Robert to quickly improve his strength. It's no wonder that Robert wants to marry Diana. If they fight together every day in the future, will Robert's strength improve faster? But if they have conflicts in the future? Clark's mind flashed. A thought came to his mind, and then he shook it off. He wanted to pretend he didn't know anything, and weave a suitable reason to go home and hide it from Martha and Carla. Forget it, I'm too lazy to worry about it. If there are any problems in the future, let Robert solve it by himself. My own problems haven't been solved yet. Clark's figure quickly disappeared in the air and returned to Kent Farm. What a strange rope, can it actually make me tell the truth? On the other side, Robert looked at the place where Diana disappeared and scratched his head, and then the fighting spirit emerged again. It's great, I found a reel. The female warriors are luckier than Goku and Vegeta. It seems that I need to work harder to improve my fighting power. I can't even beat my wife. Chapter 67. Firepower upgrade is coming. The knot is over. After watching Diana fly into the sky, Jackie Chan came back to his senses and muttered in confusion. Yeah, it's over. It seems like there's no need to fight anymore. Neo Warrior nodded subconsciously and continued. At this time, Jackie Chan seemed to have temporarily forgotten the purpose of his trip, and the Cow Warrior also seemed to have forgotten that he and Jackie Chan were not the same group. Jackie Chan came to snatch the cow talisman. When the two people faced extraordinary events beyond their cognition, they subconsciously joined forces to keep each other warm, so that they could feel their presence. Yes, it's over. I didn't expect that there would be such a surprise this time. It seems that I was right to take the risk. Robert walked to Jackie Chan and Neo Warrior and said with a smile. Hiss. At this time, the Neo Warrior came back to his senses. He took a breath of cold air and looked at Robert, subconsciously taking 2 steps back. You don't want me to continue fighting with you? Var. Don't worry, I've had a good time today, but if there is a chance in the future, we can compete again. Robert waved his hand and looked at the bull warrior expectantly. No. No need. I'm no match for you. The ox warrior quickly shook his head and admitted defeat. How could it be? As long as you still have the bull talisman, you will still be able to fight. Robert said seriously, looking at the bull talisman on the ox warrior's mask. Even with the ox talisman, I am no match for you. Once you use that laser cannon, my body can withstand it, but my mask cannot. The ox warrior sighed dejectedly. Said while stroking the cow charm on his forehead. Furthermore, I have also thought clearly. Compared with powerful people like you, I am nothing at all. The cow talisman is not my own power. I should not rely too much on it. Since I have it, I haven't had a good workout in a long time. So, I decided to hand over the ox talisman to you. Although the ox warrior will never take off his mask, after all, you defeated me. According to our wrestlers' rules, you are qualified to ask me to take off my mask. Have you really never taken off your mask before? Robert looked at the bull warrior curiously and kept asking, then what do you do when you wash your face? What do you do when you take a bath? Also, isn't your mask dirty? Won't it stink when you sweat when you are training to fight? The ox warrior who was taking off his mask suddenly stopped. Although the ox warrior's face under the mask was still not visible, one can imagine that the ox warrior's expression must be very stiff. Ahem, thank you very much for your cooperation. Jackie Chan saw that the atmosphere was not quite right at this time, and hurriedly stood up to smooth things over, although to Robert and the others, the spell is nothing, but to them, for us ordinary people, spells are still too dangerous. Besides, you also saw those masked men before. If the talisman is still with you, they will definitely continue to find you. If they find me, I won't be afraid of them. The ox warrior glared at Jackie Chan with some dissatisfaction. The hand that was about to pull off the mask changed its target and directly pulled off the ox talisman on the mask and threw it to low, but revealed a shiny forehead. Hey! Robert ignored the bull warrior's forehead, because after receiving the bull talisman, he felt a huge power integrated into his body. In just an instant, Robert felt that his body's strength and defense had been rapidly improved, and it was no worse than the physical quality shown by Diana just now. But the problem is that this cow talisman only increases the strength and defense of the body, and does not provide any blessings such as speed and recovery, let alone increase the intensity of chi. In other words, with the blessing of the ox talisman, Robert can give himself more powerful strength and defense, but he cannot continue to increase his speed, nor can he increase his combat effectiveness through chi. But this kind of increase is already very powerful. With such a powerful power, how can you only use it so much? Doesn't everyone have a different tolerance for the power of the talisman? Robert couldn't help but mumbled as he looked at the bull warrior with the talisman. Then threw the cow charm to Jackie Chan. For Robert, the cow talisman is just an external force. He is not a person who likes to rely on external forces, especially since the cow talisman may be taken away at any time, and it is impossible for him to directly set the cow talisman on his body. If the power of the ox talisman is directly transferred into his body, Robert may be happy to accept it, but holding it all the time is too troublesome. It is not as comfortable as Robert's own efforts to practice and improve his strength. Listening to Robert's beeping sound, the bull warrior missed the Robert who was focused on fighting just now. I feel that I can lift a cow. No. It's an elephant. Jackie Chan shouted excitedly after receiving the cow charm and receiving powerful power blessings, but he soon noticed Robert with the eyes of the new warrior. Jackie Chan looked at the traces of battle around him with some embarrassment, and closed his mouth knowingly. Okay, we've got the ox talisman, we can go back to our respective homes. Robert shrugged and said, looking at Jackie Chan and the ox warrior. Robert had no intention of going home. Just kidding, he finally came out. It had only been a few days. How could Robert go back so easily? Robert, who didn't know that Clark had made a roundabout run, felt that with Clark guarding the Kent farm, there would be no problems, so he was ready to have a good wave outside. After all, Robert had already learned a lesson before. That trip to New York was because he went home too early, and ended up having to go to class bitterly. This time, Robert would never go back before the start of school. Won't you go back with me? Jackie Chan didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He looked at Robert speaking subconsciously, then realized something, and mumbled with some envy, "Oh, I forgot, you can fly, so you really don't need to go back with me." Hush! Someone is coming. However, before Jackie Chan finished speaking, he was interrupted by Robert. Robert frowned. He sensed that a lot of chi was approaching here, and these chi Robert had already come into contact with those masked men who were beaten away by the bull warriors. When Robert was fighting the bull warriors and Diana one after another, the masked people also contacted Valen. After all, they were determined to win the bull talisman. How could they give up because of a small setback? Since ordinary weapons and firearms are ineffective against the bull warriors, it is better to increase the firepower level and use more powerful weapons. Under Valen's arrangement, the masked people wore more advanced combat weapons, and some of them were even considered extraordinary equipment. However, after all, Daily itself is the origin of Valen's lineage, not to mention that Europe is also the base camp of their huge organization, so getting some extraordinary equipment is nothing at all. Chapter 68. Long Live Hydra. It's the same group of guys from before, be careful. Robert reminded Jackie Chan and the new warriors and looked in the direction of the source of the energy. Then Robert noticed a few heavily armored soldiers appearing first in front of him. Within sight, these heavily armored soldiers also held some strange-looking firearms in their hands. Is this the group of people just now? Why does it look wrong? Not long after, Jackie Chan and New Warrior also saw the group of masked men and heavy armored soldiers. Jackie Chan shouted in surprise, "They are still Wa Long his subordinates? When Valen dealt with me before, he didn't use such exaggerated equipment. That may be because he hasn't started to regard you as his mortal enemy yet." Robert shook his head. While he was talking, he suddenly saw a laser shot towards Jackie Chan. "Be careful." "Hi!" With a sound, Robert pushed Jackie Chan away, and the laser shot on the ground, causing a small piece of the ground to disappear. Wow! Jackie Chan and New Warrior were both shocked. Although they had seen the destructive power of Robert and Diana's battle before, when they saw high-tech weapons appearing in front of them, showing their powerful destructive power, the two of them still couldn't accept it, because in their understanding, there should be no laser weapons in this world. "Be careful, I'll deal with them." Robert looked at the heavily armored soldiers and the masked men and his expressions became serious. After giving instructions to Jackie Chan and the new warriors, he rushed towards the enemy in a flash. Robert couldn't help but be careless. After all, he had just experienced 2 battles. Even though his body was recovering from injuries, he had not yet reached his peak state, and more importantly, his energy had not fully recovered. Perform. Robert didn't know how much firepower these heavy armored soldiers had, but he didn't want to be shot through the heart by a laser like Son Goku, especially since Robert was keenly aware that the energy in the laser was not simple. Act according to the plan. The main thing is to snatch the cow talisman, and to deal with other people as a supplement. Hey! The plan has changed. Some people are snatching the talisman, and the other people are dealing with this extraordinary person. It is suspected of being a person with speed ability, or other talisman owners. After the first shot aimed at Jackie Chan was dodged, the commander quickly issued the order, but when he saw Robert turning into an afterimage, the commander also quickly adjusted the order. Soon, some masked men and a few heavily armored soldiers rushed in the direction of Jackie Chan, while others formed a semi-surrounding force, waiting for Robert. Ahoy! When Robert appeared next to the heavily armored soldier, without any hesitation, laser guns shot at Robert's body. But Robert's body was no longer in its original position. He appeared next to a heavy armored soldier, staring at the energy block loader behind the heavy armored soldier. He was keenly aware that these heavy armored soldiers were here. The weapon's energy source. Peng! With a cry of peng, Robert struck out with a palm, driving the airflow to form an attack that hit the energy block loader. Boom! Almost the moment the energy block loader was hit by the airflow attack, the energy turned into flames, swallowed up the heavily armored soldier, and also swallowed up the nearby masked men. If there is a weakness, it will be easy to deal with. Robert's eyes lit up when he saw this, and he quickly rushed to the next heavy armored soldier. In Robert's eyes, these heavy armored soldiers had changed from the original threat to a "you can control the bomb against the enemy." Disperse. Protect the heavily armored soldiers within the range of fire. Once you find traces of that guy, shoot immediately. Seeing Robert disappear again, the commander hurriedly took command again. The flamethrower is always ready. Once found, immediately suppressive fire. Who? Just as the commander finished speaking, the flamethrower in the hand of a heavily armored soldier directly sprayed out hot flames, because at this time Robert had already appeared beside him. Hey? The reaction is quite fast. A trace of surprise flashed in Robert's eyes, and he struck out with a palm. The wind of the palm directly scattered the hot flames, but at this moment, the heavy armored soldier looked at him as if he didn't care about his life. As Robert rushed over, Robert could faintly see the eyes of the heavily armored soldier flashing with madness and fanaticism. Boom! The next moment, the heavily armored soldier exploded, just like the explosion just now, but this time it was not Robert who detonated it, but the heavily armored soldier who blew himself up. So crazy! At this time, Robert's body was suspended in the air. He looked at the still burning flames with some surprise. It was not that he had never seen self-destruction, but ordinary people could self-destruct so decisively. Bet really didn't expect it. He's in the air. He can fly. Cover and evacuate. Cover and evacuate immediately. The commander quickly discovered Robert suspended in mid-air, with a hint of fear in his voice. Even if their laser weapons the range was far enough, but the commander still ordered the evacuation because the situation now exceeded original expectations and he needed to wait for the latest instructions from the top. As the commander's order was issued, the surrounding masked men and heavily armored soldiers aimed their weapons at Robert in mid-air and began to evacuate. It is worth mentioning that even though Jackie Chan and Neo Warrior did not have Robert on their side, with help, they were not injured. Although Jackie Chan kept shouting tough luck. Tough luck. Tough luck, he only scratched a little of his clothes under the laser gun attack. Want to leave? How can it be that easy? Look here. However, facing the masked men and heavily armored soldiers who wanted to evacuate, Robert had no intention of letting them go. With the sound of buzz, a dazzling light suddenly lit up in the dark sky. Again. Jackie Chan and the Bull Warrior monster yelled, then covered their eyes. Jackie Chan and Neo Warriors who had seen Sun Fist were all hit, not to mention those heavily armored soldiers and masked men. They all covered their eyes and couldn't stop the tears from flowing out. Buzz sounded, and at the same time, a ball of Qigong waves condensed in Robert's palm, and then spread out, turning into small Qigong waves, aiming at every heavily armored soldier and masked soldier. People. Tracking bullets. The chi that can lock the target will automatically hit the target. The power of the tracking bomb is not too powerful, but it is just right for dealing with masked people. As for the heavily armored soldiers, just lock on the device behind them. Boom! Boom! Explosions continued to sound, and almost all the enemies were wiped out by the combination of explosions and tracking bombs. Only the commander was still lying on the ground, lingering and breathing. Just in time, let's see who you are. Robert glanced at the commander in surprise, then appeared in front of the commander and stretched out his hand to read the commander's memory. You can't kill all of us. Cut off one head and two will grow back. You have been targeted by our people. You can't escape. The commander watched Robert crush the poison hidden in his teeth. Said firmly in a low voice, "Long live Hydra." Suicide again? Are you brainwashed? Robert muttered, scratching his head as he looked at the commander who had lost his breath. Chapter 69, The Research Direction of Monkey Charms. Have you ever heard of Hydra? Robert came to Jackie Chan and Neo Warrior, who had just recovered their eyesight, and asked. Before, he clearly heard Jackie Chan say that these people were Valen's men, but now it looked like they were It's a Crazy Hydra, and Robert also wants to find out the other party's identity. I said, next time you set off a flash bomb, can you inform us in advance? My eyes will be blinded. Jackie Chan looked at Robert coming over and complained at the same time, but when he heard Robert, Bet was stunned for a moment after asking the question, and he mumbled with a hesitant light in his eyes, Hydra? Why do you ask this? I seem to have heard of it. Wait, let me think about it. Hydra? A monster from Greek mythology. The Bull Warrior on the side scratched his head and said awkwardly, when I was a child, I heard my mother tell stories about Greek mythology. Greek mythology? It doesn't seem impossible. After all, those guys seem to have been brainwashed and have completely disregarded life and death. Robert was nodding and talking, and Jackie Chan suddenly looked over. Did you hear the news about Hydra from those people just now? Aren't they Valen's men? Isn't Valen a member of the Mafia? How did it become Hydra? Jackie Chan frowned, looking serious. Asked. Then the last person shouted long live Hydra before he died. Was he sick? If he didn't shout, wouldn't I know his origin? What exactly is Hydra? Luo Bet couldn't help but complain. Black Diamond. Maybe it's a matter of faith. Jackie Chan shook his head and explained in a low voice, I don't know much about Hydra. I only know that it was an evil organization during World War II, even worse than the Mafia. There are many evils, they have caused a lot of chaos and wars around the world, and their ultimate goal is to rule the entire world. However, from the information I know, Hydra should have been eliminated long ago. How could it reappear? It is also inextricably related to Wallen. The centipede is dead but not stiff. Hearing Jackie Chan's explanation, Robert suddenly understood the positioning of the Hydra organization. Isn't this the Red Ribbon Army of this world? Such an organization wants to be completely destroyed. It is indeed not that easy to eliminate, not to mention that Hydra has a strange slogan of cut off one head and two will grow. This matter is a bit troublesome. If Wallen is really related to Hydra, or if Wallen is Hydra, then their focus on the talisman may have a deeper meaning. Jackie Chan's eyes flashed. Said with a hint of worry. The enemy is in the dark and we are in the clear. You don't need to be so anxious. After all, they are targeting the talisman, and they will definitely appear again. Wouldn't it be nice to wait until they appear, defeat them, and find their lair? Robert shrugged. He shrugged. He was too familiar with this method of defeating the villain organization. He would first wait for the enemy to show up, then go straight to the enemy's lair, destroy the opponent's effective forces, and finally wait for the rebuttal from the remaining forces. New. For Robert, these Hydra soldiers now rely more on laser weapons. If Hydra can have some truly strong men, then Robert will be even more looking forward to it. Here. I return the talisman to you. I will remember the kindness you just showed. The Ox warrior threw the Ox talisman towards Jackie Chan and said seriously. There is no favor. You are much better than me with the cow talisman. If it weren't for your help, I probably wouldn't be a match for those guys. Jackie Chan came to his senses and took the cow talisman, shook his head and said with a smile. Because he got the news about Hydra, Jackie Chan left anxiously after taking over the bull talisman. A mafia had already made Jackie Chan a little anxious, and now there was another Hydra, which made Jackie Chan feel collected, and the difficulty of guarding these charms is simply too great. Fortunately, Jackie Chan only collects the talismans and protects them. He does not need to worry about it, because the talismans will be placed in what is known as the safest place in the world. At the same time, in the base where Valen was located, Valen received news from Baron Strucker and learned that all his men had been wiped out, and that they had laser weapons. Struck? Are you sure you're not kidding? Wallen's eyes flashed with cold light, and he asked in a deep voice, so many sophisticated weapons and soldiers were wiped out like this? How powerful is the Ox talisman? Or do you want to swallow the cow charm for yourself? Wallen, please calm down. We are a cooperative relationship on this matter of spells. Naturally, I can't hide it from you. Baron Strucker sighed helplessly and whispered. The matter of the talisman was originally your responsibility. I will cooperate with you in researching the talisman. This was agreed upon from the beginning. You asked me to borrow equipment this time, and I didn't hesitate at all. That's one of the few people I have here. Where is the inventory? I don't want my treasure to be destroyed like this. So, is it the power of the Ox talisman? Is the Ox talisman so powerful? Then you have been studying the monkey talisman for so long, but there is no progress at all. Valen frowned, just as he was not the only one to be able to take the talisman. Similarly, no matter how greedy Baron Strucker is, it is still delusional to want to monopolize the talisman, not to mention that the secret of the Holy Lord seems to have always been in his hands. My people detected energy fluctuations at the scene, which was not the energy of our laser weapons. Therefore, people from other forces may have intervened. I am still investigating. Baron Strucker explained softly. As for the monkey charm, I have made progress. The monkey charm can turn the target into an animal. I am studying how to intercept the power of turning into an animal and completely retain the ability of the animal in our warriors. At that time, we will be able to create legions of animal warriors, and their strength will far exceed those of the so-called super soldiers. What's the success rate? All forces have hidden some formulas for super soldier serums, and everyone is studying them. But although everyone has some successful super soldiers, the fatality rate is too high. Valen listened. His eyes lit up slightly as he looked at the pie painted by Baron Strucker, but he quickly calmed down and asked. Well, the success rate is not low. I prepared 500 people, but now less than 300 are dead. Baron Strucker was silent for a moment and said, pretending to be calm. What about the one that succeeded? Wallen frowned and asked quickly. Maybe among the 200 people at the back. Baron Strucker whispered, and then quickly changed the subject. In my research, there should be some relationship between the monkey charm and the rat charm. You don't want to forget about the cow talisman. First find a way to help me get the rat talisman, then my plan should be completed. You said it quite easily. I didn't get the cow talisman. Do you think the Holy Lord will be so easy to talk to? You're not the one who is ridiculed and insulted by him every time, right? Valen said with a trace of anger in his eyes. If you are willing, I can trade with you. You introduce the Holy Lord to me, and I will deal with him. Baron Strucker said with a smile. Chapter 70. The Holy Lord and Valen. Haha. When you finish your research, come back to me and contact the Holy Master. Otherwise, if he knows that the monkey charm is in your hand, he will have to eat you. W.A. Long's face was slightly cold when he heard this, and then he sneered. Said. After all, the cow talisman appeared in your territory, so it is your responsibility to figure out the whereabouts of the ox talisman and give an explanation to my men who died in vain. Let's see which force is also eyeing talisman. Judging from the information we know now, besides us, there are at least two forces. One is Jackie Chan and the 13th district behind him. This force it's not too strong. And the other one is the force that got the rat talisman. I originally had Alex's information here, but then all her information links were cut off. It seems that the other party's force is not simple. So what if it's not simple? No matter how simple, they are also an official force. How deep can they hide? Unlike us, the world has long forgotten our existence. Baron Strucker laughed disdainfully said. Yes, we have been silent for too long, but it is not time for us to show up yet. Each of us is accumulating its own strength. When the time comes, the position of Supreme Leader will still depend on his own ability. Valen taking a deep breath, he hung up the phone and looked at the secret room where the statue of the Holy Lord was. It's better to be safer. Valen thought for a moment, and after some preparation, he walked into the secret room of the statue of the Holy Lord. W.A. Long, where's the ox talisman? Don't tell me you failed again. The Holy Master's eyes flashed red and he looked at Walong and asked in a deep voice. Yes, I failed again. W.A. Long spread his hands, looked at the Holy Lord and said, there is nothing we can do about this. After all, the ox talisman is so powerful, and my men are just a group of ordinary people. How can they be bulls? Where is the opponent of the spell owner? Trash. The Holy Lord burst out upon hearing this. You can't even do such a small thing well, what use do you have? Isn't it, Holy Master, that you are too stingy with your power? W.A. Long looked helpless and was about to bargain with the Holy Lord to see if he could get some benefits out of this stingy dragon's hands, but soon Kui Walong's eyes suddenly shrank, and he saw one black shadow after another in his peripheral vision. This group of black figures suddenly appeared wearing black ninja suits with dark red collars and waistbands. The clothes covered most of their bodies and faces, only revealing a little grey-blue skin and red eyes, but Valen glanced at them. It's obvious that these guys are not human. Is this what it is? Valen subconsciously took half a step back, looking warily at the shadow ninjas around him and asked. They are the ninja group of the Black Shadow Corps, say hello to them. The Holy Lord said with a sneer. Ahoy! As the Holy Lord's words fell, the shadow ninja threw out the darts, flying knives and other hidden weapons in his hands. Walen's eyes narrowed, but his speed was not slow either. He dodged all kinds of hidden weapons with a gloomy look on his face. He looked at the Holy Lord and asked, Holy Lord, is this the way you say hello? If you do this, it will be difficult for us to continue to cooperate. I won't cooperate with rubbish. If you want to cooperate, you must show your value first. The Holy Lord sneered, and some of the surrounding ninjas took out weapons such as daggers and sticks and rushed towards Valen. Humph! Valen snorted coldly, and 2 laser guns fell out of his sleeves. They were more sophisticated than the laser weapons used against Robert's masked men. Stop! Valen didn't waste any time, and fired decisively. The laser shot penetrated the Black Shadow ninjas, causing them to turn into black energy and disappear. Then he pointed the gun at the Holy Lord and sneered, "With my strength, I wonder if you are satisfied, Holy Master? However, some of your men are not very experienced in beating. They died in my hands, which was a bit wasted. Yes, no wonder you were so confident when you faced me before. It turns out you have a special method." The Holy Lord glanced at Wa Long coldly, and then said in a deep voice with a cold voice, "Then, can you explain? Come on, why do you, who owns such a weapon, have your charms taken away one after another and not even one of them is brought back?" Buzz sounded, and as the Holy Lord's words fell, black shadows appeared again, surrounding the secret room. Could it be that the only extraordinary ability in the world is spells? Then where did my laser weapon come from? How did you get sealed, Lord Holy Lord? Valen glanced out of the corner of his eye. Although the surrounding Black Shadow ninjas had some fluctuations in their hearts, they looked at the Holy Lord without changing their expressions. Furthermore, since you, Holy Lord, have so many powerful subordinates, why do you insist on cooperating with me when you have never used them before? What are you afraid of? Are you questioning my strength? A cold light flashed in the Holy Lord's eyes, and all the Black Shadow ninjas showed their weapons. At the same time, the statue of the Holy Lord was also trembling slightly, with a violent breath. The pressure on Wallen's body made him unable to move for an instant, and he even felt that death was coming. But everything only happened for a moment. The next moment, the violent aura disappeared, and the surrounding Black Shadow ninjas also retracted their weapons. The Holy Lord took a deep look at Wallen and said, "Happy cooperation, Walong, they will cooperate with you in your actions in the future, and I hope you can deliver the spell to me personally, do you understand? Don't worry, Lord Holy Lord, I will never let you down again." Wallen's eyes lit up slightly and he responded quickly with a smile. Soon, Wallen left the secret room, wiped the sweat that had just overflowed from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. He looked back at the direction of the secret room and muttered in his heart, "This old guy really has other tricks. But that's not it. It's such a loss, at least I seem to have got a group of unkillable subordinates, although it seems that they usually don't listen to my orders." In the secret room, a trace of exhaustion flashed in the Holy Lord's eyes after Valen left. He had expended a lot of energy just now to restrain Valen. After all, he was now sealed. The Black Shadow Core is not my original strength, so I have to be cautious. After suppressing Valen this time, he should be able to be honest for a while. As long as I can get back a talisman, I will have a chance to make a comeback. Holy Master looking at the direction where Valen left, thinking in his mind, he slowly closed his eyes and fell into silence. This kid. Aren't you ready to come back? At the Kent farm, Clark, who had finally managed to hide the truth from the Kents and Carla's family, discovered that Robert had no intention of coming back after being separated from Jackie Chan and New Warrior. This made Clark was speechless for a moment. Clark was originally going to tell Robert not to talk about Diana when he came back, so as not to get into trouble, but it turned out that Robert had no intention of coming back at all. Robert didn't know Clark's mental journey. He got a world map from the Bull Warriors. After roughly estimating his position, he followed the map's instructions. As for the next stop, naturally, I went to see the Temple of Athens. Chapter 71. The first battle back home. The reason why Robert is preparing to go to the Temple of Athens is not because he is sure to defeat Diana and carry her home, but because Diana is the only one Robert has encountered at this stage who can compete with Robert in terms of skills. One or two people. And the most important thing is that Diana is obviously better at controlling the force used in battle than Clark and Kara. Robert can feel that when Diana fought with him before, most of the time she only used chi. The physical strength matched the intensity, but he did not exert any divine power. And the moment Diana's magical power burst out, Robert could understand that Diana's true strength was far more powerful than he perceived. A few days later, Robert's injuries had completely recovered, and his energy level was higher than before the battle. Fighting is indeed the best way to improve a scion. But it was a pity that when Robert came to the Temple of Athens, Diana was not here. For this reason, Robert made a special trip to the Louvre Museum, but still did not find Diana. At this time, Diana returned to Paradise Island, because after meeting Robert, she wanted to see if Robert's abilities were recorded in Paradise Island. After all, she did not expect that Robert would actually going to fight her so soon. And Robert didn't feel depressed after failing to find Diana twice. He went all the way north to the North Pole, practicing in this ice and snow environment, and a vacation passed in the blink of an eye. Nothing important happened during this period of time. Wallen and others found no trace of the next talisman and were still searching for the whereabouts of the previous talismans. The fact that the ox talisman fell into Jackie Chan's hands was known to Wallen, but Wallen did not act rashly, because Wallen, who did not know Robert's existence, felt that District 13 might be more powerful than he imagined. We need to figure out the organization behind District 13 and Alex. After all, what Hydra is least afraid of is waiting, and what it is best at is integrating. Wallen has arranged for people to be undercover in District 13. Even if they can't access the talisman in a short time, as long as District 13 continues to search for talismans, these undercover agents will be useful. Aren't you ready to come back? School is about to start. Martha and Carla have talked about you several times. Are you going to live outside all the time? Robert, who had long forgotten the time while practicing, was thinking in his mind. Suddenly Clark's annoyed voice sounded. Clark saw that his clothes had long been frayed and discarded, and Robert, who was wrapped in animal skins, was already developing into a savage, especially in an environment where there was no one around, and Robert's tail was not wrapped around his waist. Yes, just like that. Hey! Robert stopped from practicing, put down the huge ice cube in his hand, and said with some unfinished thoughts, "Time flies so fast. Okay, I'll go back right now, hey. Kara talked about me several times? How could she talk about me? And you knew about it? Kara's family moved next to our house and are now neighbors with us. Martha gets along well with them, so don't talk about you and Diana when you come back." Clark's serious voice spoke to Robert's. The sound in his mind made Robert stunned for a moment. Wait, why can't I understand this causal relationship? Is there any relationship between them? Robert scratched his head hesitantly and said. Just remember it. Clark warned, then unilaterally hung up the spiritual dialogue. Robert told me that he was coming back. In the Kent farm, Clark said with a smile as he looked at Martha and Kara, who had integrated into the Kent family. Humph. I finally found out that I'm back. Doesn't he like fighting? I have to teach him a lesson when he comes back. Carla's eyes lit up when she heard this, and then she pursed her lips and said with some dissatisfaction. This is a good idea. However, Clark had no objection at all. Instead, he said in agreement. Ah! Kara couldn't help but be stunned when she heard Clark agree with her. She looked at Clark with a puzzled face, and so did Martha beside her. She didn't quite understand why Clark wanted Kara to teach Robert a lesson. Do what you want to do. Maybe you can get a surprise. Clark did not mean to explain, but looked at Kara and encouraged her. Did Robert make Clark angry? A thought flashed through Kara's mind, and then the corners of her mouth raised slightly, but yes, once Robert disappears, it will be a summer vacation, and everyone will be angry. Sneeze. Robert sneezed on his way back, scratched his head in confusion, and then continued towards Kent Farm without knowing why. Back. When Robert came into sight, Kara flew into the sky and headed towards Robert. During this holiday, Kara learned the ability to fly from Clark. After all, Clark's sudden flight that day was too conspicuous. When she learned that Robert could fly, Kara even experienced several embarrassing crashes. He also tenaciously mastered the ability to fly. Hey? Kara? Why can they fly? Fortunately, Uncle Long and the others can't fly. Robert soon felt the energy of Kara flying towards him. As he was talking, he suddenly realized that Kara was speeding towards him. And punched him at the same time. Whoosh! With a sound, Kara's fist hit the air, and Robert's figure appeared in the sky. He looked at Kara and asked doubtfully, "Why did you sneak attack me? Who attacked you? Don't you like fighting? Come on, let's have a good fight." Kara raised his fist, looked at Robert and said, "Let me see, you ran away to play. After so many days, has there been any progress? It's a fight, not a fight, it's practice, not play." Robert looked at Carla, who had no intention of fighting, and tried to correct him, then shook his head and gave up. It's good to be able to practice with Carla. Let's fight. Then come on. With a sound of chi, Robert's breath surged instantly, his figure disappeared from the spot, and suddenly appeared in front of Kara, punching Kara. Humph! Kara's eyes narrowed, and everything seemed to be slowed down in her eyes. When Robert's figure appeared in front of Kara, Kara snorted coldly and punched Robert. Pang! Was heard, and the next moment, the sound of fists and flesh collided, but it was not Robert who was hit. Kara was deceived by an afterimage, and Robert's fist hit Kara's abdomen. Kara's body retreated slightly, then she punched Robert in shame, and then hit the target again. In terms of pure speed, it's really hard to say who is faster and who is slower between Kara and Diana at this time, but when it comes to combat literacy, Kara is definitely lacking, especially since Kara seems to be getting worse and worse because she can't beat Robert. Angry. Just right. After seeing Kara being angry, Robert's eyes lit up slightly. He wanted to see how big the gap was between himself who had practiced during a vacation and Kara who had not lost her strength. Pang! The next moment, Robert punched Kara's fist, causing his body to fly out and hit the ground. Chapter 72. Misunderstanding and Sparring. Did I hit? Kara's eyes lit up. She didn't even expect that the person hit this time was not a shadow, but Robert's real body. The moment it hit Robert's fist, Kara's body also stagnated, and then she saw Robert fly out and hit the ground. There's still a big gap. Robert climbed up from the ground, patted the dust on his body and muttered. When Robert met Kara for the first time, he sensed that Kara's chi was stronger than that of Kiki in the Dragon Ball world. Now, judging from the perception of chi alone, Robert has surpassed Kara, but it is obvious that there is still a gap between the two parties. There is a big gap. This once again confirmed Robert. In this world, chi perception can be used to perceive the existence of a target, but it cannot perceive the specific strength of the other party. In this world, if you want to figure out who is strong and who is weak, you have to play it to know. In particular, Robert's trip during the holiday can reaffirm one thing, that is, there may be more strong people in this world than he imagined. Diana, the Hydra whose origins are unclear but should be very bad, Valen and the Holy Lord, etc. Just as thoughts flashed through Robert's mind, Robert's body suddenly trembled because he felt his tail was caught. I caught you. Then a somewhat excited voice sounded, but this voice was not addressed to Robert, but to his tail. Robert's tail is not like that of most scions who are completely weakened after being caught. He is also consciously training his tail. Although the tail is not as strong as fists and kicks for the time being, its strength is not bad. However, compared to fists and feet, the touch of the tail is still a bit too keen, especially since the person who grabbed Robert's tail was still curiously scratching the hair on the tail. Yes, the one who grabbed Robert's tail was none other than Carla, who had been wanting to do this for a long time. As she grabbed Robert's tail, the anger in her heart subsided instantly, and her eyes flashed. With a gleam of curiosity, he kept scratching Robert's tail and watching the tail's stress reaction. Hey! You've had enough. Robert reminded with some dissatisfaction when Carla showed no intention of letting go. Ahem. Carla's face turned red, and she let go of Robert's tail with some hesitation, then she disappeared in a flash. Well, yes, although there is no actual fighting, it can be regarded as a different kind of progress. Clark from a distance looked at Robert and Kara and nodded, and whispered in his heart, Kara, my cousin, I'm trying my best to help you, you have to seize the opportunity. Hey? Why are you back so soon? Martha looked at Carla who came back with a red face and asked suspiciously. Humph. He is no match for me. Besides, what does he look like running around in this animal skin? It's better to come back and change clothes first. Kara said with some pride. Wearing animal skins. Martha stood up immediately after hearing this. She looked outside the house with some worry, and Robert and Clark happened to walk in together. Martha hurriedly walked up and asked, What's going on? Robert bet, where are your clothes? Oh, I accidentally wore it while practicing, so I made one myself. How about it? Is my craftsmanship good? Much better than Clark, right? Robert showed off the animal skin on his body and smiled. Asked. The craftsmanship is indeed pretty good. You can keep it for your collection. Go change your clothes first and don't let Kara see the joke. Martha breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Robert had no injuries other than his dirty clothes. She subconsciously directed Robert, and suddenly thought of something. She looked at Clark suspiciously and said, Wait, when did Clark make clothes? Is it a gift for Lana? No, Robert remembered it wrong. Clark angrily scolded Robert for bringing up old things again. He looked at Martha and said with a smile, "I prepared a necklace for Lana's return gift, so you should help me. Did you forget about the selection? That's a return gift, you should be more proactive." Martha glared at Clark, then quietly glanced at Kara and Robert and whispered, "Don't let your brother catch up and let him get married first." Martha's voice was not loud, but several people in the room had good ears. Kara's face turned red and she lowered her head and said nothing. Clark thought in his mind that Robert might be faster, but the target might not be the one Martha knew. Mom, how did you know that I, woo?" Robert looked at Martha in surprise and was saying something before Clark covered his mouth and dragged him away. Clark was worried that Kara would demolish their home later if she heard what Robert said later. "You are still young, don't worry." Martha obviously misunderstood Robert's meaning, and she reminded her with a wink at Kara. "Ah! I don't know what you are talking about." Kara blushed and ran away with a puff of cigarette. "I'll go back and let my parents prepare food. Let's have a dinner together tonight." "Okay, remember to be more prepared." Although Kara could no longer be seen, Martha, who had long been used to it, still shouted with a smile. At night, the Kent family and the Danvers family finally gathered for a dinner. According to the description of the Danvers family, they also had an eldest daughter who said she left the Earth and went to outer space. Generally, aliens come to Earth to take root. It is relatively rare for Earthlings to go to alien planets and never come back. However, according to the description of the Danvers couple, their eldest daughter was more assertive than Kara and Alex, and they ultimately chose to silently support their eldest daughter and bless her. It is precisely because of the influence of their eldest daughter that the Danvers are relatively open-minded about extraordinary events, and they also support Alex's efforts to find Kara's life experience. More importantly, the Danvers were very accepting of Robert, who was eating so much, especially when they saw Carla helping Robert bake more food. In this way, during the remaining days of the holiday, the two families visited each other almost every day. Kara had begun to practice with Robert these days, and was even able to control her own strength to sparring a little with Robert. Although sometimes Carla would use too much force when spanking, it could be seen that Carla was still improving, which was enough to make Robert admire Carla with admiration. Even though the current Kara still has no fighting spirit and does not show any special skills or talents as a warrior, in Robert's view, Kara, who has started practicing, at least will not waste such a good talent. The reason why Carla is willing to practice with Robert these days is because she made a decision before the holiday. When she is in a good mood, she can practice with Robert for a few days, and she has been in a good mood these days. As for the source of her good mood, firstly, it was because she finally got what she wanted and caught Robert by the tail, and secondly, because of what Martha and Robert had said before. Chapter 73. Catwoman, Snake, and Jackie Chan. Soon, it was time for school to start, and Robert was accompanied by Kara on his way to school every day, but it didn't seem to be much different from before, except that the time for making food was shorter and he could practice a little on the way. And when the 5 Demeters found out that Robert and Carla came to school together every day, they seemed to hear the sound of heartbreak. They gritted their teeth to prevent themselves from crying, and finally the 5 people reported to the group. Keeping warm, comforting each other, sadness radiating around. The snake charm is in the museum? Why is it in that kind of place? One day, Jackie Chan in the antique store received a call from his friend Sheriff Black. He was the person in charge of District 13 and the person Jackie Chan collected the charms from. Cooperation partner, what? You want me to steal the snake charm? Are you kidding me? Black. I am an archaeological adventurer. Not a thief. Yes, Jackie Chan, you are not a gangster, but the snake talisman is not a normal exhibit. I will send you the specific route map. I hope you can get the snake talisman smoothly. After all, it looks like it should be the simplest action. Blake encouraged softly. No, isn't your District 13 an official organization? Can't you send someone to take away the snake charm directly? Jackie Chan asked helplessly. We are indeed an official institution, but the museum is private. Blake also said with a hint of helplessness, I would have taken action long ago if the official could come forward, but you have seen that extraordinary incident. Can the official be just an above board? Did you take action? Okay, what you said makes sense. Sometimes, the official website is of no use. Jackie Chan reluctantly agreed and whispered, I'll try my best, but there's no guarantee it will be successful. By the way, how is your investigation into the matter of Valen and Hydra? It's not clear yet, but are you sure you're not mistaken? All the information I've investigated here shows that Hydra has been completely wiped out. Blake asked with a hint of hesitation in his voice. I'm sure I'm not mistaken. Jackie Chan said firmly. Okay, I believe you. It was the first time that Blake heard Jackie Chan so determined. He chose to believe in his old friend. Then you go to solve the snake charm, and I will continue to investigate the Hydra. Uncle Long, are you going out for an adventure? Will Robert come? Can I follow him and have a look? Hearing Jackie Chan put down the phone, Xiao jumped out of the door. He looked at Jackie Chan expectantly and asked. Jackie Chan did not report Robert's matter to Black and District 13. Although Jackie Chan did not know that Robert did not care about being exposed to the official gaze, Jackie Chan still chose to conceal Robert's existence. However, it is a bit difficult for Jackie Chan to hide his father's side. Because during the previous incident with the Ox Talisman, his father had asked Jackie Chan to come back quickly after solving the Ox Talisman and bring a meeting gift to Xiao. However, it was obvious that due to the appearance of Hydra, Jackie Chan was in a hurry. When I rushed back, I had long forgotten about this matter thousands of miles away. When Jackie Chan was explaining, he mentioned Robert's performance, which aroused the interest of Xiao who was hiding aside. Although Xiao didn't believe that one person could blast a big hole out of the ground, Xiao also wanted to see what Jackie Chan said about older people. What does Robert, who is even more powerful than his father, look like? Although his father does not admit that Robert is more powerful than him at all. Xiao. I want to go to work. Not to play. Jackie Chan glared at Xiao who ran out and said angrily, also, please stop eavesdropping on my conversations with others, not when I'm on the phone. Not even when I'm talking to my dad about things. Now, just do your homework and go to bed. Humph. Xiao snorted with some dissatisfaction, crossed her arms across her chest, made a face at Jackie Chan, and turned around angrily to leave. However, the small eyes that kept turning around after turning around showed that Xiao actually had other ideas. If it's a battle, we really need to contact Robert, but now we have to steal. Bah! Take away the snake talisman and it's still in the museum. If Robert comes and demolishes the museum, how much compensation will you have to pay? Money. Jackie Chan recalled the destructive power of the previous battle between Robert and Diana, quickly shook his head, and decided not to call Robert yet. It was night. Jackie Chan took the guide given by Blake, wore a nightsuit and went to the roof of the museum building, and sneaked into the museum quietly. But what Jackie Chan didn't know was that there was a little guy who had been following him quietly. On his body, even though he was as agile as Jackie Chan, he did not let this little one get lost. What Jackie Chan also didn't know was that the museum was a bit busy tonight. Not only did he and his niece Xiao come here, but two other men in black also came to the museum in the darkness. Moreover, it can be seen from the figures of the two men in black that they are both female thieves. One of the female thieves in particular seems to have a somewhat imaginative uniform, with an eye patch and cat-like ears on her head. However, these two female thieves are not the same. The masked female thief in black is called Little Snake. She is a well-known thief in the industry. She has good reflexes and dexterity, and the one with an eye patch and cat ears, the female thief, is Selena Kyle, nicknamed Catwoman. She is a famous thief, and her stealing skills are among the best in the world. Coincidentally, the two female thieves were eyeing the same treasure in the museum, not the snake charm, but a huge pink diamond called the Pink Puma. When Snake and Catwoman saw the pink cougar diamond among the museum exhibits, they were both moved. They felt that no woman could resist the temptation of such a diamond. So Snake and Catwoman came to the museum one after another. For thieves of their level, the security equipment in the museum was a piece of cake. Snake, who was one step ahead, successfully stole the Pink Puma diamond. Xiao. Why are you here? On the other side of the museum, Jackie Chan quietly bypassed the heavy security equipment and finally took out the snake charm and put it in a bag. Suddenly, he saw a small figure out of the corner of his eye. Jackie Chan subconsciously he exclaimed, then quickly covered his mouth, lowered his voice and said, forget it, it's useless to talk about it now, come here quickly, we should go. Uncle Long, where is Robert? Xiao looked around, then ran to Jackie Chan and asked in a low voice. When did I say he was coming? Jackie Chan glared at Xiao angrily, and was about to say something when he suddenly heard a sound. Kaka. There was a sound of broken exhibits in the museum. What's going on? Didn't I notify Robert? Jackie Chan subconsciously looked towards the place where the sound came from, and saw a body in tight clothes flying towards him. Jackie Chan couldn't dodge for a while, so he pushed Xiao away and was knocked to the ground by the soft body. The bag containing the snake charm also fell to the ground. Chapter 74. Robert and Batman are on their way. As the saying goes, enemies are enemies when they travel together. The one who was beaten away was none other than Little Snake. When she stole the pink diamond, she happened to be bumped into by Catwoman. Catwoman decisively launched a sneak attack in order to snatch the pink diamond back. Then the Little Snake was knocked away to Jackie Chan, and the bag in his hand fell to the ground. Ouch! What happened? When Jackie Chan was still a little confused, the Little Snake climbed up without saying a word, picked up the bag on the ground, but accidentally picked up the bag of snake charms and took a look at it. Jackie Chan escaped from the side. Catwoman didn't even look at Jackie Chan and Xiao. She only had the pink diamond in her eyes, so she quickly chased in the direction where the Little Snake left. Xiao on the side took a step slowly, picked up the bag and found the pink diamond inside, and showed it to Jackie Chan. Uncle Long, we have made a fortune. This is much more valuable than Dad's antiques. Unlucky, unlucky, unlucky. How could something go wrong here? Hurry! Let's chase after him. Jackie Chan grabbed the bag and shouted frantically, then pulled Xiao and ran in the direction where Snake and Catwoman left. Uncle Long, they have two female snitches. You are the only one here who can take action. How about you call Robert to come and help? Xiao rolled her eyes as she followed Jackie Chan and suddenly suggested. It seems to make sense. When I deal with the talisman alone, I am always very unlucky. Jackie Chan feels that what Xiao said makes sense. Although Little Snake and Catwoman did not show extraordinary strength at this time, the talisman is it's really hard to say what will happen if the things you plant fall into the hands of others. Especially every time the spell appears, someone from WA Long will definitely show up. Jackie Chan also has Xiao with him. He doesn't trust Xiao to go back alone at such a late hour, so he is ready to call Robert for an airdrop. Are there any more spells? Robert's eyes lit up when he received Jackie Chan's call. During this time, he really couldn't find anything else to do except practice and discuss with Kara. The land of the Kent family and the Danvers family were all occupied. Robert plowed everything, and now he finally got the news about the talisman. Robert flew into the sky without saying a word. At the same time, he started a telepathic communication with Clark at close range and asked Clark to help him navigate. Hey? Why did Robert run away? Carla noticed Robert flying into the sky at her home. Before she could react, Robert had already disappeared from her sight. Clark? What did Robert do? Kara hurriedly flew out of the house and looked at Clark and asked. He has a friend asking him for help. It's okay. I'll keep an eye on him. Clark explained briefly, it has something to do with the talisman. He's collecting talismans? Then I'll ask my sister to bring the rat talisman back to him. Kara said subconsciously. That's no need. He doesn't mean to collect talismans. He just wants to participate in the adventure of talismans. You know, he likes fighting and adventure. This is an improvement for him. The way, just like when we bask in the Sunday. Clark quickly stopped Kara and said. Of course, if there is a problem with your sister's charm, you can also ask Robert to help. He will definitely be happy to agree. Is that so? Kara rolled her eyes thoughtfully and nodded clearly. Hey! Don't mess around. Don't lose more than you gain. Clark reminded hurriedly when he saw Kara's appearance. Don't worry, it won't happen, I'm not stupid. Kara waved her hand and said. At the same time, under night, in a castle in Gotham City, a city full of sin, a gentleman-like butler Alfred Pennyworth whispered in the communication device, Sir, Ms. Kyle has a new goal. What new goals does it have to do with me? At this time, Bruce Wayne was transforming into Batman and had just caught a criminal under the night, and said in a very nonchalant voice. It's a pink diamond, called Pink Puma. Butler Afu did not stop because of Bruce's words, but continued, originally there was no problem, but I found that there seemed to be some extraordinary. The forces have recently focused on the XX Museum at the same time, which is very unusual. Poof! Before the Butler Afu could finish his words, Bruce fired a tranquilizer gun to kill the criminal. After sending a message to the police, he disappeared into the night. Hand over my diamond. Near the museum on the other side, Catwoman was still chasing the little snake. Even though Catwoman was faster than ordinary people, the same was true for the little snake. The skill and speed of the two female snitches, it can be said that they are comparable. If Little Snake hadn't been attracted by the pink diamond and was sneak attacked by Catwoman, it's really hard to say who would win between the two. Your diamond? Hehe, that's my diamond. Little Snake raised the bag in his hand and taunted, Catwoman, I've heard of you. I thought you were the leader among our female snitches, but now I see, but that's it. Humph. Catwoman pretended to be angry and snorted to attract the little snake's attention. At the same time, she threw a flying rope in her hand and directly hooked the bag in the little snake's hand. If you want it, then I'll give it to you. However, the little snake had no intention of resisting at all. Instead, he let go of his hand, used his feet to speed up and fled from here, allowing Catwoman to take away the bag in her hand. Hey? Empty. Catwoman didn't know that she had been fooled. When she opened the bag, she found that there was only a small iron ball inside, with no diamond at all. Fight with me. It seems that my little snake will be more famous than Catwoman in the world of thieves in the future. The little snake who got rid of Catwoman smiled and took out the hidden bag that he thought contained pink diamonds. He said, and then his expression changed the moment he opened it. Damn it! Was it switched? When? As expected of Catwoman, she didn't even notice it. Humph! This matter is not over yet. In the dark night, the two female snitches who both felt that they were being tricked met again. When they found that the other person was coming towards them, they were both stunned for a moment, but the anger in their hearts made them fight quickly. However, the fight between two female snitches with similar strength was not as exciting as an ordinary girl pulling her hair out. It was just an ordinary duel of whipping legs and unarmed fighting, which is not worth mentioning at all. In terms of flexibility, reaction speed, and arm offensive, Catwoman is better, but Snake is better in legwork and body speed. The two fought for a long time and still couldn't decide the winner, but they were sneak attacked by Catwoman before. The slightly injured little snake had a slight tendency to fall into disadvantage. Hand over the diamond. After gaining the upper hand, Catwoman sped up her offensive, hitting the little snake alternately with her fists and claws, and shouted in a low voice. Diamonds? You still dare to talk about diamonds? Little Snake glared at Catwoman and said in a deep voice, didn't you already give away the diamonds? Otherwise, why would I come back to you? Swap the package. Etc. At this moment, Little Snake and Catwoman realized something was wrong at the same time. They stopped and retreated at the same time with a tacit understanding. Little Snake took out the snake charm in the bag, and then the snake charm emitted a ray of light, and the little snake's body disappeared instantly. Chapter 75. How long are you going to hide? Is this? Disappeared. Catwoman's eyes shrank slightly, and she looked at the disappeared little snake with some surprise and said, what happened? Is it because of that small stone? Then where did this small stone come from? Where did it come from? Could it be that? Catwoman's mind recalled the previous scene in the museum, which was the scene of Jackie Chan and the little snake falling to the ground together. Finally caught up. You guys are so good at running, right? Hey? Why is there only one of you? I just heard the sound of fighting. Just as thoughts flashed through Catwoman's mind, Jackie Chan was panting. He ran over with Xiaoyu. When he saw Catwoman alone, Jackie Chan couldn't help but froze for a moment and said. So, the diamond is in your hand. Catwoman's eyes lit up when she looked at Jackie Chan. Although she didn't know why the little snake suddenly disappeared, she still wanted to get the pink diamond now. It's at my place, but you need to exchange the talisman with me. Wow! Jackie Chan nodded subconsciously, and as he was talking, he suddenly saw Catwoman turning into a black shadow, and rushing toward her like a cat. Himself. After Jackie Chan let out a strange cry, he dodged Catwoman's attack, but before Jackie Chan could say anything, he felt an extra hand exploring his pocket, and then quickly disappeared. At this time, originally the bulging pockets were already empty. Uncle Long, be careful. There is a thief. Xiaoyu on the side exclaimed when he saw this scene, then took out a small bottle of mineral water from his pocket, opened the bottle cap and poured it towards Jackie Chan. They can't see me? Then I won't be discovered if I steal anything in the future. At this time, after getting the pink diamond, the little snake was still immersed in the dream of being able to become invisible and carry forward the theft business. He lost his alertness and was splashed by Xiaoyu. The colorless mineral water cannot directly reveal the snake, but after the water wets half of the snake's legs and one shoe, it is enough for others to discover the snake's location. Nice job, Xiaoyu. Jackie Chan praised Xiaoyu and then pounced on the little snake showing its legs. Invisibility? If I had this talisman, wouldn't I be able to steal anything without being discovered? It has to be said that Catwoman and Snake are worthy of walking together. The same thought flashed through her mind, and then he quietly took out something and hid it in his hand, and also rushed in the direction of the little snake. You want to grab something from me? No way. The little snake dodged Jackie Chan's attack and kicked Jackie Chan away with his invisibility effect, but at this time Catwoman had also rushed over. Whoosh! With a sound, while the little snake was kicking Jackie Chan away, the object in Catwoman's hand was lifted up, and it turned out to be a ball of fluorescent powder. This was originally Catwoman secretly sticking to the target's feet when she was tracking her target, but now when faced with the invisible snake, it is extremely useful, but this is also thanks to the creativity given by Xiaoyu just now. The little snake was unable to dodge the fluorescent powder sprinkled by Catwoman, and its entire body was imprinted. When Catwoman saw this, she kicked the little snake. With a cry of pain, the little snake blocked Catwoman's kick with both arms and flew out, but after landing, he decisively turned around and ran away. Stop! Don't run! Jackie Chan, who got up on the other side, shouted loudly and chased the little snake in the direction. Catwoman looked at the direction in which the little snake was escaping, then she flashed and disappeared into the night. Wait for me, Uncle Long. Xiao glanced around. She always felt like there was a pair of eyes staring at her in the darkness, but she couldn't find where the other person was, so she could only run towards Jackie Chan quickly. The little snake circled around and ran into a small alley. When Jackie Chan chased him here, he only saw clothes and hoods stained with fluorescent powder, but there was no trace of the little snake at all. She took off her clothes. When Xiao arrived, she looked at Jackie Chan who was stunned on the spot, glanced at the clothes on the ground and shouted in surprise. Ahem! Jackie Chan coughed twice in embarrassment after hearing this. He didn't know where the little snake had gone now, but he still tried to say, well, this lady thief, can you hand over the charm? The charm is really dangerous. Pang! Before Jackie Chan could finish his words, a falling sound echoed in the alley, and then a piece of talisman suddenly flew out, fell into Catwoman's hand, and disappeared with Catwoman's figure. Gone! As Catwoman disappeared, the figure of the little snake that fell to the ground in embarrassment gradually appeared. It turned out that Catwoman had just calculated the little snake's escape route and took a shortcut in advance. She watched the little snake take off the clothes with fluorescent powder but did not stop it because she had prepared an ambush and successfully used the silk thread to escape. He tripped the little snake, took away the snake charm and disappeared. Isn't it? Another person has changed. Jackie Chan couldn't help but smile bitterly as he watched Catwoman disappear. He subconsciously ran a few steps in the direction where Catwoman disappeared, then glanced at the little snake covering his body and stopped. When he came down, his face turned red at first, and then he looked towards the wall and took off his night clothes. I think you need this more than me. I hope you will not continue to participate in the spell incident. Unlike Little Snake, Jackie Chan's night clothes still contain the clothes he usually wears. At least there is no risk of being exposed like Little Snake. Jackie Chan didn't wait for Little Snake to respond after finishing speaking, and chased him out of the alley directly. When Xiao was about to follow, Little Snake put on Jackie Chan's night clothes and said, there is also fluorescent powder in my night clothes. In the paper bag, maybe you will use it. Oh, thank you so much. Xiao's eyes lit up, and she quickly ran to the night clothes and dug out a paper bag. She put it in her arms with a hood and faced Jackie Chan. Chased him. No, I want to thank you. Seeing Xiao disappear from his sight, Little Snake shook his head and murmured in a low voice. On the other side, Xiao chased out of the alley and saw Jackie Chan standing there in the distance looking around, as if he had lost Catwoman's whereabouts. Uncle Long, have you lost me? Xiao walked up to Jackie Chan and asked in a low voice. Yeah, she couldn't be seen after she became invisible, so I followed her out subconsciously. It's really unlucky. How come she has such a troublesome ability like invisibility? Even if Robert comes, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. After all, I'm looking for if you can't find the enemy, it's all useless to fight. Jackie Chan sighed helplessly. He had lost Catwoman now and felt that the snake charm might not be recovered. Uncle Long, I'm here. Just as Jackie Chan finished speaking, Robert landed from the sky and asked expectantly, where is the talisman? What kind of talisman is it? Is there anyone powerful? Wow! You can actually fly? How cool! How did you do it? Xiao looked at Robert with bright eyes and asked before Jackie Chan could speak. Xiao! Don't make trouble. Jackie Chan pulled Xiao, looked at Robert and said with a wry smile, you are a little late. This time you encountered a snake charm, which has the ability to become invisible. That guy got the snake charm. It's gone. Invisible? Well, I found it. Robert's figure flashed, he came to the wall, raised his head and looked at the wall and said, how long are you going to hide here? Chapter 76. Because I am Batman. At this time, Catwoman hanging on the wall flashed a trace of surprise in her eyes. Originally, she was about to leave after hiding it from Jackie Chan, but she saw a person flying down from the sky and landed next to Jackie Chan. The flying human was a little curious, but he didn't expect that Robert could discover him. This is probably because curiosity killed the cat. Aren't you going to say anything? When Robert saw that there was no movement on the wall, he waved his hand and sent out a ball of air, which pushed Catwoman down from the wall and fell to the ground in a panic. But even so, Catwoman did not release herself from the invisibility state. Instead, she got up from the ground in a panic and ran wildly to the side. With no idea of Robert's strength and her invisibility being seen through by Robert, Catwoman had no intention of fighting back, but decisively chose to escape. After all, as a world-class criminal thief, the most taboo thing is to do something you know you can't do. You found it now? How did he do it? Uncle Long, he is much better than you. Xiao stared in Robert's direction with wide eyes and muttered. Nonsense, if he's not great, why should I ask him to be a foreign aide? Jackie Chan shrugged, a trace of worry flashed in his eyes, however, I hope no one will die. If the female snitch obediently handed over the charm, that's definitely fine, but if she doesn't hand it over, her life may be in danger. A large number of pictures of the broken corpses of Hydra-masked men appeared in front of Jackie Chan's eyes. Of those many people, no one survived from Robert's hands, although one committed suicide. No. But that was the notorious Hydra after all, and Jackie Chan would not be too touched by their death. In Jackie Chan's opinion, Catwoman this time was not a very evil person, including the little snake, otherwise Jackie Chan wouldn't. I will give my night clothes to the little snake. As for the two female snitches stealing things, Jackie Chan himself had already stolen charms in the museum, so he was naturally not qualified to condemn them. Ah! Are you so cruel? Xiao shrank her neck when she heard this, and muttered in surprise. Peng! With the sound of peng, just as Xiao and Jackie Chan were chatting, an explosion sounded, and then a cloud of smoke filled the air, covering Robert's surroundings. Come to me! A low and hoarse voice sounded. The fleeing Catwoman instantly recognized the owner of the voice, and she decisively headed towards the source of the voice. But unfortunately, Robert did not lose his way in the smoke. In a flash, he came directly to Catwoman's side and grabbed Catwoman. Pang! Sounded, and at this moment, a gunshot rang out. Robert felt the danger and frowned, turning sideways to avoid the bullets of unknown origin. After experiencing the energy weapons of the Hydra soldiers, Robert Burt didn't want to forcefully use unknown weapons, especially when Robert couldn't see what these weapons looked like. Zzz. A net with electric current fell to the ground, but did not trap Robert. Open! After Robert dodged, a powerful chi burst out, turning into a fierce airflow that directly dispersed the surrounding smoke. Ahoy! The moment the smoke dissipated, 3 batarangs were shot at Robert, but Robert dodged them easily again. Invisible together. However, the moment Robert dodged the batarang, Batman's figure suddenly disappeared. Robert was keenly aware that 2 groups of air stuck together and fled away into the distance. Boom! With a sound, Robert shook his head and released 2 tracking bullets, locking the energy of Batman and Catwoman. Hey! Batman, who was evacuating with Catwoman in the invisible state, shrank slightly. He didn't know how Robert released the energy attack. He tried to dodge with Catwoman, but he keenly discovered the tracking bullet. Locked in their 2 positions. Ahoy! Boom! Batman decisively threw a bomb and detonated it, using the energy of the explosion to disperse the tracking bomb. Under the impact of the close-range explosion, he protected Catwoman behind him, and then fell out in some embarrassment, emerging from the invisible state. "Get out from below!" "Hey!" Robert couldn't help but be stunned for a moment when he saw Batman's costume. Especially after Robert noticed the logo on the chest of Batman's uniform and the bat-shaped darts on the ground, Robert said hesitantly. He said, "Is this Batman? So weak." If Bruce hadn't put on this bat uniform, even if he stood in front of Robert and said his full name, Robert, he might not be able to recognize who he was, but this bat uniform and the bat logo on the chest could still identify him. Bate remembered such a character. Just like if Clark puts on the Superman uniform and red underwear with the S logo on the chest, Robert will definitely know that his brother is the famous Superman. However, at this time, Robert was somewhat doubtful that he had admitted his mistake. After all, the energy displayed by Batman at this time was not too powerful, not even much greater than that of Jackie Chan and Catwoman, and Robert did not know Batman's superpower. "What is the ability?" "You." Batman heard Robert's beeping sound. He originally thought that Robert knew him, but when he heard Robert's next words, the face under Batman's mask darkened. "I silently wrote down what Robert just said in the little notebook in my heart." "Are you really Batman?" Robert didn't know Batman's psychological activities. He looked at Batman hesitantly and asked, "Then what did you say your superpower is?" "Robert? Why is he another person who can't figure out the cause and effect relationship and talks nonsense?" "Okay, Batman, tell your companions to stop hiding and hand over the spell." "Hey!" Robert came back to his senses. He looked at Batman and was about to say something, but suddenly stopped. Looked around with a vigilant expression. "Hey!" Batman's reaction speed was not much slower than Robert's. He felt a dark aura coming, and one hand was already on his belt. "Ahoy!" Soon, black shadow ninjas rose up from the ground, divided into several waves and rushed in the direction of Robert and Batman. "Who are these people?" Xiao, who was not far away, exclaimed when she saw the black shadow ninja. "I don't know, but I'm going to help." "Xiao, stay here and don't run around." Jackie Chan shook his head with a serious face and seriously told Xiao, "This is not playing house, someone will die." "Yes, do you know?" "Don't worry, Uncle Long, I won't hold you back." Xiao solemnly nodded and said. "The Holy Lord has appeared." On the other side, Robert's eyes lit up slightly when he saw the black shadow ninja. Qigong waves were released from Robert's hands. At the same time, Robert's figure flashed, and every time every move struck the black shadow ninja, and just one blow was enough to make them turn into black energy and disappear. When Batman faced these shadow ninjas, his face looked a little dark under the mask, because the moves and weapons of these ninjas were so similar to his. Darts, smoke bombs, grenades, rope hooks. Batman feels that he can fit in perfectly even if he changes into the clothes of a dark ninja. Chapter 77. Exploding Thunderbolt. Batman has built a lot of equipment himself, but this time he went out just to fight crime as usual, and rescuing Catwoman was an emergency, and he didn't have time to be fully armed to the teeth. Therefore, Batman not only does not have many means to deal with Robert, but he also does not have the equipment to quickly deal with the shadow ninjas. If it were not for the invisible Catwoman to help, Batman would really be faced with the shadow ninjas who take turns throwing hidden weapons. It's a bit stretched, because there are too many enemies. Q. How can I defeat Batman? Answer. Just do it when you meet him, don't give him any chance to make a fight. Fortunately, Batman is also a master tactician. Although the battle situation was not favorable to him, he quickly found a way to break the situation. Batman's figure disappeared again. This time, he really transformed into the Dark Knight and completely merged into the night. Even the Black Shadow Ninja could not find his specific location. Facing the attack of the invisible Batman, he finally only it can turn into black energy and disappear. But Batman's speed in dealing with these shadow ninjas was not too fast. He was only a little faster than Jackie Chan, who came to help with his bare hands, and far less than Robert, who seemed to be mowing the lawn with his unparalleled power. At first, when Batman saw Robert killing the Black Shadow Ninja so easily, he thought that the Black Shadow Ninja was not very powerful. But after a brief battle, Batman knew that the strength of these ninjas was definitely considered masters within the scope of normal people. Even Batman has fought with many ninjutsu masters in the past. There are not many ninjutsu masters who can surpass these Black Shadow ninjas in terms of individual strength. Where did this little monster come from? It's so powerful. After Batman became invisible, he dealt with the Shadow Ninja while thinking about how he should respond most effectively if he fought Robert. Don't think about escaping. Robert seemed to feel Batman's gaze, and he said leisurely, these guys are not here because of me, but because of the spell in the hands of your companions. As long as you still hold the talisman, they will keep chasing you, of course, I will also. How about we hand over this talisman? After hearing Robert's words, Catwoman, who was holding hands with Batman in a tacit understanding to deal with the Shadow Ninja, whispered as she looked at the seemingly endless number of Shadow Ninjas around her. It's useless to hand it over now. After we hand it over, we will be released from the invisible state, and these Shadow Ninjas will still attack us. Moreover, his words may not be truly credible. Batman's low and hoarse voice spoke to Catwoman, ringing in the ears. But there seems to be no way to kill all these ninjas. They should not be normal beings. Catwoman's eyebrows tightened under her mask. She didn't quite understand how she could cause such a big trouble when she just came out to steal a diamond. There is no limit to power. Even if these ninjas are not alive, they will inevitably suffer losses. Moreover, if these ninjas cannot be eliminated, we should not be the ones who are anxious. Batman shook his head and reduced the frequency of his attacks to conserve his energy. Road. If Batman hadn't discovered that the Black Shadow Ninja could roughly track the location of his invisible self and Catwoman, he would have walked away by now. What Batman doesn't know is that Robert has no intention of being anxious at all, because to Robert, these Shadow Ninjas are just living targets. It doesn't take much power and energy to eliminate them, and it can even be enough. Practice how to kill the most enemies with the least strength and energy. But Robert was not in a hurry, but some people behind the scenes became anxious. A large number of Shadow Ninjas died, and the progress of seizing the Snake Talisman was close to zero. Not only Valen couldn't sit still, but even the Holy Lord was a little bit uneasy. If he hadn't been sealed on the wall, he would have jumped out and done it himself. Hey? Wait. Is there a talisman nearby? Lead them there and see if it can disrupt the battle. The anxious Holy Master suddenly felt a newly awakened power, which was the one he was most familiar with. With strength, the Holy Master's eyes lit up and he quickly issued the order. As the Holy Lord's order was issued, the Shadow Ninjas quietly moved the battlefield. In a single family home a block away from the battlefield, a young man was looking at his palms excitedly. On his palms a flame rose up, and in his other hand he held a charm with a dragon-shaped mark engraved on it. The young man's name is Johnny Stone. He accidentally obtained the dragon talisman a few days ago. He didn't take it seriously at first, but tonight when he was preparing to sleep, he suddenly found that the dragon talisman was releasing a dull light. After Johnny picked up the dragon talisman, a hot energy merged into Johnny's body, and then he discovered that he had the ability to create flames, and Johnny could also feel that the flames also contained the power of explosions. Hey? What is this? Ward Fa. Just as Johnny was immersed in the joy of gaining superpowers, he saw a few black figures outside his window heading towards his home. Before Johnny could see clearly who those black figures were, ninja darts were thrown towards him one by one. Kaka! Kaka! The window glass of Stone's house shattered instantly. If Johnny hadn't dodged in time, he might have been beaten into a sieve together with the window glass. Johnny! What are you doing? Johnny's sister Susan Stone heard the noise and thought it was her brother Johnny who was up late at night demolishing the house, so she asked loudly. Susan! Don't come out! There's a monster! Johnny came back to his senses after hearing Susan's words. He looked out the window at the Black Shadow Ninja who was rushing towards his room and shouted subconsciously. Then he suddenly realized something and looked towards. He picked up the dragon talisman in his hand. Hey? No, what if there are monsters? I have superpowers now, and the thing I'm not afraid of most is fighting monsters. Thinking of this, Johnny no longer panicked, and directly waved his hand and threw out a ball of flame, which hit the Black Shadow Ninja who was about to climb in through the window. With a sound of boom, the window that had lost its glass now had no window frame left, but fortunately, the flames of the explosion also successfully blew the Black Shadow Ninja who wanted to climb in into ashes. But Johnny didn't stop, because there were still Shadow Ninjas rushing towards the window of their house, so Johnny threw balls of explosive flames, blowing up one Shadow Ninja after another. Monster? What are you talking about? OMG! Johnny, what are you doing? Susan was awakened by such a loud noise in the middle of the night. After listening to Johnny's unreliable explanation, she subconsciously came over to check. Then he saw his brother Johnny throwing explosive flames with his bare hands. At this moment, Susan was wondering if she was still dreaming. "Susan, you hide first!" "Ward fa!" Johnny shouted without looking back. He was concentrating on throwing fireballs to deal with the shadow ninja, but suddenly he saw Robert flying in the air and was frightened. After a jump, a flying person. Thinking that Robert and the Black Shadow Ninja were a group, Johnny subconsciously threw a ball of explosive flames and hit Robert in mid-air. Chapter 78. Invisible Susan. Hey! Robert felt a ball of fiery chi coming towards him. He frowned and immediately counterattacked with a Qigong wave. Boom! The Qigong wave collided with the flames and exploded, drowning an unknown number of shadow ninjas nearby. The explosion echoed around, causing Jackie Chan, Batman, and Catwoman who were fighting to dodge in embarrassment. Is this the destructive power that humans can cause? I shouldn't go out tonight. Catwoman shrank her neck when she saw the power of the explosion, and murmured in a low voice, "Bruce, can you deal with such an opponent?" "Who is Bruce?" Batman's expression remained unchanged under the mask, stubbornly maintaining his persona, and asked in a low and hoarse voice. "Okay, Mr. Batman, are you sure you can deal with such an opponent?" Catwoman rolled her eyes at Batman and asked again. "Yes, but it takes time," Batman said solemnly, looking at Robert suspended in mid-air and Johnny at the window in silence. "No wonder these guys led us here. It turns out there is another talisman here." Robert saw a flash of understanding in Johnny's eyes when he saw the dragon talisman in Johnny's palm, and then he thought happily. He said, "It's great. I haven't beaten these ninjas with Genchu's snake talisman. The dragon talisman is still pretty good." "Johnny, what's going on? Why can you release flames? Why can he fly?" Susan behind Johnny asked in panic. "I also want to tell you, but unfortunately, I haven't figured out what happened." Johnny stared straight at Robert in the air and said, "I only know that it is very dangerous now. You hide first. Your danger comes from the talisman in your hand. These ninjas are here because of it. As long as the talisman is still in your hand, they will keep chasing you. Let me clear the area first, and then how about we change places?" Robert casually killed a few shadow ninjas, looked at Johnny and said with a smile, "You don't want your home to be further destroyed, right? Clear the scene." Johnny looked at the shadow ninjas and didn't understand what Robert meant by clearing the scene. Even though he now had the ability to control the blasting flames after obtaining the dragon talisman, he wanted to kill so many people at once. It was impossible to have many shadow ninjas, especially when he saw that the shadow ninjas were still popping up one after another. With a sound of buzz, a ball of Qigong wave condensed in Robert's palm, and then the ball of Qigong wave exploded like a goddess scattering flowers, blasting towards all the shadow ninjas below. The force was just so that the black shadow ninja could be blown away without damaging the ground at all. Although this is the experience that Robert has summed up after killing countless shadow ninjas, it did not cause additional damage, which is enough to show that Robert's control of his own power has reached an almost perfect level. Gilu! Almost at the same time, everyone except Batman swallowed. The scene before their eyes was indeed beyond their understanding, even though their understanding had been broken repeatedly this night. "Why are you still standing there? They will keep showing up. Are you still going to stay here? If I blow up your house later, I actually don't care. Although someone told me not to make too much noise when I go out." Robert glanced at Johnny, who was stunned on the spot and said, "Everyone, do you think this name will cause too much noise? Still, if you want to hand over the talisman to me, then you don't need to leave, but I think you will be unwilling to give up without a fight after you have gained such an ability, right?" Robert looked at it. Johnny, who was a little hesitant, deliberately stimulated. To be honest, even if Robert wants to take away the dragon talisman, he still hopes to have a fight with Johnny who has the dragon talisman. After all, it seems that Johnny has good control over the dragon talisman. "Johnny, why don't you hand over that talisman?" Susan looked at Johnny worriedly and whispered. "Humph! What a beautiful thought! I finally gained superpowers, how could I give up like this?" Johnny, who was a little scared when he saw Robert's destructive power, instantly became angry. He gritted his teeth and pulled Suishan jumped out of the window. The window had been blown open anyway, so there was no need to go out. "Take this opportunity. Throw the spell to him. Let's go. Batman saw that the shadow ninjas around him had not appeared again for the time being, and he hurriedly whispered to Catwoman. Okay. Catwoman subconsciously followed Batman's words and threw the spell at Robert, and the figures of Batman and Catwoman reappeared. Humph. Robert nodded as he looked at the flying talisman. Just as he was about to reach out to catch it, he found that several shadow ninjas had gathered together again and rushed towards the snake talisman. Robert, with a cold snort, a Qigong wave blasted towards the black shadow ninja, but at this moment, a group of black shadow ninjas rushed towards the Qigong wave, trying to block Robert's attack for their companions. Chi, but after discovering this, Robert increased the output of his energy, directly piercing through the bodies of the shadow ninjas, causing them to turn into black energy and dissipate. However, the dark ninja who was closest to the snake talisman still grabbed the snake talisman and threw the snake talisman out the moment his body was hit. On the other side, another dark ninja emerged, reaching out to catch the snake charm. It can be said that although there is no communication between the shadow ninjas, they have almost perfect cooperation. But it is a pity that in the face of absolute strength, cooperation is useless. Before the black shadow ninja received the snake charm, his body was penetrated by the whole wave, and he also turned into black energy and disappeared. The snake charm used the force to fly a certain distance, and flew right in front of Susan and Johnny, who were walking out of the house. Susan subconsciously let go of Johnny and caught the snake charm with both hands. With a sound of buzz, a ray of light was released from the snake charm, and Susan's figure disappeared instantly. Susan! Johnny couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw his sister suddenly disappearing. At this moment, another group of shadow ninjas rushed towards Johnny's direction. After all, the dragon talisman and the snake talisman are now with the stone siblings. Even if these shadow ninjas ignore Robert, they still have to get the two talismans first. Get away! The angry Johnny shouted, and powerful flames burst out from his body, spreading indiscriminately towards the surroundings. Yet! An exclamation sounded from Johnny's side. Hey! Robert frowned when he saw this scene. His figure flashed and appeared between the source of the voice and Johnny. The energy on his body spread and condensed into a ball of energy to block his body. In front of him, powerful blasting flames impacted the energy shield, forming small ravines on the ground. The surrounding black shadow ninjas also dissipated under the impact of the flames. Damn! Why did you stop me? The next moment, Johnny's angry voice sounded, and the firelight on his body began to shine and was aimed at Robert. Chapter 79, Everyone take a step back? Give me the charm. Robert did not answer Johnny's words, but stretched out his hand and spoke to Susan, who was invisible behind him. Oh. Thank you. Susan came to her senses in a daze. Without handing over the snake charm, she came out of the invisible state, and then subconsciously handed the snake charm to Robert. With a sound of buzz, the snake talisman glowed again in Robert's hand, as if to make Robert invisible, but an air barrier condensed between Robert's palm and the snake talisman. Blocked the power of the snake charm. You should understand the situation before you take action. If he hadn't stood in front of me and saved me, I would have turned into ashes like those ninjas in black. At this time, Susan ran to Johnny and glared angrily. Johnny said. Johnny looked at Susan awkwardly when he heard this, and his aura was somewhat relieved. Why don't you give him the talisman? A reckless guy like you wants to have superpowers? Do you have this ability? Susan quietly glanced at Robert, who didn't speak, and continued to look at Johnny and said. That's no need. Keep your anger just now and let's have a fight later. Robert waved his hand to interrupt Susan's words, looked at Johnny and encouraged him. Hey! Johnny and Susan froze on the spot, looking at Robert in confusion for a moment, not knowing what to say. Let's go! Robert said after waving his hand to kill the black shadow ninja who appeared again and wanted to rush over. Oh! Johnny and Susan subconsciously followed Robert. Jackie Chan also hurriedly ran over with Xiao with shining eyes. Even though there were black shadow ninjas rushing over around him, Jackie Chan had to admit that Robert's side was the safest place. Aren't you leaving? At the same time, Batman had taken Catwoman to a safe distance. Catwoman looked at Batman, who took out the telescope and asked doubtfully. I want to observe these extraordinary powers, so as not to be unable to deal with similar powers when they appear in Gotham. Batman said motionlessly, looking in Robert's direction with a telescope. Okay, tonight is too exciting, I have to go back and slow down. Catwoman nodded clearly, and when she was about to turn around and leave, she suddenly stopped, looked at Batman and asked teasingly, "By the way, this is not Gotham, why did you happen to appear here and save me?" Batman was silent for a moment, but refused to admit that he came specifically to save Catwoman. "I just happened to be passing by nearby. I didn't come specifically for you, so you don't need to thank me." "Okay, I believe you, but I hope you can pass by and save me next time I'm in danger." Catwoman looked at Batman and smiled charmingly, but she didn't mean to expose him, because she knew that Bat the character of Xia was just teasing Batman. Batman waited until Catwoman left without saying a word or making a sound. His whole body seemed to have merged into the darkness, and all his focus was on Robert. And Robert brought Jackie Chan and others to the desolate suburbs. Robert had to admit that those Black Shadow ninjas did have something unique. At least this ability to constantly refresh was enough to give many people a headache. Already. However, what Robert didn't know was that the Holy Master was already having a headache at this time. The Black Shadow Ninja group was not originally the ability of the Holy Lord. It was after he absorbed the energy of a mask that he gained the ability to control and summon the Black Shadow Ninja group. But now Robert has killed countless Black Shadow Ninjas. Well, this is also a consumption of the mask energy absorbed by the Holy Lord, especially since there seems to be no end in sight for such consumption. Withdraw. In desperation, the Holy Lord issued the order, preparing to let Valen find out Robert's details before deciding how to deal with Robert. Wallen was also frightened by Robert's performance. Even though Wallen, the leader of the Hydra lineage, had seen many extraordinary powers, he had never heard of Robert's. District 13? It's hidden so deeply. It seems like there are a lot of secrets you can dig out there. However, Wallen obviously misunderstood something, and he began to think excitedly in his heart, if I infiltrate District 13 and find these secrets of District 13, wouldn't I be able to become an important talker in Hydra like Alexander Pierce? Hey? Did he run away? Is he gone now? What about the infinity promised? Robert couldn't help but muttered after seeing the remaining shadow ninjas melting into the ground and disappearing. Sure enough, no energy is infinite. As long as you kill enough, these ninjas will disappear or be forced back. Batman, who was staring at this place with a telescope, silently remembered this key information, and then continued. He stared silently in Robert's direction. Okay, the snake talisman is settled, now it's the dragon talisman's turn. Robert threw the snake talisman in his hand to Jackie Chan. Jackie Chan reappeared after disappearing. It seemed that he, like Susan, had mastered the snake talisman. When it comes to the power of the snake charm, Jackie Chan succeeded after trying it on his own, while Susan succeeded unconsciously. Gilu. Seeing Robert looking at himself after handing the snake charm to Jackie Chan, Johnny swallowed subconsciously and looked at Robert smiling a little reluctantly. To be honest, Johnny himself is a rebellious person who goes his own way. After obtaining the dragon talisman to gain the ability to explode flames, and killing several shadow ninjas, Johnny became even more proud. However, Johnny followed Robert all the way and watched Robert kill countless shadow ninjas easily. Coupled with the strength Robert had shown before, Johnny didn't think he is Robert's opponent, even with the dragon talisman. Well, can we each take a step back? Johnny looked at Robert and asked tentatively. Everyone takes a step back? How come everyone takes a step back? Robert raised his eyebrows and looked at Johnny in confusion and asked. I won't fight you, and you won't take away my spell, how about that? Johnny asked with anticipation. Are you taking one step back? You are taking 2 steps forward. Robert shook his head helplessly, looked at Johnny who had no intention of fighting and said, well, I won't fight you in close combat, as long as if you can hold on before I run out of strength and don't give in, then I'll keep the dragon talisman for you, how about it? You know I've just spent a lot of strength. Really? Johnny's eyes lit up, and he instantly became excited. The opportunity to possess superpowers was right in front of him. Johnny had to consider whether this would be the only opportunity in his life, so Johnny had to seize it. Live it. He will keep the dragon talisman. Jackie Chan hesitated for a while. Although Jackie Chan didn't think Robert would lose, it seemed too unreliable to have a guy like Johnny keep it. Especially Johnny's performance and destructive power before, completely unable to reassure Jackie Chan. Chapter 80, Beat up a Hulk with one move. Uncle Long, if he can really defeat Robert, wouldn't it be safer to leave him here? Xiaohu tugged at the corner of Jackie Chan's clothes and said, I don't think your friend the police chief can really keep it forever. Such a treasure. Xiaohu. Don't talk nonsense, that is the safest place in the world. Hearing Xiaohu's doubts, Jackie Chan once again planted a flag called Poisonous Milk for District 13. Uncle Long, I think we should stay away. Xiaohu looked at Johnny, who was surging with fire, and shrank his neck before reminding him. Oh. You're right. Jackie Chan heard this and remembered Robert's destructive power. He quickly picked up Xiaohu and ran to the side. At the same time, he reminded Susan, who was following him with a serious expression, if Robert lets when you look at him or call out the sun or something, you must close your eyes quickly, you know. Why? Xiaohu asked with some confusion. There's no reason, just remember it. Jackie Chan didn't mean to explain too much. After all, this was Robert's move, and it wouldn't be good if too many people knew about it. Boom! Just as Jackie Chan and the other three ran to the safe area, explosions rang out, followed by successive explosions. If it is normal flame power or energy collision, it will not explode so easily, but the problem is that the flame power contained in the Dragon Talisman is not pure burning, but it is born with the power of explosion. Black Diamond. This is probably the difference between flame spray and pyroblast. You remember that I told you not to make too much noise, so you can't help but fight this battle? Forget it, you can be considered as taking my words to heart by running to a place where no one is around. Kent farmed during this time. Clark hesitated to speak, and in the end he could only complain silently in his heart. Hey? What is that? Clark was watching Robert's battle when he suddenly discovered something unusual. In the city not too far from Robert's battlefield, there were two green humanoid creatures. They were fighting. They were obviously taller than ordinary people, and the surrounding houses continued to collapse and shatter during their battle. Clark could hear many people calling for help in panic. Compared to the damage caused by Robert fighting in the wilderness, the destructive impact of these two humanoid creatures is undoubtedly huge. Kara! Look at your home, and I'll go out too. Protect your home. Clark looked at the chaos in the city and was silent for a long time. Finally, he flashed, changed into clothes with only his eyes exposed, and disappeared. Leaving a message for Kara. What's going on? Why did everyone run away? A trace of confusion flashed in Kara's eyes, but in the end she resisted the urge to follow and take a look, and chose to stay at home. Sir, there are two monsters suspected of fighting in New York City. They have caused widespread damage, including our industry. At the same time, the voice of the butler Afu came from Batman's headset. Black Diamond. Two monsters? Could it be more destructive than the two monsters I'm observing now? Batman's expression did not waver when he heard about the industrial destruction. As for the monsters, he felt that after what happened tonight, even if no matter how monster he is, he can't compare to the Robert he is observing now. This guy simply doesn't look like a human being. I have sent the image data to you, sir. You can compare it yourself. Butler Afu did not refute Batman's intention, but stopped talking after passing the information to Batman. Buzz. With a sound, Batman clicked his arm, and then a holographic projection appeared in front of his eyes. It showed two monsters more than 2 meters high fighting, and even many surrounding buildings were demolished. The sound of Robert and Johnny fighting is indeed scary, but the fist-to-flesh collision between the monsters also gives people a great visual impact. And more importantly, the place where monsters fight is the urban area. Are you filming a movie tonight? How come each one is more outrageous than the other? Batman was silent for a moment after seeing the projection, and complained in a low voice. After taking a deep look at Robert, he disappeared into the night. Wait! Robert, who was having a passionate fight with Johnny at this time, also sensed two powerful chi that were constantly colliding in the distance. He hurriedly stopped and looked towards the direction of the city, his eyes flashing. Moving the essence. Compared to Johnny, who can only release explosive flames from a distance, Robert is obviously more interested in these two energy masters. What's wrong? Have you run out of power? Johnny's eyes lit up and he looked at Robert expectantly and asked. Let's wait and fight again next time. I have met a more interesting opponent. Uncle Long, a snake charm should be enough for you. Robert shook his head, looked at Jackie Chan and said, let's put the dragon talisman here with him first. You're not planning to just go there like this, are you? As soon as Robert finished speaking, Clark's voice sounded in his mind, that's an urban area, you just rushed there like this without fear of exposing your identity? Moreover, if a fight breaks out there, I'm afraid the damage will be even greater. Did those two guys cause serious damage? Yes, they are very angry, so it is normal for them to be destructive. Robert frowned, looked in the direction of the city and said with regret, it's a pity that there is no way to fight against such a strong man. Since Clark didn't want to be exposed and cause more damage, Robert had no choice but to give up the opportunity to fight such a strong man. You ask them all to evacuate, and then cover your face. The little girl has a hood over there. You can borrow it. However, just as Robert was feeling regretful, something sounded in his mind again. Clark's voice. Hey? Then what? Robert asked in confusion. He did not follow Clark's train of thought. Then wait for me to knock those two monsters away. Clark's somewhat dissatisfied voice echoed in Robert's mind, making Robert scratch his head. When did Clark become violent? You leave here first. There will be a more terrifying battle later, and it may attract others' attention. However, Robert quickly came to his senses. He looked at Jackie Chan and others and said, by the way, should I wear a hood? I need to hide my identity so as not to be seen by too many people. I have it here. Xiao's eyes lit up, and she quickly handed the hood from her arms to Robert and said. At this time, in New York City, two green humanoid creatures were fighting. One of them was named Hulk, and the other was named Abomination. They were both monsters that mutated after being irradiated by gamma rays. But just as Hulk and Abomination were fighting to the flesh, a man wrapped tightly in black clothes with only two eyes exposed appeared beside them, and this man was Clark. With a cry of pain, Clark punched out, hitting Abomination's body. He punched Abomination from bottom to top, sending a lot of blood flying in the air. Pang! Was heard, and the next moment, Clark kicked out again, and Hulk flew out in response.